match has 4 sets of chompers, 3 for the Hounds, 1 for the Dragons. Let's see who bites hard. Hounds and Dragons coming up next.
That's right, it is the Jade Dragons and Eldritch Hounds here for our final matchup on Day 3, Week 3 of the SPL. Jim Charlie joining me here on the desk as we get ready to hop into this third set. And it should be a fun one between these two teams. Eldritch Hounds haven't been able to find a win just yet as far as their sets are concerned. Jade Dragons struggling a little bit in their matchups up to this point, so we'll see which these two teams can pull out ahead. But as mentioned, it is our final matchup of the weekend. A quick 3-0 for the Oni Warriors to start our Sunday. And now we end things off with the Jade Dragons and Eldritch Hounds. And if you've missed any of the sets from either the one just today or the prior, make sure you go to youtube.com/SMITEpod and catch up on all of the action that has happened thus far. And we can take a look now at the standings to see how everything has been affected by this. Now, Dragons and Hounds, this will not be the last time that we see these two teams square off. Remember, in division, you will play against each other twice. So we'll have to see who comes out ahead in the early portion of the phase and who has to maybe try and fight back as we push towards the tail end of the regular phase. The first and immediate thing that I'm pulling out from this, still only one undefeated team, 6 Ferrymen, 4-0. Leviathans and Warriors sitting at 4-1, and everybody else falling a bit further behind, either sitting at a 50-50 or just below that as far as their standing. So currently only 3 teams technically positive in their win-loss ratio.
Yep, and I think that because of that, right, all of these wins against the lower-seeded teams become that much more important, right? Trying to distinguish yourself from the bottom of the bracket is crucial, considering we are on the road to Worlds. So you gotta win some of these bottom-seeded teams if you are the Hounds, if you are the Jade Dragons. And the Hounds in particular, I think, have been needing a little bit of that momentum on their side, despite the fact that they're sitting 0-3. I have seen some good from them, but just not enough, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think probably the most consistent player that we've seen on the team so far for this squad has actually been Ducky over in the solo lane. I love what we've been seeing out of him. The Hercules still continues to impress even to this day whenever he brings this pick out, and has always been kind of that pillar for a team that he's been on. Even whenever he was on some of the other teams in his previous seasons, he was always consistently over there in the solo lane. It's never like he was the star player of the team, but he was always making sure to hold down the fort in solo lane, try and make big impact plays to get his team to kind of rally back through and really kind of recenter and refocus the group. And luckily for us, we got a chance to sit down with Ducky earlier this week and talk to him about this matchup. We'll throw it to that video.
It's great having Neil as my teammate. Whenever we get to game day, I have to go grab him from the elderly home and come out to play. Get his pills, ready for bedtime right afterwards. He's fun to play with, though. I mean, we did one good game and then a few games where we do well and then throw the lead. And then, I mean, the Ferryman set was just awful towards the end of it. The losing part's probably got to go. We'll need to switch that one up. Our FG fights, fix those, because we sometimes don't know what we're doing. We just mess about and don't have a direct call. And then also our drafts have been a little goofy, so probably cleaning those up. I think the Dragons have looked rough, but I am against the superstar streamer, YouTuber, Nika. So, I don't know, I'm a little nervous going up against that guy. I think we're very confident. We've had a few good games, a few bad games, but if we clean it all up, we should be A-okay going into the Dragon set.
He just cooked his own teammate to start the interview. He said, what's it like playing with Neil? It's like, oh, it's great. I got to go pick him up from the old folks' home, make sure he's taking his medicine for the day. He just cooked him.
He's not cooking him. He's looking out for him, man. He can't cross the road by himself.
Make sure that you hold his hand so that way you can get across the parking lot and get into the studio.
Exactly.
Eldritch Hounds, though, at least another bit that I can pull from this one. Ducky recognizing that the team is struggling a bit, a lot of areas to kind of clean up and move on in for this next matchup against the Jade Dragons, and specifically, as Ducky mentions, having to go up against Nika on the opposite side. The superstar Twitch streamer, YouTuber extraordinaire,
right?
Nika, and maybe no surprise that you might be afraid to go against Nika. He has had a very strong start to his phase. The Amaterasu in particular has looked really good for him, so much so that teams are often banning that one away from him.
Yeah, makes sense. I think that the Jade Dragons, again, a lot like the Eldritch Hounds, have been finding bits of success on top of, not being able to finish out these sets, which is so crucial in a meta like this, where everyone is able to get early leads. I've said this a few times. Even you know, the bottom teams in the league have been able to get early leads just about everyone, but it's the teams that are playing late game and playing their sieges super well are the ones that have that 4 in the win column at the moment, right? And there's 3 of those squads. So the Jade Dragons are a team that can get up 2-0 in a set over just about anyone, but finishing out, actually getting that 3rd win, has been a bit of a struggle for them. And unfortunately, their siege, which I brought into question last time I was on the desk for this, for a Dragon set, is still coming up, right? When they get the lead, when they get Fire Giant, when they roll up to a Phoenix, it's when deciding when to go in, how to split up, how to actually siege a Phoenix and a Titan. That has become such an issue for the Jade Dragons, which, if that is your sole issue, at the very least you know, and you get to focus on that and trying to improve it. But it's still not easy, you know, every time you get to that point where you probably get a little bit nervous, like, man, this is what we threw last game, this is what we threw that one set. I imagine that weighs heavy on them.
The Jade Dragons, I think siege has been the questionable part for this entire team. I mean, you look back into phase 1 up against teams like the Gladiators, still struggling to be able to end games. We saw it even in their previous matchup against them, having difficulty ending these games out. Went all the way to 5 in their matchup against the Gladiators. And even in their early moments of brilliance, but we kind of talk about this all the time, you know, every single team plays the early game. Every game you load in a competitive game or in a scrim, you play the early game through. Your first 10 to 15 minutes is at least consistent in that regard. It's these late game skirmishes you get to that are a little bit harder to practice unless you can, you know, maybe tell the enemy teams that, hey, let's just not do anything for like 20, 25 minutes and then kind of practice how things pan out from that point. But talking about these 2 solo laners live, we can actually look at the god pool between the 2 of them. A very heavily shared god pool, 14 gods for Ducky, 20 for Nika, and only 1 that Ducky has played differently than Nika. Everything else has either been shared from Ducky's god pool or Nika's playing it all by himself. And honestly, I am surprised that Athena is not in Nika's column, considering how much the Dragons have put emphasis on that pick.
Yeah, but it's because everyone else wants it. That's the reason. Nika can't even speak up and ask for it because LASBRA, Dardez, and Mike are all fighting for it, right? He's like, guys, I could play it too. No, you don't get a chance, all right? We're going to figure out which one of us 3 get the Athena. So, unfortunately, that one is not going to go in Nika's column. But what I do see is a wide variety of different picks there for Nika in the solo lane, which sometimes you kind of have to, right? When you're trying to go with a mid laner like Dardez, who has such a variety of picks as well, you gotta be able to pick a big different style of solo laners, right? Nico can adapt to whatever his team needs, which is super important. I'm not going to take that away from Ducky. He can certainly do that as well, but more often than not has been leading towards, you know, those big playmakers like the Thor, like the Hercules, for example. A lot of CC, a lot of heavy damage. That's the kind of thing that the Eldritch Hounds are in need of. They both can just fill that slot with what their individual teams need.
And speaking on the Thor and the Hercules, you look back at the recent matches for both of these 2 teams, and those 2 gods come up a couple of times for each of them. I think a couple of games of Thor for both Nika and Ducky, 1 game of the Hercules for Nika, 2 over there for Ducky, and then the Amaterasu over on Nika's side, at least compared to like Hades or Horus on the opposite end there. So kind of interested to see where things break out for the solo laners and how things pan out in picks and bans for game number 1. Jade Dragons and Eldritch Hounds, our final best of 5 in week 3 of the SPL. Immediately, though, the Jade Dragons recognize just how much onus is kind of on the Eldritch Hounds with this style of pick. So immediately Thor taken away, as both Oathhh and Ducky have gone on record this phase and this entire year to show how strong they are on that pick. So banning away Thor, Ares, and Freya are the Dragons. The Eldritch Hounds will ban away the Athena, the Morrigan, and Chernobog. That leaves open a first pick Yemoja for Mike.
Certainly does. Something that the Jade Dragons did not think about for too long, and the Eldritch Hounds immediately answer back with the Amaterasu. Yemoja has still been a pick that is very highly contested, has not been the end-all be-all for me. I honestly think she could be a bit overrated at times, considering how much you are giving up to make sure you grab her. But Amaterasu, Olorun, despite being still very highly contested, have not been that insane, you get these picks, you are winning sort of picks. They're not the Chernobogs of the world. They're not the Athenas. They're not the Ares. So I think valuable, but you know, you don't have to be too upset about grabbing Yemoja for those 2. In this case, the Jade Dragons probably okay with trading that one.
I wonder where Nika does go into his picks. Hades still available if he wants to go for that matchup. Did play it. against the Ferryman prior. That was the last time that we saw him grab that pick. Besides that, again, Thor, Anhur. It's kind of been on his mindset, though I do believe for Ducky, at least in his last 6, that this is the first time that he has picked up the Amaterasu. And then the Olorun, as mentioned, just a pretty strong staple over in the duo lane. Jade Dragons will answer with a Pele. Brings up now the question of, is this a Dardez Pele or is this a LASBRA Pele? Still to be determined. Because seemingly out of nowhere, it feels like we almost kind of spoke it back into existence, Charlie. We were wondering, man, Olorun's really good, Freya's really good. Well, what about Soul? What happened to her? What's going on? Now it's seemingly that everybody's starting to pick this god back up.
All right, I'll try to speak another one. Man, Soul's pretty good, Olorun's pretty good, Freya's pretty good. Where's Chronos ADC? Where's that at? All right, now we wait like a week until Chronos is the new Soul. Well,
Nice.
Hopefully,
you're getting ahead of the curve.
Hopefully I've planted that seed. Spoilers, Chronos doesn't really swing in the early game like the other magical ADCs, and that's kind of the benefit of them. But you know what? We shall see.
That's semantics.
Yeah, Cerberus locked in there for the Eldritch Hounds, a pick that has certainly been rising in popularity since all of these healers are in the meta. If you don't know, take a look at every god that has currently been locked in. They all have a form of self-sustain or group-wide sustain. So yeah, Cerberus is going to get that value from his passive. Even the second wave of bans, focusing out the junglers for the Jade Dragons, definitely a good look. I think that Oathhh has been one of the shining lights of this team, and if he's able to get one of his hard carry gods, and certainly control a game. Lina and Susano. Those work as pseudo BennyQ bans as well, but still smart to focus out Oathhh.
Oathhh has always been one of those players to really lead the charge for the pacing of the Eldritch Hounds, so wise to put some emphasis on that end. But Oathhh will still be able to get a pick that he is very comfortable on. Serqet, while maybe not a meta assassin right now, has been one that Oathhh, and at times we've even seen Kirmi kind of default back to this pick. But what does the Serqet offer to this roster that maybe some of the other top assassins might be lacking?
I mean, all I've learned is that junglers are just liars, J-Mag. That's what I have learned.
Oh, is this against the tier list again?
Oathhh was in the room with me and asked if I could remove Serqet from the tier list.
Oh,
he said, I don't even want to place her in E tier. Can we remove her? So LASBRA agreed, and they both moved the Serqet off the tier list. Again, it was for ranked, not for competitive. It's a bit different. When you see this much healing, Cerberus for the anti-heal, great. Serqet for the just complete anti-heal, also great. But it's 1v1 and CC. That is what Serqet provides. Can you find 1v1s in the jungle versus the enemy jungler? That is all Serqet really does bring at this point, because you can't really build tanky anymore. The way that Serqet's power works, you're not getting those 100-0 one-shot builds when you go into 2 or 3 different defense items. You really have to invest into extra damage, which is something that a lot of these junglers weren't liking for a while. That's why Serqet, despite how many healers were in the meta, was not popping up in picks and bans. You just get one-shot yourself late game because you can't build tanky.
Well, with this Ratatoskr for the Jade Dragons, and that answers the question of where the Pele is going mid for Dardez, and then the Sun Wukong. Now, Sun Wukong has not been very successful so far, Charlie. I think during the kickoff tournament and week 1, there was only one person who won on the Sun Wukong a single time, maybe 2 times, if I'm miscounting maybe something from week 1, and it was Nika. So at least the guy who has won on this pick is going towards it. But this was not a very winning god. I think in kickoff was sitting at like a 1-8 or a 1-9 record. The next weekend, another 5 or 6 games, only got another single win there. So hasn't been a great start for the Sun Wukong. But do you like the Sun Wukong on the roster that the Dragons have around it, with the Yemoja, the Pele to kind of go in the dive, Ratatoskr? Is this a comp that can work well for this Wukong?
Yeah, my guess is that you're trying to pick survivability. When you see the Serqet locked in as a solo laner, you're thinking, man, here we go. Like, I'm about to get the treatment. I'm about to get the ganks coming through, the anti-heal, all that CC. It's going to be annoying, so who do you pick? Someone that can survive that, and Wukong can survive just about anything. Somersault Cloud, as long as you're pre-casting it before the danger comes, you're going to be able to get out of just about anything. And so that's probably the call here for the Jade Dragons, to try and survive that early gank, not let the Serqet run free. And once that happens, yes, Wukong still has some pretty solid damage into the squishier characters. I think it's going to be a good look. The Eldritch Hounds do switch it up and decide to go for the Baba Yaga in the bottom pick. Some teams are valuing this pick extremely high. The Styx Ferryman, Paul, still has not died this phase on this pick, and spoilers, has won every game as well. Whereas some teams aren't even looking towards this pick, right? Not even getting banned. The Baba Yaga just goes to 10th pick in this slot. So I guess it just goes to show, if you are able to go towards the Baba, build a little bit tanky, that's one of her strengths. You can stack up that prophetic cloak for free and remain in the backline into a dive composition like the Jade Dragons have with the Pele, the Rat, the Wukong, and just survive. You're going to be able to bring plenty of damage.
Now, assuming this is projecting the correct information to me about the Baba Yaga as a pick on the whole here in this phase, 6 games that we have seen the Baba Yaga go through, 4 of them wins for Paul in the matches he's gone undying. But still, outside of that, the 2 matches that it has lost, only 2 deaths in its column. So this is starting to become widely heralded now maybe as the safest mid laner, or maybe one of the hardest mid laners to kill. Maybe not necessarily that because she's safe, but we see prophetic cloak come in all the time, the house providing heals for the god. Makes it so difficult to really dive this god to try and get to the backline and deal with it. So now when you pair this with an Amaterasu, a Cerberus, a Serqet, are these frontliners that can continue to keep this Baba Yaga alive and be able to provide that peel for BennyQ?
I mean, it's certainly so, but it looks to me more so like the Eldritch Hounds aren't going to be peeling much, right? It looks a lot like their comp is for aggression and initiation. Cerberus is not one I think of when it comes to peel. You're going to sit back, you're going to shred protections for Baba Yaga, you're going to enhance her damage and hope that she is able to get herself out of those sticky situations. Same with Ama. Yeah, you can use Dazzling Offensive and sit back and just hold BennyQ's hand and say, don't worry, I'll save you. Or you can go dive the carries yourself and find a big stun onto Sol or Pele, and I think that's the way this Hound's composition works. It seems like they want to try and match the dive of the Jade Dragons, as well as find some solo picks, using Serqet as a solo agent, run through the jungle, see if you can pull beads, see if you can pull a relic, and then we'll initiate our fight because of that lead that we've gained. Their team fight isn't as great. It's more so, hey, we're gonna, coast off the back of this Serqet, and hopefully we're taking those fights up a relic or up even a one-man advantage if we can actually find those picks.
I will say I've been enjoying seeing the trend of Cerberus kind of rotating away from the solo lane, more in towards the support role where he's seeming to have found his new home at the time. We've seen it powered by Genetics and so many of the other supports in the league. We'll see how NeilMah and the Eldritch Hounds can fend back. We'll see if the Hounds can find themselves a win in game 1 or the Jade Dragons going to start things off hot. Let's throw it over to our casters, Gormizer and Mifflin, for game 1.
Thanks so much, J-Mac and Charlie. That's right, Dragons and Hounds and Mifflin 1 could be for the ages here as we jump in. Vile, of course, giving us the window in to what will be the last set this weekend. And I'm going to touch on something and maybe just kind of ask you the same question or linger on the same point the desk was talking about at the very end there.
Wait, hold on. Before you ask me, what did Trelly say so I can copy it?
Oh, well, I was mainly talking about what J-Mac was saying.
Oh, okay, word.
You think
word,
I was listening to Trelly? Come on.
Dude, J-Mac is
No,
looking
that
at
guy's
me
actually
like
real
he's
smart.
so upset right now.
Well, the thing I was going to ask was mainly about the Cerberus support versus solo. Like, I'm a solo right now, obviously, maybe stronger. But how much you like, I guess, Cerberus kind of shimmying his way over to the duo lane?
I don't hate it. I feel like Cerberus,
I should
he's
have
got
gone with butt
everything you
scooching.
want.
He's got a whole emote for it.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, I like Cerberus in support. Feels like he's everything you want. You've got decent slow, you've got a ranged stun, you've got large AoE CC ability, relatively high mobility for a Guardian. So I don't think he's poor by any means. You are sacrificing a bit of damage and putting him in support, but I think Amaterasu is going to trounce Cerberus in damage regardless. So
Yeah.
a decent trade out. I'm surprised that we haven't seen him in support more often, if I'm being completely honest. The only thing I can imagine Cerberus really having an issue with is he does so much damage through support that it's hard to allocate the kills to the carries, but besides that, is that even really a problem?
More importantly, he's rocking the RuneScape skin, which makes me a very happy person.
Never played it.
RuneScape or this skin?
Yep.
You know what? I kind of walked into that one. I'm really interested to see how this lane works out just in general. We know Olorun Soul, pushing power, conversation around that. I'm excited to watch Mike on Yemoja. Excited in mid. LASBRA goes in for a stun, forces the beads on BennyQ. Dardez already having to play a little defensive. Gets aggressed on by Oathhh. BennyQ surrounding LASBRA. Damage kind of bouncing back and forth, but it's the Hounds who come up worse in the trade and have to stay under their tier 1 in mid.
It's a weird blink from Oathhh. Looked like he really wanted to punish Dardez, but didn't quite have that taunt available. So instead loses on out and everything, Neil. Taking a lot of damage.
And there's the dash, the stun. A couple
Oh,
more
the
autos.
shell.
No, the shell. It actually works
Ooh.
out so well. LASBRA can't commit to that one.
Meanwhile,
And it felt like it was going to be first blood. Yeah, Coast in the meantime has just decided to 1v2 and win it. Forces Vote to fall back. And that, I mean, how things go awry for the Dragons.
yeah, great shell from NeilMah there. Maintains his life. LASBRA forced to use the dart just to close gap. Make sure that he is able to connect that stun because he had used Blink just earlier in mid. So a little bit of damage lacking. He's got 1 point in each ability, so maybe he had 2 in the stun or wasn't forced to use that dart just for the mobility. Would have potentially been able to pick up that kill, but by that same note, maybe had VaporishCoast decided to peel back, could have returned that kill onto LASBRA, who had decided to tank up that tower shot, drops him to about 40% HP. But keeping PBM and Vote back, I think, equally valuable. Hard to say. A lot of big guessing game moment there for both of these teams. LASBRA's been hailed as one of the fastest jungle players in the league right now. Loves going for those early ganks, loves getting involved on the neutral camps. Also apparently loves stealing away that speed buff. That's one of the... Okay, hold on.
He might go for 2.
Have we done too much?
BennyQ's not going to see him. No minion wave's going to catch him out.
He's going to grab the red for sure.
So he got speed, and he's going for speed part 2.
No way.
Speed Boogaloo.
Is he going to get the red as... He's going to get both speeds and red? No, he's...
Well,
Wait, where are you...
where's he going now? There's no camps over there. Okay,
He just
he's
wanted to
going
back
for the
on
back.
that side?
Well, and it's mainly Oathhh was on this side of the map.
He
Now,
does know that, too.
Finding out that the speed buff was gone. Red buff's still there. And so Oathhh in for maybe an unfortunate rude awakening right about now
Yeah,
as
Benny's like, "I'll
BennyQ
grab
goes
it."
around the corner, and it's gone.
That doesn't happen. Both speed buffs stolen. LASBRA's a demon. We'll see that lead start to establish as LASBRA clears out his own side of the jungle. Sealing jungle camps worth a little bit less than just clearing out your own. So, 4 now.
He
I
just
can even
kind of
finish
walked
it.
back there to him, too.
Yeah, I mean... It's really smart timers. I wonder why Oathhh was dedicating so much time to defending the blue buff there. Nika wasn't really threatening a steal. You didn't have any eyes on LASBRA, but just making sure Ducky isn't going to fall too far behind in that lane may have cost him pretty significantly. I believe we'll be looking at about an entire level lead now for LASBRA as he starts to clear out 1 more camp. That's tough. It's a tough start for Oathhh. I mean, it's not crushing by any means, but it's mentally crushing. My head's out of it if I'm him.
Man, both my speeds? Really?
Both of them is... That's if 1 is enough.
One, yeah, you take 1. It's a slight stumble. Both means Oathhh doesn't get anything. LASBRA, of course, is going to be rocking his for a little while. Perpetual speed buff since he had 3. Given any time he wanted to. And,
4.
you know, I was going to maybe, I would guess 4 because he did pick it. He didn't pick that one up. It's still sitting there waiting.
Perhaps even worse
Just
for the
maybe,
mental.
yeah, it's just going to be there every time Oathhh walks by. And you would argue, at least I saw some of these mid camps going to Oathhh to maybe make up for it, but did not seem to be as consistent as possible. Maybe Oathhh instead can look for kills, but you're 2 levels down on Dardez, a level down on LASBRA, if you're the jungler here for the Hounds. Maybe rethinking it. All in all, though, Mifflin, at least without First Blood, it's only like 100 gold separating these teams right now, so even if that focus for Oathhh isn't great, it hasn't really hurt the team as a whole.
No, hasn't. The Eldritch Hounds are probably content with a slower paced early game between Baba Yaga and Olorun.
Yo, he's on that speed buff now, though.
Yeah, he's on top of it, but what is he going to lose in exchange? Probably purple.
Well, goes for it. Oh, on the LASBRA. Immediately,
Got
LASBRA is able to steal the purple away. And, well, he's got ult, so I'm not even worried about the grand scheme of this. Pulled Oathh's ult away.
So I know about your other speed. No way.
Blinks forward.
Imagine.
Where's he going, though? Like, outside of just wasting time for them.
Then he's like, bro, someone's got to stop this speed from going down.
Maybe could have just ulted and gotten out of there a little earlier. But LASBRA, I would call a menace right now.
Yeah, this is Dennis the Menace level of behavior right now. Like, he's really just doing whatever he can to be annoying. by that same note, though, he spent so much time Benny healing through the jungle that Oathh should have been able to close up a bit of that experience gap. Does drop the chase, Oathh, that is. Picks up a little bit of farm in mid, picks up a mid camp as well. But LASBRA will always have the opportunity to fall back to his own camps and farm that back up, reestablish himself a decent lead. And eats up the ultimate from Oathh as well as the blink. I mean, LASBRA actually finds crazy value. I'm talking myself through it now. LASBRA's kind of dog walking Oathh right now.
He's got the leash in hand, man. Ready to keep controlling. If that stun connects, just
it's not even a harness. Like he's got the collar. The Oathh does not. It's not comfortable.
Oh, it's like the I was gonna say, so like well trained, or is it like the tug?
No, he's pulling. It's like that. Man. He's doing the dog wheeze where he can't breathe so good.
It's so bad for dogs when they do that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel bad for Oathh.
Well, get him the harness. Just get the harness. Hugs him in the best way possible. This way. Right now, like you said, it's not feeling good for Oathh, which is maybe the reason it feels uncomfortable, right? It is, because it should not be feeling great right now. But nothing crazy has happened outside of the small wins that have gone the way of LASBRA. That being said, those small wins starting to mount up. LASBRA goes up to the sky. Mike avoids getting pulled in. Uses the beads for it. Knock up. Not going to be connecting on the coast, but the damage is there. A couple more autos, and you've got it. First blood to Dardez, and go ahead and make it a double as he picks up NeilMah. The duo for the Hounds taken down, traded out for just LASBRA, which takes Oathh and BennyQ's ults to find the lock on.
And that was a great ultimate from PBM. Decides, look, we can take this fight. Dardez is already nearby. LASBRA's headed up to the air. I'm going to step forward into the aggression after using beads defensively. He says, oh, maybe I don't want to take this Stygian Torment. Decides afterward, absolutely do. VaporishCoast throws down the Sanctified Fields to buy himself some time. LASBRA intelligently just walks through the River's Rebuke, says, you know, I might be time dilated, but you're not hitting me. And by the time these walls go down, I'll be hitting you. Knocks down VaporishCoast, and afterward it's the Jade Dragons cleanly winning out on the team fight. Fortunately for the Hounds, a rotation from Benny, able to make sure that kill does go over. At least a one-man trade for the two that landed Dardez. But all of a sudden, Dardez is starting to look like the threat. LASBRA's just been playing annoying this entire time. Hasn't been hyper-farming, hasn't really been getting too much done in PvP, has just been distracting Oathh and taking away farm. Now you've got the PvP guy starting to spool up. Dardez at level 11, an entire level lead, 2-0 start. Pele mid already has the anti-heal. I'm thinking we're starting to develop another menace on map.
Good luck. I mean, Oathh may be the one that you would ask to answer that. 2 levels down. For a second there it was 3. But both Oathh and LASBRA just now ticked over. 2-9. Maybe any aggressive mid-harpies spawn in. That's going to go the way of the Hounds on left. Ult's going to be coming back up soon for LASBRA. It feels like that's a big portion of the fight. Also have to give River's Rebuke the shout-out just because it is obnoxiously long of a cooldown. Poor Mike. Still waiting for that one to come back sometime soon. Do you see, I mean, at least in the terms of aggression we've gotten so far, that First Blood bounty creating a small amount of separation, but it's not more than 1,000 gold between these teams yet. And so do you see a world where the Hounds can still be kind of their own initiators, or is this phase of the game being more or less run by this Pele and this Rat?
Feels like the mobility of the Jade Dragons is going to allow them to set pace, whereas the Eldritch Hounds a little bit more so, kind of playing that reactionary style. Oathh being led around the map by LASBRA, NeilMah playing responsive to whatever PBM's getting up to. There are opportunities. I think if Oathh could just get on top of his timers so he isn't so concerned with where LASBRA is, Oathh could be the initiator in a lot of these fights. Just have him blink in first, throw that ultimate out immediately, try and get one of these targets that hasn't got the beads. For now, that really is just LASBRA. Unfortunately, you don't really want to dedicate too much time to a sub Wukong. But killing LASBRA would be a great start.
Well, NeilMah was the one that was on the chopping block. Looks like they're going to be able to disengage.
Gold pool.
You've got a massive rotation from the Hounds. Everybody's over here. You're going to be missing Nika from the Dragons, so it's a 5v4. Gold pulled, gold burned, gold destroyed by the Hounds. Fight after. It's going to be locked up. Great River's Rebuke coming down from Mike. Locks in 2, and then the close out. You get 1 from Dardez. You got to clean up the second, but Ducky jukes a little bit, goes in the purple buff. Should be his demise. So 2 for Fury.
Still chasing?
And it might be a little bit more. Dardez under the tier 2
For
goes
real?
for another and kills off Coast 3 for the Fury. And poor Neil overstays his
Neil?
welcome. They'll put a 4th on the board. 6 kills total. And the Dragons run away with that fight.
Yeah, Neil's walking up thinking, okay, so they're sandwiched. I got Oathhh at the tier 1. I'm in the tier 2. We're going to get at least 1 back. Gold Fury and 1 for 3. We'll take that every single time. Oh, stopped moving forward. Oh, I'm already out of my tier. Oh, I've been stunned. My defense is shredded, and I am dead. And that is the soliloquy going on in NeilMah's head the entire time. He has become death. My man's looking like Oppenheimer out there. That's tough. That is tough for the Eldritch Hounds. It was a great objective call. Nika can't match that rotation ever. Shows himself on right side. Already used the teleport to get back to the tower. So you know it's a 5v4 in the best scenario. And you've got Amaterasu as a getaway car. On paper, that should have just been clean, but some overstays, some good initiations, the global presence of LASBRA, a Category 5 disaster level ultimate from PBM locking in 2. I've never seen Yemoja ultimate used against that wall in particular. I want to see it more. I mean, that's just miserable for the Hounds.
And now I'm going to dream about that kind of level of ultimate just because how perfect it lines up. Right now, looks like the Hounds may be getting pulled in. Nika gets low, LASBRA jumps in, takes about half his health bar in an instant. So the beacon going to the Hounds pretty easily and handedly. But Mifflin, in the grand scheme, I think you're willing to lose the beacon. Just shy of 2,000 gold in the lead for the Dragons. And that's after losing the Fury. They have done nothing but fight back for this. A lot of presence on the left side of the map from the Hounds.
You see that experience chart?
I just don't know. I did not. What was it?
5,500 experience over to the Jade Dragons.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
I can't even
gold's
see
pretty
the Gold
close.
Fury on that one. You can see it on the gold difference.
Yeah, gold's close. Experience not so much. NeilMah
Oh, no.
barely gets out of there.
Rectangles on rectangles. Sanctified Fields dropped on top of the River's Rebuke with a lock. It's better for the Dragons. They get rid of Coast. They get rid of Neil. The duo lane
out, Neil.
getting accosted by the Dragons. The Hounds have no answer back.
If I'm Coast, I'm rolling my eyes like, really, bro? Like, we've died 6 times in this lane, 2 Rivers Rebuke. You're not going to get the Phantom Shell for real? Like, you really want a Breastplate of Valor first? You're really getting a lot from these Stygian beacons, man. I get it. Your breath is ghastly. You want it up more often. That's dope. Get me out of the walls. Phantom Shell needs to be done, and it needs to be done yesterday because Mike's getting too much done with this Yemoja pick. And all of a sudden now the Jade Dragons really starting to run away with this one. Oathhh. Lucky he didn't get stunned there. LASBRA does a deceptive amount of damage right now. Stun just barely off the mark, able to confirm that red buff. The Eldritch Hounds scrounging for small wins on map. Jade Dragons landed wild haymakers everywhere.
You finally have some presence in mid. At least your support's joining up, but everybody's so far behind Dardez. Dardez
Neil,
is
you good?
4-0-2.
He's good.
Yeah, a leap from Neil. Honestly, might just lead him to the Pyromancer. They might just say, okay, yeah, fine. But no, the Dragons, again, playing a little more patient.
Vote's here.
Vote here. We can maybe make a bigger difference. That has to be a play overall for the Pyro. And you've got the zoning, and from what we've seen, the control to win a fight afterward. Mike doesn't even need the ult. They get the Pyromancer. Man, oh man, it felt like this was going to go back and forth for a little while there, and then the floodgates opened. Unfortunately for the Hounds, it opened on the duo lane. And poor Neil and Coast just can't catch a break.
Yeah, I'm needing Neil back in base now. That Phantom Shell, if in the next 40 seconds that's not a Phantom Shell upgrade, if we see one more ultimate from Mike where he just gets to lock in 2, things are just not looking great for the Hounds. Mike clearly unconcerned. That's 3 members of the Hounds staring at him for 20 seconds, and he's just throwing out little Riptide saying back up. Even here, good ultimate from Oathhh, but won't deal any damage, won't even displace him. Disapparate timing that much better. I take it back. Bad ultimate from Oathhh. Shouldn't have done it.
I was going to say the other side, which was perfect disapparate from Vote, right? Like, to get it at least maybe after the first tick or maybe after the throw, like, that's one thing. But to get it so that you aren't thrown at all, that's just impressive work.
Yeah, Vote said, I saw Oathhh, so I pressed Disapparate. I hit the ink button. You know, I'm out of here. Fortunately for him, timing lines up. Primal Fury burning quick. Eldritch Hounds, you got to do something about it.
Yeah, it's 25%. Neil's here, BennyQ's here. Damage is there for the Dragons. They get the Fury. Well, they don't even have to worry about a fight afterward. They get to back up. Neil, still no upgrade on that Relic, and I was looking at Mike's ult cooldown and trying to see mainly, do they line up and will we see that fight? Neil still hasn't gone back, and so Mike might be able to create some space for his team. Beacon's going to be spawning in about 2 minutes, maybe a minute actually, and so definitely open window for the Dragons to find a fight. They're still up 8-1. It's been a slightly quieter game, but mainly because the Hounds haven't been able to step up to the Dragons more than anything else.
So now it's up to the Jade Dragons to force those opportunities. The Eldritch Hounds clearly will not be trying to make anything happen proactively on map, at least not for a little while. So if the Jade Dragons want to fight, you got to find someone to create that pressure. As you said, Stygian Beacon would be a great place to force a response from the Hounds. I wouldn't even hate seeing Vote rotate out of lane. I know he's not level 20 yet, and that's sacrilegious for ADCs. You got to be level 20 before I leave, but 2 level up Soul, already has double ring plus Typhon, so penetration's there now. Has
1-0-6.
1-0-6, 7 out of 8 affected from Vote. That's impressive. Just goes to show how much the fighting has been happening in the duo lane. Yeah, get him out of lane, have him start pressuring that tier 1 mid tower. I'm thinking that's a pretty viable option for the Jade Dragons. Gold lead is not so out of control that they're in the we could do anything camp. They're not there just yet. One more significant team fight, a few more objectives, Jade Dragons will be there. So the Eldritch Hounds, they're on red alert of, okay, we gotta put a stopper to this downslide. We gotta pad our wounds, get a band-aid, something. Stop the bleed out. Stygian Beacon spawns up, Jade Dragons already on the scene. And Eldritch Hounds, they're going to let this one go.
Yeah, Mike has ult. I don't think you can not let this one go. I think you have to. Or
could if NeilMah would buy the Phantom Shell, man.
Well, yeah, but that's not been happening. Now taunt from Oathhh on the LASBRA. LASBRA uses the beads to get out of the ultimate. You've got Vote rotating in. Maybe this is the turnaround. LASBRA can do a lot of damage, but Oathhh showcases right there. Nothing to scoff at from the Serqet. Unfortunately for the Hounds, it still does not result in a kill. So no shutdown, nothing crazy coming out of it. And I'm a little worried at this point, Mifflin, because if that's your damage dump, right? And LASBRA just kind of walked away. Yeah, you get his beads, but it feels like it's a small win, if even a win for Oathhh.
It depends on whether or not Oathhh can find LASBRA again, and he's got 2 minutes to do it. In the next 2 minutes, if Oathhh can make contact and knock down LASBRA or set up a little bit, I think certainly a valuable trade, but zero-sum game for now. If you don't do anything in the next 2 minutes, who cares that LASBRA uses beads at all? So we'll see. Next POI is spawning up. That's point of interest. Pyromancer could be an easy target for the Jade Dragons. As always, I'm keeping my eyes on ADC rotations. They tend to tell the truth on when it's time to play for the objective, and Vote's already on the right-hand side. And it's not exactly off the cards to just go ahead and grab the Fire Giant as well. Seems the Hounds concerned about exactly that. A few pings tossed out, but it's the Pyro.
And Pyro does get dropped. Teleport for Ducky comes in. So you've got actually still a 4v5. LASBRA's on the left side of the map. And I believe was just revealed over there clearing minions. If not, he's revealed now as he walks over a ward. So they know they've got the numbers advantage. Oathhh goes in, grabs Nika, throws him towards Coast. Nika makes it up in the air, not healing. So just using that one for some disengage. As it is a 3v4, 3v5, now kind of positioning around the Pyro. Knockups, damage, good for the Dragons. They're going to pick that one up. LASBRA comes in late. Does not seem to be needed. The fight's not going to go on. We've got a Phantom Shell now there for Neil, so even if there was, it might not be as efficient of a lockdown as we saw earlier, and instead it's just the Dragons with another objective.
Yeah, it feels like Oathhh using his ultimate on Nika there just gets rid of so much of the potential to find a pick on map. And I know ultimate on Nika is fine because he's not going to heal, but you're still not going to kill him from that healthy a state. The Sun Wukong at 100%, you're just not posing enough threat on this Serqet, even with the Olorun nearby, that you're going to actually find any sort of solidified value. So I think had he held on to it, Oathhh could at least threaten dive onto Dardez, Vote, or LASBRA. Much more feasible kill targets for the Serqet. Instead, once the Jade Dragons realize, oh, Nika's already gotten rid of their Assassin ultimate, he's still healthy, he's still nearby, he can rejoin the fight at a moment's notice, let's go ahead and force this Pyromancer once more. and LASBRA hovering nearby on the left-hand side of the jungle still could have got there just through the global presence. So Eldritch Hounds, even in knowing LASBRA isn't there, know that LASBRA can be there, and that's enough of a threat to prevent them from trying to defend the Pyro. But that can only be true for so long, Thor. You can't keep saying, well, we're not exactly favored in this fight, so let's give up Stygian Beacon, Gold Fury, Pyromancer, and maybe now the Oni Fury as well. You have to do something, and I think this something's good. Fire Giant pulled by the Eldritch Hounds. Vote forced to rotate.
Have the Oni Fury in his control. Instead, it's going to be the chase down. LASBRA's a little deep. Mike still has ult. Maybe looking for a little more. Again, you want to try to capture not Neil, since Neil can play Savior. Instead, Mifflin, they just got to do a drive-by on the Tier 1 tower. Ducky's going in, dazzling a fence, catches a stun onto Mike. Vote. LASBRA looping around to come towards the back. You've got some damage. Oathhh, blink forward, taunt good. Use the ult onto Laz as Vote gets booked out by Ducky. It's kind of separated everywhere there. It's going to be the ultimate from Mike, and even though it doesn't lock him down, it gets the damage done along with the crew. LASBRA dunks in, slams one, the duo lane one more time gone, but now the mid laner joins him as BennyQ falls in the ground for 3, disappearing from the Hounds.
The Hounds are just not on the same page. We saw a disengage from Ducky, and at the exact same time, it's Oathhh blinking in. We see NeilMah backing up, and at the same time, it's Benny going into ultimate to try and poke out Vote. Nobody can agree where they want to be. And the Jade Dragons just crush them for it. No way. No way.
They're walking in.
They're
looking at the
towers
Titan.
up.
They think they have the damage, and they're gonna try for it. Vote is too low. Dardez is too low. They're getting bullied. They might have made a grave mistake here as the chase from Ducky goes down, but no, they can't even get the kills. The Hounds. No, they can't get anything done. Yeah, you save your Titan.
Oh, they're gonna kill
But
Ducky.
you lose your solo laner in the process. Unfortunate scenario. 3 towers. And maybe 3 towers too many still standing for the Hounds. The Dragons unable to burn it, but they went for the fast end. And Mifflin, that speaks maybe more to the control they have this game than, you know, the numbers that also speak to the control they have this game. Like the 9,000 gold, the 12 kills to 1, every objective in the game.
I dare you to find something that isn't Jade Dragon slanted right now.
That first Gold Fury.
Okay. The one that got them 4 kills?
We don't talk about that part.
Okay, just the Fury
we gotta
itself.
slice it off. Like, you gotta slice it off very, very, very specifically.
Yeah, that first Gold Fury was good for the Hounds.
The death count is pretty Hound slanted.
Yeah, we were talking about... You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah, that's you can say that it's Hound slanted. It doesn't have to be a good thing.
I think contextually, yeah. In how we were talking, it did need to be a good thing.
Probably, yeah. Not a lot of that's been happening for him. And guess what? Even less right now. Fire Giant just shy of 24 minutes, and it's on all 5 of the Dragons. Mike is looking for blood. Doesn't even have anybody near him. LASBRA voting Dardez, kind of in the neighborhood.
Oh,
Nika's
Coast might be dead.
Going for Coast. Do you think he's going to get that?
He might.
Get a
It's
solo
Sun
kill?
Wukong.
He's not going for it.
I mean, it's low percentage odds. He could have, like, stopped Coast back. He could have maybe forced the ultimate. I feel like there are definitely options for Nika to be a little bit more aggressive there. But it's catch and release. Go ahead and let him go. And the Jade Dragons with Fire Giant.
I can't believe they tried to end.
Dude, the Gilded Gladiators did the exact same thing in the exact same position. I believe it was even the exact same towers that were still up. Difference was the Gladiators lost off of it. Jade Dragons, though.
Killed Ducky.
Killed Ducky, right. Right, that's crazy. That is crazy. Eldritch Hounds. What do you got left in the tank here? Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot at all. NeilMah's not a tank. He's got actually 2 items. Coast is almost 5 slotted. That's all right. Gold free numero dos?
No way! Does LASBRA walk in?
Well, he's not going to kill
He gets it and he kills Coast.
Well, he's not
and
going to
he's
get
not
Oathhh.
done. He's going to go for Oathhh as well. Where is he? He's
He
fishing.
didn't see him?
And he didn't see him. Oh no!
LASBRA, turn your head. You'll get 360, man. You don't. My man had restricted camera pitch on the X-axis right there. He just didn't look. Look, we can't clown him though. He stole the Fury and
killed Coast. Yeah, he kind of did a lot there. He just didn't look to the left any further. Doesn't matter. Oh my god, the chase is on. BennyQ, oh, he can't escape.
Right.
You can't run away from him. The Dragons are here, but finally, a shutdown kill. A massive one at that. You get rid of Dardez, but is it the last thing that your team gets to do in this game? Right side Phoenix is gone.
Titans here to help.
Mid is going to disappear, and like you said, the Order Titan is here to get the job done. The Dragons, in 26 minutes, will win game 1.
Man, I almost want to say that the early game felt competitive, at least a bit, right? But
Yeah.
it didn't. Like, statistically, it just couldn't have been the case. Early game, I think the entire narrative is LASBRA was doing whatever he wanted, just running through the
I
jungle.
forgot that he stole the speed buffs.
Stole both speed buffs on first rotation. Since then, just kept meandering on the enemy side of the jungle until eventually was forced back to clear his own camps. Every fight goes the way of the Dragons. Eldritch Hounds go for a desperation Gold Fury, lose 4 with a mismanaged disengage. And from there, it's Jade Dragons all the way down. Every team fight, every objective, everything. It's just all Dragons. It's a one-sided day today.
Now, that one was unexpectedly one-sided, right?
Agreed.
I think we kind of came into this at least thinking it could go pretty far. And there's still a lot of opportunity.
Lot of
but
smite
game
to
1
play.
has set a different tone than what I thought we were going to have coming into this set. And so we'll see. Can the Hounds get out of their own heads, and can the Dragons keep it up? We'll have to find out right after this.
I don't mean to put it on your nose, but it's clear how my baby's running this the block, cause you fear what you do to you if you get dirty hands in the near. What you do, what she is, little boy, I tell you this. If baby wants sit, she can sit. If baby says lit, it's lit. Got your bank account and I cute. If she said it loud, it's the truth. If baby wanna ride, she can ride. If baby needs some time, she got time. Got your bank account and I cute. She can make it count, how about you? She would put you in the bag, yeah. Wouldn't even need a planet, nah. If she wanted, she a magnet. They should let her name a planet. Everything she drop like Corona, viral, make the world start over like I own her. She ain't about to set, but they really wanna throne her. Listen, she like bass, she like Hover. Self-employed, moving paper better than some Billy Boy. Made a choice on the regular, she bring a milli home. Click my phone, get my ass up, get a dinner going. Watch she out there, making sure that you all know. Baby wants sit, she can sit. If baby says lit, it's lit. Got your bank account and I cute. If she said loud, it's the truth. If baby wanna ride, she can ride. Baby needs some time, she got time. Got your bank account and I cute. She can make it count, how about you? She be always making money. If it's raining, if it's sunny, she make time and call me honey every day. Drop a couple bands on the click, they need pay. Then a couple more on the tip, baby saves. Daddy's just the everyday, imagine holiday. If I get the 50 cent, she get me holidays. Signing with the fly, if you meet her, know it's true. So if she ever asks you, you know that baby wants sit, she can sit. If baby says lit, it's lit. Got your bank account and I cute. If she said loud, it's the truth. If baby wanna ride, she can ride. Baby needs some time, she got time. Got your bank account and I cute. She can make it count, how about you?
Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know me. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Yeah, alright, okay, we get it. No contest. Wait, surf's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is numbered, check the climate, I'm sick of it. They had brain scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and the whip that's quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me, blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keeping on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claim belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that's not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody bras us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. Ain't no way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know me. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know me. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, that done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby, she agrees, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me, you don't even
All right, about time it got interesting around here. It's okay to be impressed. Wiki wiki, don't worry, I gotcha. Ha ha ha.
Well, if you want a refreshing way to re-energize yourself and a good way to support yourself just as well as Maui supports you in your games, then go over to advance.gg and pick up the new Maui Shaker and the Tropical Splash flavor. I do believe, if I remember correctly, it is a strawberry peach combination of flavor, which to me is two of my favorite flavors to have added into any of my drinks. So better bet I'm going to go and pick one of those up right now. You can get the bundle over at advance.gg/smite. And if you don't pick up the bundle, you just want to pick up something else maybe alongside it, make sure you use code SMITE for 10% off the other portions of your order out there. Thank you so much to AdvanceGG for partnering us once more in collaboration with another shaker and energy powder combination here with Maui. Game number one, Trelly, it wasn't Maui, a water god, but it was another water god, Yemoja, for the Jade Dragons that really kind of stole the show here. Mike, his Rivers Rebuke this entire game, all the way up until about, I'd say, 18 or so minutes, was just completely decimating anything of what the Eldritch Hounds wanted to do.
Yeah, it really did seem like Mike was having a field day. I believe perfect support stat line by the end of it, 0-0 and 14, something like that, a part of the majority of the kills there for the Jade Dragons, as well as just giving those kills over to LASBRA, over to Dardez, letting his team get ahead. And, yeah, I'm thinking that was kind of the story of this one. Unfortunately, the Eldritch Hounds were not able to connect with too much as far as the kills go. It was a rough game number one, but not if you were a Jade Dragon, right? And that's kind of what we're focusing on here, the highlights. And the highlights were, you know, Mike, LASBRA, and Dardez just running around having a good time. Of course, we were talking about the Wukong earlier, and I think Nika unfortunately didn't get to participate too much. He was over in solo lane for a good portion of this game, but, you know, late game. The siege, that's what I was talking about before this game starts, right? The Jade Dragons have been struggling with their siege. Didn't struggle too much here. They were able to just walk in and end this one extremely fast, unlike the majority of the Jade Dragon sets. Usually they haven't even gotten started at this point, but they were able to break the base and siege correctly because they had such a massive lead.
At least one of the extra things I'm noticing on this siege in particular, and maybe also just kind of a credit to the fact that they were so far ahead by that point of the game that there's not much that he could do on a siege. But it's kind of trading up. You know, this Freya has been such a popular pick for the Hunters. And not to say that Freya is a bad pick by any stretch.
I can't believe you missed him there.
Yeah, I remember they were kind of roasting a little bit for missing that little pivot turn. But going back to at least discussion of the Magic ADCs, Sol, while she may not hit as hard as Freya does in the 1v1 boxing, demolishes towers comparatively. And so maybe this, also in combination with the Jade Dragons just being so far ahead, does make the siege a little bit easier for them.
Yeah, I would say so. When you're able to get a lead like this, it's very difficult as the Eldritch Hounds to try and defend. I mean, NeilMah, we talked about it a minute ago, had 2 items to his name at this point, right? He had to spend a lot of his gold upgrading relics, which means he got Breastplate and Gauntlet of Thebes and said, okay, now go and try and be a frontliner. You know, you are not going to live very long with only 2 items at that point. So unfortunate for the Eldritch Hounds. I'm not sure if it was strictly like, oh, if you got Phantom Shell a bit earlier, this game would have been better. Of course, it might have helped. There were a few moments where that Yemoja really got immense value, but I think giving up Yemoja and only getting 2 in the slot there wasn't enough as well. So maybe that's a place they could switch up their draft strategy and still come out and have a better time in game number 2.
We'll see if those drafts do get swapped around. As we jump into game 2, picks and bans, Hounds will take the first pick this time. Jade Dragons will have to hold firm over in second pick slot. There was one point where I looked up in that game, and it was Mike's Ultimate Rouge Rebuke up, and VaporishCoast was dead center in the middle of it, and he just goes, well, here's a sanctified field. I hope that helps me stay alive. Spoiler alert, it didn't. But it was really cool to see the double rectangle combine, even if they were on opposing forces. The Eldritch Hounds would not let the Olorun through at all. Going to ban that one alongside the Morgan. Making sure to continuously keep that ban against Dardez. Opposite side for Jade Dragons will ban away 2 of the top gods in the dual lane, Chernobog and Ares. Banned away. And now, given that NeilMah is on the side of the Hounds, no stranger to going towards the Yemoja. So I wonder if the Jade Dragons keep that god available and maybe bank on the Eldritch Hounds not going to a top pick Yemoja, or the Jade Dragons will play the safe route and ban that one away.
I don't think the Jade Dragons are a team that's too afraid of the Yemoja. I was going to say the Athena might be something they are more frightened of, but considering now that the Hounds have banned away the Athena, I suppose you could ban away the Yemoja just because that Athena is now no longer available, and that will be the case. I think if the Athena was still available, then the Jade Dragons would have let it through and possibly just tried to pick the Baron or something like that into it, but don't want to go for that trade any longer. So the Eldritch Hounds first pick the Amma, which leaves the Jade Dragons to get 2 picks in return, one of which could be the Thor. Covering that one, we talked about it a bit ago, how the Thor is a pick that could go between Nika and Ducky if given the opportunity. Looks like the Jade Dragons are going to grab that one immediately.
Amma for the Hounds first pick, Thor and Pele. That's a scary top 2 for the Jade Dragons. Even more so that there's still some flexibility with both of these picks. This one's not guaranteed for LASBRA and Dardez. This could be Nika and Dardez. This could be LASBRA and Nika. We'll have to see where the rest of the Jade Dragons composition goes to see. Maybe we can iron out where these 2 gods are going to be going. So now where do the Eldritch Hounds go? They've got the pick of the field. Some of the top assassins taken away, though still set. Camazotz, if we're thinking of other gods with some flexibility who are also strong in mid or jungle, are left available if the Eldritch Hounds want to go that direction. BennyQ, typically in matchups where he doesn't feel as comfortable, does default to some of the mages, Merlin, Morgan Le Fay, kind of popping up immediately now, especially with Morgan Le Fay coming back in meta. The Baba Yaga wasn't entirely against the Baba Yaga in the previous game, just kind of a product of the state that his team was in at that point. But we talked about Freya earlier, left open. The Eldritch Hounds will grab that and the set.
Yeah, I figured. Coast didn't have the greatest performance on the Olorun last game, so I didn't think he was going to try and run back something like that since it was taken away. He goes towards Freya, who's going to have similar early pressure, but a very solid late game. If you could just turn and fight, you don't really have to rely on your team and try to get you out of those sticky situations. So Freya is going to be a pretty good mindset switch up here for VaporishCoast in that duo lane. Still has the ability to just hard carry away if given some space, but you can fend for yourself just a little bit better than maybe something like the Olorun. throw a set into the mix, and that's something that Snoopy has been going to when given the opportunity. I don't know why I brought up Snoopy, but it is something that, you know, you go to when you want to play safe, right? And BennyQ, considering the matchup he just had, probably wants to stay safe as well. So maybe that's a pick that BennyQ grabs, or you can hand it over to Oathhh. Both have the ability to pilot this god as well.
So where do the Jade Dragons go? Khepri. A safe pick for the Dragons to go towards. Doesn't reveal too much of their hand, but does allow these two gods to just dive into the backline with little to no regard for their own life, because, well, PBM can give them a second chance at that life on escape out. The Hound's not entirely sold that these two gods are, that either of them are going to the jungle, so a ban of the Ratatoskr for the Eldritch Hounds, 2 supports from the Jade Dragons and the Ganesh and the Sobek, and then a soul ban. Good performance by Vote in the previous game. Forces the hand of the Hounds to make sure to take that one away, so unless we see the Chronos willed into existence, fingers crossed maybe, probably not. Only one magical ADC this time available to play, and now I'll go over for the Hound side.
Yeah, I'm thinking it'll take at least another week before that will that we have put into the universe will come true, if at all. But the Anhur is going to be the call, and I think that the Eldritch Hounds are smart to take away the Ratatoskr there. I wouldn't be too convinced that the Thor and the Pele are guaranteed going to LASBRA at this point either, so still could definitely just be Nika and Dardez's pick there, holding the last one for LASBRA later on. But now that you see the duo lane, the Khepri and the Anhur has okay duo lane pressure, right? You're not going to be just destroying the lane, but I think Khepri brings, as far as Guardians go, some decent clear potential. But what does that leave for NeilMah as far as trying to out-pressure what the Khepri and the Anhur want to do? You already have Freya. Looks like it's going to be the Terra, but I think can be a very solid look. It's very easy to connect your CC onto a pick like Khepri. If you're trying to focus that Khepri and you're trying to get pressure early, Bakasura, a pick that has not been here for a while, but can clear the buffs very quickly. Some of the itemization that Baka tends to go to got nerfed. This is a bit ago, and because of that, he kind of fell out of the meta, but I think the ability to hard carry a game away just by clearing quick and AFK farming is still certainly there.
Now with Terra and Bakasura for the Eldritch Hounds, leads me to believe that BennyQ will be taking the set mid, and Oathhh going back to one of his old signature picks from his time in the SEC, pulling up then into the SPL. But Bakasura hasn't particularly been meta anytime recently, in at least the last couple of patches. So curious to see that selection, and maybe in a similar vein to the other side, where Anhur, he's kind of been rising up, but Hubwall feels like we haven't really seen a whole lot of him as of recent, and now still some ambiguity between the Pele and the Hebo to see where this guy is going to be going. Do you have maybe any weight into which you would rather see go to the jungle, which to mid?
I think just because it was a last pick Hebo, that's something that LASBRA was going to, right? It just makes sense to me. I was looking towards magical junglers there anyways, if Dardez didn't want to take the Pele, or if he did. But considering the game he just had, and the fact that Nika has liked to go to the Thor, yeah, this Hebo I think would make the most sense going into LASBRA's hands. You get your magical burst damage out of the way. You have a Khepri ult. If you dive a little bit too far, you've got your way out, the Scarab's Blessing. And there's probably a fair bit of things, burst-wise, that you might want to use that Scarab's Blessing on, considering Regurgitate, the set skewer from Kingslayer, and even Valkyrie's Discretion at times. Maybe enough burst damage to really threaten that ability, especially if you're a Hebo. You don't have much movement to get away once Crushing Wave is down, so I like the pick in the last slot there for the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, it gives them a nice little bit of magical damage as well, because it's a very physical, heavy draft coming in before this one. Thor, Pele, Anhur, those ones doing the brunt of your damage. You need a little bit of that extra magic splash thrown in to go alongside this Khepri, who's, let's be real, not going to be doing an insane amount of damage.
And he will splash.
He will splash. Splish splash, and hopefully the enemy teams will be taking a bath in the blood of their... No, that didn't work well. I was going to say the blood of their enemies, but no, you want them to... I don't know.
You said Hebo, I said splash. You didn't have to bring up baths,
I did not have to go to splish splash, but anytime I hear splish and splash, immediately I go, he's taking a bath. Bo, 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 bo.
Gore's got you, I can tell. He's going to sing it once the game starts, don't you worry.
I'm glad someone's got my back into this one. I don't even know if I have my own. Eldritch Hounds, though, the Bakasura, the set is that mid 2v2 combo, a bit more kind of short-range immediate damage, but has that skewer, at least to kind of get that mid lane poke through. We'll see if the Eldritch Hounds can fight back here in game number 2, or the Dragon's going to go up 2-0. Let's find out with the casters.
I'm waiting to see if Myth looks back over. He's been staring at the desk incredulously this
Nobody
whole
said
time.
splish, J-Mac. That was you, man. All Charlie said was splash.
He said it getting a splish splash.
Yeah, good for J-Mac.
Something. Maybe are we supposed to sing Rubber Ducky? What song?
Not we.
I heard Splish Splash, and I don't know what the follow up to that is, and I feel bad because like it felt like he was relying on me.
Right.
And I think Trelly set me up for failure.
Trelly did?
Yeah, because he said that Gore's got his back.
Oh, you're right.
81-19. It's game 2.
Okay.
Dragons versus Hounds. We got to get out of the Splish Splash bubble bath territory.
You could have just said the splash zone.
Damn, you're right! Oh my god!
That would have been good.
Oh, I'm just gonna.
No. Oh, there goes the headset. Oh, he's coming back. He's coming back.
Hindu's probably watching. He's on vacation, but he shouldn't be. But
almost certainly.
You never know.
He's reading Twitter.
Yeah.
Go tweet at Hindu Man if you guys have any complaints about anything besides me. Complaints about me go directly to me. That's it.
If you have complaints about me, just like keep them to yourself. That's where I stand on that one. Because those sit with me at night, man.
Let's talk about some
As a
SMITE.
game, Dragons, Hounds, Gormif, and Vile.
That's right.
As they kick things off. Hey, Hebo, we haven't seen him in a while. What do you like about him in the jungle, and does he fit this meta?
Wow. You know what?
That was
just now I've put together why they were saying Splish Splash. It's because of the Hebo. I mean, out of the jungle, I guess, like, it's the same as anywhere else. It's just a lot of damage. It's just a lot of damage. Good scaling in the late game. Unreactable CC, he's got some of that too. Yeah, he's just fine. If you're going to play a damage-only jungler, something like Camazotz style, do Hebo, but it's magical.
Where did you think the splash came
I don't know. I just didn't think about it.
Okay. Well, he's looking to make a splash in this game. Does that make up for it?
Sure, yeah.
Sure. We can pretend. As he comes into this, I'm always a big fan. Also, fun fact, Hebro, the skin that he's rocking, is the first thing I spent money on in SMITE.
Ooh, that was
years
nice.
and years and years ago. And that was beautiful. A little knock-up as well to avoid the blink, the engage from Oathhh. But I like to see what the Hounds are going for, and that is mainly they're not playing passively right now.
Where's Dardez going?
Well, it looks like he's going to meet Oathhh around the
Is this how that
shield
works?
buff. Have they kind of traded roles here? Because LASBRA is just hanging out in mid overall.
Dardez gets owned for that, right? He, like, chases the Bakasura to contest a camp. You're never out-confirming Bakasura. LASBRA gets a wave. Dardez gets nothing.
An interesting choice, to say the least. Now he might be in actual trouble.
No,
Luckily, he's
fine.
Pele, so yeah, it doesn't seem like he's too worried about it. In the 2v1, though, in mid.
And then they won. He doesn't split this wave. I want to see the charts, the experience charts, after he's finished clearing that one out. It's a net neutral because they 2-split on the Eldritch Hounds. That's interesting. It's a cute little strategy. Doesn't really get a whole lot done, though. If it's anything besides Bakasura, that probably does work out. But Eat Minion, just really good at confirming those buffs. I wonder, maybe NeilMah could be in some trouble here. How long on Abduct? Should be coming up before too long. And if he connects it, might just be able to find his kill. Oh, thinks twice. All right, plays it safe. VaporishCoast likely had Banish anyway. Would have been decent peel.
Well, I'm keeping my eyes on the duo lane for multiple reasons. Last time, that was where pressure was being found. Ratatoskr and Hebo, very different scaling in terms of where the game is, and definitely different impact in terms of stages of the game. And so Coast, like, getting, I guess, a little bullied by Vote and Mike right now. A big deal, but do you expect to see LASBRA? There's no way he's coming over to the dual lane as often or as early as he did last time, right?
No, I think LASBRA's whole interaction point, hold that thought for a moment, is that purple buff, I believe, is confirmed by the Eldritch Hound support. The interaction point for LASBRA into VaporishCoast is, when does Water Spout Crushing Wave kill? At what point is that the entirety of my combo? Once it's, yeah, that's
going to
kill,
Neil, or Mike.
could work.
And they're going to go for it. That's about as easy as you can get there. Neil, since the purple buff, right, you mentioned the secure, and then just slows Mike down, and he's constantly punching him, stunning him. I thought Oathhh was just going to stop the shield buff, but they go in, and Mifflin, what a simple, quick, and easy first blood.
Yeah, the slight overextension there. I wonder how close Mike was to ticking to 5. If he grabs that purple, does he hit 5?
Oh.
Does he get Scarab's Blessing? Does Vote have ultimate as well? Does that make it a little bit more difficult for the Eldritch Hounds to confirm that kill? Hard to say. Certainly worth thinking about, though. Eldritch Hounds, though, do strike for first blood. Kill allocated into the jungle should help him out in getting that Golden Blade available as quickly as possible. And that's the point where Oathhh gets to say, all right, done with PvP. I'm just going to hyper farm. I should be able to outpace LASBRA in the jungle, establish a slight lead, then just rotate through, use that Regurgitate whenever it's up, and try and force out some of those relics.
And that's going to change out the pace. Only slightly, though. First Blood bounty, maybe actually even a little shy of the full First Blood bounty in favor of the Hounds. About 500-ish gold. LASBRA.
Oh, that's
maybe
a good
looking for some
wall.
help. Great wall, great double tap, good damage. Alice the Yellow River used to
blink.
close gap. Wow, I didn't even realize that LASBRA used this blink there. So yeah, not a great blink at all. And then Ducky, despite a great setup play by Nika, gets to walk on out of there. Blue buff is going to be up for contention. Vote fighting to the best of his ability, but after that kill on the mic, Coast has come back in this game, and it looks like the blue buff invade on the other side wasn't going to happen anyway. And so, right now, Hounds have to be feeling great just over the first 5.5 minutes of this. More in control than we saw at any point in Game 1.
Yeah, much better this time around. I think it's primarily that LASBRA is not playing that early game hyper carry style jungle. It's a late game hyper carry jungle, so we'll have to delay some of the aggression that has become so closely associated with the Jade Dragons jungler. Was interested to see that pillar stun from Vote, but the DR onto VaporishCoast means that Desert's Fury not exactly going to land a whole lot of shots afterward. I'm looking at LASBRA's build. Looks like Doom Orb in first slot, maybe. That would really speed up his build. It's something I've been seeing a lot from Maman Brigitte builds as of recent on streams. Just get it stacked up early on, get your Doom Orb, get your movement speed, sell it a little bit later for something like a Ratatoskr, if you so choose. So anything to speed up this Hebo's point of interaction, anything to speed up that power spike where he feels like an actual threat on map, I'm a pretty big fan of. And even considering LASBRA is slightly ahead in experience, pretty interesting. And it's not just LASBRA. Dardez also nursing a slight lead, has just finished stacking his Soul Eater. So Benny's opportunities to just bully Dardez essentially gone.
Oh my god, Neil, oh no, Mike!
Didn't need it.
Oh yeah, didn't need it.
Might have needed it.
Yeah, now he needed it.
Wouldn't have helped.
Unfortunate scenario, yeah, you would have just pulled him back in. Now gets whooped. I didn't think it was going anywhere. Oathhh, tons of damage onto Vote there with the ultimate. And unfortunately for Mike, missing. Doesn't give the reset over. I don't know if it really makes that big of a difference. Like you said, Vote ends up dying anyway. Probably is chased down, period, if that ult connects anyway. So, another kill onto the jungler. Up into the sky goes Nika. Is he going in?
He wouldn't.
And he wouldn't. You're absolutely right. Instead, he goes back to his tier 1 tower. So Oathhh kind of gets away with murder.
Yeah, I'm liking Oath's play so far. Very fast. Vote forward. Leaps into the tower. Double impale. Looks real cool. Doesn't do a whole lot. Keep your eyes on LASBRA, though. Still has that ultimate. Decides to head back to base anyway. Thought maybe we'd see him try and wrap around behind that tower. Keep that pressure up. Crushing wave, I mean, essentially an execute considering how low both Coast and NeilMah were. But instead, a reset to neutral as Oathhh returns, I should say, to the scene of the crime. Does PBM have the mobility to get away from him? Answer's yes.
Dardez, half health from BennyQ. Benny might be overstaying his welcome. LASBRA's here. You had mentioned it still has his ult. Just does not have the close gap or the damage online. Finish the Doom Orb. And so maybe we're going to get to see a little bit from the Hebo. But as of right now, it is just back to not even net neutral. Almost 2,000 gold even in favor of the Eldritch Hounds. And we're only 9 minutes in. That's a good spot to be feeling. Coast, in fact, feeling very good. Was looking for the potential either to solo outvote or to catch him off guard. Does, I think, catch a very slim but peak nonetheless at Mike in the jungle. and plays it safe. But the farm game going towards the Freya. The kill game going towards the Bakasura. And the Dragons got to figure out where they are in this grand scheme. And it might be right here, right now. 4v2 is going to be the attempted gank over around the purple buff. Forced Ghost up in the sky. Ghost ults back, spreads the damage out. Not too much on any individual target. With Oathhh in the neighborhood. BennyQ potentially rotating in. The Dragons decide to wash their hands of it and back off.
I wonder if the Dragons could have potentially looked towards the Gold Fury there. Valkyrie's discretion down. Win condition on killing Coast is to make him step up again. One way to do it would have been to pull that objective, and likely that Coast would have stepped back up considering he hadn't taken too much damage up until that point. Still watching LASBRA. Need to see a little bit more from this Hebo now. Need to have some sort of impact on map. He's hovering on the left-hand side. Has Blink, has Ultimate. Has a lot of damage, but not enough to do it all on his own. So back to base he goes once more. Hebo. It's a slow starter out of the jungle.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Spear of Desolation is that power point. 2-item power spike for the majority of magical junglers feels really, really good. That's when you're actually stacking up some of that damage, so it could be that LASBRA has his eyes set on that. But if that's the case, hasn't exactly been spending the most time farming up either. It's an expensive build, but he shouldn't be this far down in gold. I mean, I'm thinking Oathhh might be the majority of this gold deficit.
Well, Coast in a little bit of trouble. Vote stops with the autos. That's because Oathhh is over here. There's the regurgitate from the Bakasura. Locks down Vote. Couple autos. Great leap. And that creates enough space, but isn't enough space. NeilMah pokes his head into the jungle. Not going to be able to find anything. Does have Mike on lock. And that might actually end up being a massive threat. Supports on support violence. Nothing to be worried about. But the Freya and the Bakasura still in the neighborhood. Maybe change that tune a little bit. LASBRA. They go for a blue buff invade. And you need Nika to help peel him away. And so small victories, I would say, exist here for the Dragons, Mifflin, but it really does feel like this has been a Hounds-paced game, and it's still going to be. Dragons come in, but the Hounds confirm themselves a Gold Fury. They're getting low. Dardez tries to create some space and find a kill. BennyQ's low. Someone's got to be able to chase him down, but no, it's a leap in from Oathhh, and that's where the Dragons find their first kill of the game. BennyQ, Neil low. But nobody else is over here to try and capitalize on it. Mike and Vote chase down Coast, but it is a 1 for Fury trade. The Dragons finding the kill, the Hounds getting the gold.
Dragons should be able to grab this purple buff too. If they've got eyes for it, could have stole away those bat camps, but instead will reset themselves. I think the difference here really is, and it's entirely, that LASBRA has not been active in the jungle. And it's hard to say that it's going to come back and bite them majorly. LASBRA does get to spend some time farming up, and because Oathhh sends the grayscale, does have now a slight experience lead once more. But so much of what goes well for the Jade Dragons in Game 1 is all afforded to you by LASBRA's hyper-aggression. And that's every set the Jade Dragons have played so far this year. LASBRA, when he's having a great early game, is a good game for the Jade Dragons. So putting him on this late-game slanted pick, I think, just not playing to their strengths, it gives the Eldritch Hounds a little bit of space to establish their own leads. Oathhh clearly feeling great about it, just doing whatever he wants.
I cannot believe Vote juked the leap and stayed alive as long as he did. Does still die. Oathhh dropped the ult, but Vote, with some good juke shoes, prolongs that as much as possible. So now, Mifflin, I think the real question is, we're 13 minutes in. We're hitting the mid-game stride. Have to maybe hold that thought, because Dardez does get rooted, does get stunned, does have a set now looking at him. That skewer does a ton, but it is not enough to find the kill. And so it brings me to blink beads for both mid and jungle on the Dragons. You got beads for a majority of these players. But is this a team that is going to scale well? Like, are we holding our breath for something that's never going to happen? Or are we actually going to get to see maybe a little bit more punchback than what we've gotten so far?
I think it will, specifically with the Khepri Hebo combo. So often Hebo has to play that little mini game of, okay, I can hit Crushing Wave and I can hit a lot of people, but it might put me in a really bad position. You don't have to play that game when you have Khepri. It's, I'll hit all 5 and I'll just die immediately afterward, and hopefully I teleport back to my support. So there's a lot of opportunities for scaling come late game. A lot of opportunities for dive between Nika, LASBRA, and Dardez. Votes relatively self-sufficient in the backline on the Anhur. CC immunity plus elite means you're going to be pretty evasive so long as that's what you're playing for. So I think the Jade Dragons in the 5-on-5 will have a good deal of punchback. It's just about mitigating loss and making sure the Eldritch Hounds don't pull much further ahead than they are right now. If you can keep this gold lead around where it is, keep experience around where it is, buy yourself another 5-6 minutes, feels like the Jade Dragons will be in an okay position to start winning out on team fights. The Eldritch Hounds win condition, by extension, is just keep the pressure up. I want to see them around that Pyromancer. I want to see them playing aggressively there. I want to see them on top of that gold free once it respawns. In the next 5 minutes, or over the course of the next 5 minutes, the Eldritch Hounds are going to be very, very strong. They've hit significant power spikes. Kin size, Golden Blade for Oathhh, so he's faster, hits a little bit harder. Ducky's having a good time in his lane, about a level lead, make that 2 now over Nika. Feels like...
Well, you've got everything you maybe want if you're the Dragons.
Oh, God.
All of a sudden, it felt great for the Hounds. And then Dardez
Was my timer wrong?
finds the kill. LASBRA finds a kill.
No!
Pyromancer goes the way of the Dragons. Maybe, Mifflin, maybe they heard you and decided to kind of up the scale on the timing. Ducky goes in for the ult, does not steal away the Pyro. Dragons managed to secure that one off the mark from LASBRA.
Did he get the dash?
But it does not matter. Wall is there, and the damage is good. The dash into the wall, it stays up just a little
so
too long.
fast.
And now, not Oathhh, not just Benny, but you get Ducky and Pyro too. Neil has to run away before the Dragons continue an onslaught over on the right side of the jungle.
Eldritch Hounds let off the gas for 30 seconds. I couldn't even finish saying they shouldn't before the Jade Dragons absolutely punish him for it. Dardez hits his serrated edge spike, says, I've now got penetration. It's of the percentage variety, and I will be leveraging it. And he just does. PBM's there, so you feel confident in any bit of aggression. Doesn't even need to use the Scarab's Blessing. Easy pickups into an immediate objective. And now, what I was projecting to be a Eldritch Hounds grouping on Pyromancer into grouping on Goldfree now could just be the Jade Dragons doing it themselves. They have expedited the entire process. LASBRA even decides, 1, it's not Spear of Desolation, it's Divine Ruin, a little bit of anti-heal, but 2, he's got enough damage that he feels like he can just go Breastplate of Valor. That's not exactly a confident moment now for the Eldritch Hounds, who are really relying on physical damage burst to shut down LASBRA. I feel like if LASBRA has had made contact with VaporishCoast, they're able to hit each other, the Jade Dragons are already winning that team fight. So you really need Oathhh and Benny to be able to threaten out this Hebo. Silver Breastplate's not the end of the threat, but it's the beginning of it. The end, that is. The beginning
of the end.
That's right.
Definitely something to be worried about then, I think, right now, if you are the Hounds, because like you said, the timing suddenly changes. 17 minutes in, Tier 1 on the right side goes to Ducky. So some small gold leads after it was stripped away. Beacon, 17-20, goes over towards the Dragons. And Mifflin, they keep it about 1,000 gold separating them. The experience has shifted pretty dramatically. Mike was actually up a level, now he's down a level. But LASBRA, I believe, was down a level, now he's up a level. So you put the experience in the right spots. And if you're really lucky, you might be able to pick up this Fury or force a fight around it. They've got a pretty heavy grouping from the Dragons on left. It doesn't look like, at least without the solo laners, they're going to go for it just yet.
It's an early Silver Branch pickup for Oathhh. A lot of different itemization in this game. The Atalantas for Vote as well. Slightly different from what we'd seen from every other team so far this week. Wouldn't expect anything else between the Jade Dragons and the Eldritch Hounds, though. These guys certainly have their own ideas on what should be played and how. Breastplate of Valor finished up for LASBRA, so 20% CDR means crushing wave more often, water spout more often, water cannon as well, just by nature of how CDR works, but
yeah,
that's on such a low cooldown that you're not super feeling it. So Eldritch Hounds now going to have an even harder time securing their kills. And it is such a major tempo shift, isn't it? All of a sudden, we're just diving the tower. Benny forced to use the beads defensively. Jade Dragons take the tower. Ducky trying his best to keep up. Doesn't have a global, though, so how could he? And the Jade Dragons, do they keep it rolling? Primal Fury grouped up. Oracle Vision belongs to them. VaporishCoast too far to help. Where are the Hounds?
Where are the Hounds? Not here. Not Primal. Open and easy for the Dragons. And Mifflin, I mean, it really was just a change of pace. Dardez, you called it, hits serrated edge. And it feels like that singular moment opened up a world for the Dragons that had, prior to that, been closed off for them. Which is maybe even more unfortunate for the Hounds because they had been doing so well. And some of their engagements, their farm had been doing great. They're at least going to pull back a Pyromancer this time to keep things from spiraling too far out of control. Can they get too much else is really the big question. They're going to go for a fight. Nika forced to go up into the air and makes it there before Oathhh can find the last few hits. Falls back, gives a small reset. Hitting 20 minutes. This time last game, the Dragons were making a feint towards the Titan thinking they could win.
Watch Vote.
Now you have to be a little more careful. Vote.
What's he doing all the way over there?
What is he doing over here? I guess just farming.
Yeah, maybe he was thinking there could have been an opportunity to look towards Fire Giant. You know that Oathh's on reset. But the Jade Dragons don't exactly have the DPS to just straight up do Fire Giant. Instead, we have back to base for Vote, who once more decides time best spent around the Fury. Eldritch Hounds picking it out. They seem to realize that's exactly what the Jade Dragons are vying for. Dragons are not strong enough just yet to just do Fury in the face of the Hounds. Still is a slight gold deficit for them, nearly 1,000. But the team fight could look pretty decent. Fire Giant's pulled, revealed now to the Eldritch Hounds. There's no DPS behind it.
Ducky seemed to be a little bit of a target, but now it's going to be a double whoop from Coast. Create some space, force the Dragons frontliners to fall back. A fight could potentially end up turning to a Dragons Fire Giant pull. They're going to have it Mike, Vote, starting things up for the DPS. Nika, LASBRA, and Dardez waiting for a response from the Hounds. Neil spotted out, walled off, double tapped. But he's relatively tanky. Ducky deep in the back line, BennyQ over towards the right of the FG pit. And it seems like that is enough of a presence that the Dragons go ahead and drop it, and then Vote immediately walks back in to pick it back up and see where they can get things going. Again, it's not burning fast, Miff, so they've got time to work with and play around.
They do. NeilMah spots it out once more, so the Eldritch Hounds realize Fire Giant's pulled. This time, though, actually dropped pretty low. If LASBRA can get into the pit, he's got best confirmed.
25% still falling. LASBRA goes in. Damage is good, but it's Mike right now who's getting shredded. Has to use the ult on himself. Vote gets taken down. Mike should fall shortly thereafter as the chase is on. Nika looking for BennyQ, not able to find it, at least not before Dardez goes down. And it looks like not at all.
Wow.
Meanwhile, you gift a 25% HP Fire Giant over to the Hounds. They're not done chasing. Ducky still chasing down Nika as best he can. LASBRA forced back. And Mifflin, what a play gone wrong for the Dragons.
Yeah, 3 back-to-back Fire Giant pulls over the course of 2 minutes, all in the face of the Eldritch Hounds, while the Jade Dragons are behind, by the way. They split up on map. LASBRA's not close enough to follow up. Can't confirm the objective. Instead has to use Crushing Wave through the Eldritch Hounds to try and rejoin the rest of the Dragons. Mike forced the ultimate defensively. It's just Mike and Vote playing together. I mean, that was ugly, Gore. It really was an ugly attempt from the Jade Dragons. And now it's the Eldritch Hounds who went out on the team fight and grabbed the Fire Giant, pushed the gold lead even more in their favor, and have plenty more gold to collect on maps. Stygian Beacon, that's theirs. Tier 1 mid tower, also theirs. Based on timing, can only believe the Oni Fury is going to go over the Eldritch Hounds with 0 response from the Jade Dragons. If the Dragons were that confident, I would have much preferred them to stick together, play as a 5-man unit, hovering that Fire Giant. Maybe Nika can be solo agent, trying to zone or picking out individual targets, poking with the hammer. But because the Jade Dragons are so split, the option of coin toss the objective, let's at least grab it for ourselves, not there. Turn and burn, take the team fight, also not there. Just a weird, weird grouping there.
And maybe just a weird, weird draft. Considering things, like you said, haven't given them the way that they want to maybe pace out this game.
But the draft itself isn't even poor from the Jade Dragons.
It's just been execution.
It's execution, but if it were Hebo mid, Pele jungle, we're just talking about a normal composition, right? So as far as how the 5-on-5 plays, we've seen this style of draft from plenty of teams in the SPL. I think this one really just comes down to decision-making on objective. Maybe there's a disagreement in how they want to play it, but even then, you could just avoid it entirely by not pulling the fire. The Eldritch Hounds never make that play. The Eldritch Hounds never pull Fire Giant there. There's zero threat the Hounds take it for themselves. That only happens because the Jade Dragons chose it to happen.
All right, now, the Jade Dragons' choices have led to a 7,000 gold deficit. Hounds feeling pretty confident as they are knocking on tier 2s. Mid is going to be the target. Double whoop one more time from Ghost. He's on point. Forces Mike to use the ult on himself again. And they're going to kill the Khepri nonetheless. Forces the shell out on top of it. Ghost into the sky. Rains hellfire from above. Spreads the dragons out thin. 4v5 for the next 30 seconds without Mike. And in a position, well, they're going to go ahead and fall back, right? Not risk too much. They've got money to spend. And Mifflin, for a Fire Giant they didn't ask for, they've made this power play work really well for them. Objectives, towers, no Phoenixes as of yet. And they're going to grab a Pyromancer, it feels like, on the tail end of this one. Once we get to this area, though, sub a minute, the idea of knocking down anything that's not that right tier 2 becomes pretty difficult.
Yeah, I mean, even then, the gold lead is now so large, 10,000, that I think the Eldritch Hounds keep pressure up while they wait on Fire Giant. Frequently, we'll see a 1-minute timer on Fire Giant. You're waiting on the respawn. All right, let's back to base, grab some wards, get ready for the dance. Eldritch Hounds so far ahead now and have enough sustain to play with between Ducky's self-healing, Oathh's self-healing, and NeilMah's team-wide healing. I think they could just pressure a tier 2 to control the rotation path of the Jade Dragons. Be a good use of their time, then peel back towards the Fire Giant, if they so choose. It is worth noting that 10 minutes ago when we were talking about breastplate for LASBRA, he's got it now, and he's upgraded the glyph, but we haven't seen any of that damage increase. I mean, Protector of the Jungle helps a little bit, but need to see a little bit more penetration, some percent penetration for sure for LASBRA. That Hebo is not exactly threatening right now. Crushing Wave is not the delete button that it normally is. Jade Dragons struggling to find exactly how they're going to start these fights, too. I mean, Mike can grab Abduct, and we've seen it a few times. Abduct immediately caught out by either NeilMah's stun or VaporishCoast banish, excuse me. And there just has been no damage follow-up. It's a relatively low-range assassin mid laner, so Dardez can't exactly do it. Nika is not doing the most damage right now either. Vote has no AoE. Jade Dragons need to kill the first guy they make contact with.
Well, they tried. BennyQ, half health. Nika up into the sky. Dardez goes forward. Dardez has the ult from Mike, gets the res, but he's going to find himself surrounded by 4. Nika's dunk doesn't get anything done. And instead, you've lost 2 now on the Dragons, looking like a 3rd as the chase is just clean and well executed. They go in to the tier 2 on right. Low health bars for the Hounds. And they're going to go ahead and call that off. 40 seconds without Dardez or Vote. Another 30 before you've got Mike. Nika, LASBRA in a spot where they can at least step up to stop the Fire Giant from being pulled. But I don't know how long that's going to last here, Mifflin. The Dragons getting smacked around here in game 2.
Yeah, Eldritch Hounds need to reset quickly. I thought Vote would go back to base to heal, but if someone else is taking fire, he'll heal off a Fire Giant. Need the team there quick, though. PBM now on respawn, 10 seconds on Dardez and Vote. Fire Giant finally pulled by the Hounds. Nika nearby, LASBRA as well, but LASBRA handled by Oathhh towards the center of the map. Will be pushing them all back, and Nika not going to step forward here. So the Eldritch Hounds will grab their second Fire Giant of the game, this time their choice. Before it was handed to them by the Jade Dragons, this time stripped away from the Jade Dragons by the Hounds. Speaking of, tier 2 tower, I don't think long for this world. And all of this, everything that's happened over the last 10 or so minutes is off of the back of one miscalculated Fire Giant pull. Call it 3, actually. 3 back-to-back miscalculated Fire Giant pulls from the Jade Dragons.
Yeah.
And now it's the Eldritch Hounds. I mean, this is long shot odds. I just really don't see the damage here for Jade Dragons. They just haven't got it. We're still sitting on magic focus for LASBRA.
Since now
Obshard.
upgraded it to Obshard. We'll see if we get to really see much out of it. 1-0-1, right? The slash line doesn't necessarily say too much, but then you look over towards the damage charts and you see that he is just a couple thousand above the Terra. And you're wondering where this Hebo is and what his total goal is for this game. So far, it has not been hitting people.
Hey, you don't want LASBRA on scalers. I know we're doing like analysis for like P's and B's and stuff now, but it just feels like when LASBRA is able to get involved in the early game, the Jade Dragons do so much better. And because they late slanted their jungler so much, now they're playing into a deficit because they didn't have a jungler for the first 15 or so minutes. That by the time LASBRA is strong, I'm not sure he's going to be strong enough to be the difference maker. The Eldritch Hounds have already done too much.
Now they're standing. Fire Giant still on 5. 2 minutes left for their power play. This is going to be the last normal Fire Giant we have of the game, as the next one will be enhanced, and that's assuming we even get to a next one. Phoenix is all exposed for the Dragons. Mifflin, defense-wise, feels like they're going to be struggling a little bit. A lot of good damage, and a lot of good damage in a very single spot. But is it going to be enough to repel the Hounds here? And maybe even enough, at base just to get rid of the minions so that they know they have some space to work with.
It's going to be tough. No standard mage here for the Jade Dragons. And when I say that, no standard AoE can keep the wave out style mage. LASBRA not going to be able to use that Protector of the Jungle very well when he's playing inside of his own Phoenix. Eldritch Hounds, pretty high sustain and plenty of time on Fire Giant, can pepper in damage. No runic bombs in play for the Hounds, though. Means the all-in on the bird going to be difficult to do.
Ducky goes in. Nika throws out the wall. They're looking for some stuns in a separated fight. Isolation turned onto Ducky. Takes a few Phoenix shots. They're not able to find him, nor Oathhh, who pre-beads and is able to disengage.
No.
They're going to get out of there, but now BennyQ, no beads to his name. Damage is
Aegis
there, but no one is able to close it off. A beautiful Aegis keeps him alive and keeps him running. What a great play from the Hounds mid laner. And now the chase is on. LASBRA wants this kill. He's able to find it, but it costs him his life. 1 for 1 there. And Ducky is looking to make up for that deficit. Jumps in, gets rid of Dardez. If it's not for the knockup from Vote, might have found Nika as well, and is still looking for it. Buying space, buying time, gets Oathhh deep in there. Finds 4 of the Dragons, 1 whoop and 1 kill. A deicide for the Hounds, and game 2 goes their way.
Hebo was not it, man. Even in the last team fight, I'm watching LASBRA the whole time, and he's just chasing one-shot Benny through the jungle. Couldn't quite connect the damage, mistimes the water spout. Aegis finds additional value. Jade Dragons just could not get a whole lot done there. The Eldritch Hounds, they don't win the early game, or not hard enough for me to say that's why they're in that position. It really was Fire Giant misplay into massive lead that is never lost to the Hounds.
But if you look at the positives, the Dragons avoid the scariest thing that they can
That's right.
have.
No
It's a 2-0
reverse
lead.
sweep. No reverse sweep for the Dragons this time.
Unfortunately for them, that does mean that they are guaranteed going 4, and we do get to see, I think, what me and you were more or less expecting coming into this set, which was going to be a little more back and forth between these teams. That being said, Game 1, very Dragons-heavy, controlled win. Game 2, very Hounds-heavy, controlled win. We haven't gotten to see a lot of that back-and-forth tug-of-war that I had maybe thought was going to happen in the set.
We saw back and forth one time.
Yeah.
It was Dragons were
one
here,
back, one forth.
and the Hounds just yank it all, and they say, we're not giving it back, okay? The mom said it's my turn to get a win, okay? Give me the controller. And that's all that happens, man. It's a frustrating way for that game, which was competitive and had the makings of a really back-and-forth match, of one where we could see some Fire Giant dances. It's a really frustrating way for things to fall together.
And the question, I guess now for the Dragons is, what do you change? Maybe the Hebo.
Maybe.
For the Hounds, what do you keep rolling? Because it feels like so much lined up for you there. Oathhh getting a lot more active. Coast able to hit a lot of things. Fun spikes, fun game, fun set. There's still more to be had. That's just Game 2. We're going at least 4 right after this.
Game number 2 starts off hot for the Eldritch Hounds. Good rotations from Oathhh throughout this early game, able to help his team get the early lead necessary, Trelly, in order to really kind of kick things off right. It was where the struggle was for the Eldritch Hounds in game number 1. They cleaned that up in here in game 2, and even with the Jade Dragons able to fight back a little bit, the objectives really became the name of the game for the Hounds here.
Yeah, and that was kind of their game plan, I would assume, right? Drafting something like the Bakasura means that you're going to be, prioritizing farm for a bit, but then you get that enhanced farming, you get online. Oathhh had a fantastic performance in this game, and unfortunately, because he got so far ahead, it seemed like LASBRA was never able to catch back up, right? We were talking about how much magical damage that Hebo could do if given some space. He didn't get much space. It was sort of a quiet game from LASBRA in that regard, and I think You know, the casters highlight it well. It was the attempted fire pull into just the wipe, and then from that point, the other towns were not letting go at any point. I think VaporishCoast also pretty consistent this game on the Freya. One of those picks where you'd think would have been underneath a lot of pressure, but unfortunately that went towards VaporishMike. The duo lane in particular was getting a lot of the ganks from Oathhh early on, and of course, Neil and VaporishCoast get a pretty big lead because of that.
And in this fight here in particular, so much commit to try and kill BennyQ.
Yep.
And they do, but look what it already costs them health bar-wise. LASBRA goes down immediately after, Dardez falls, and then Nika is able to teleport away, but Ducky and Neil are able to juke and jive long enough for Oathhh to clean up the remainder of the kill, Ducky to dive right back in and get one before it's straight out and Voko's down at the end. Just a bit too much overcommitment, maybe tunnel visioning a little too hard, the Jade Dragons, in a couple of these team fights, and they do end up tumbling in game number 2, which ties up the set. So that brings 2 pieces of good news, Charlie.
Okay.
Hounds find a win, brings us to a game number 4.
Yeah, that's great.
And the Dragons can't get reverse swept. And that's good news for the Dragons fans, because every single time Dragons go up 2-0, it's kind of a hold your breath moment. Is this going to be another sweep? Are they going to be able to close this one out?
Sigh of relief.
Sigh of relief
Yep.
for the Jade Dragons and the Jade Dragons fans.
They don't have to worry about that one. Now they can just focus on, coming back from game number 2. In this spot, I think working on getting LASBRA, a character that comes online a bit earlier, could be a great way to alleviate some of that stress that Oathhh really put on them in the early game, because as far as I'm concerned, Hebo does have a decent early, but you really need to be able to find some scrappy kills. You have to slow down and threaten Bakasura, which was not happening too often. So I tend to agree with Miff. He said something along the lines of get LASBRA on an early game jungler, something that just, spawns in at level 2 ready to fight, and I think that'd be a good look as well.
Now we'll jump into picks and bans for game number 3 and see if the Jade Dragons are able to flip things back around, get LASBRA on one of those early characters. A small milestone that haven't really gotten a chance to bring up because so far hasn't gotten a single kill in this set. Game 1, an 0-0-14 performance, 0-5 in that last one. PBM is 3 kills away from 1,000 kills over the course of his career. We'll see if Mike can get those over the course of these next couple of games.
So he hasn't gotten a kill yet.
He has not gotten a kill this set.
Because he was 0-14 game 1.
And then
fantastic performance.
And then an 0-5 and I think like 6 game or something like that before on the Khepri.
Okay.
So he walked into the set with 997 career kills and has not been able to get them because he had a perfect support game in game number 1, but wasn't able to grab anything on the Khepri game 2. So maybe Mike can get one this game. Bring him a little bit closer. He's got, at bare minimum, he's got 2 games to get 3 kills.
I want to see him get 3 in the first 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah. That'd be the easiest way to go about it.
Doesn't necessarily mean I don't want to see the Hounds get those 3 kills as well. It just, that's the kind of action we'd prefer, right? If there's 3 kills in 5 minutes, that's looking a little bit better than, hey, first blood at, 12 minutes or so. So we'll see if that's the kind of game that we are set up for. Ban-wise, though, the Eldritch Hounds' second pick, which is more often than not the preferred spot for a lot of these teams. So the Jade Dragons have put themselves in a position where they banned away Thor. I mean, there's a lot of these top meta picks open, namely the Chernobog, right? That's something that a lot of these teams are trying to grab early on. The other times have to think about this one. Do they even want to let the Chernobog be up for discussion? What 2 picks do they get if they leave Chernobog open? And if they do, what are they taking away in return? This one they have to think about, right? They have plenty of time to do so, but you already know you're not getting that Freya back. Olorun, still very powerful at the moment. Pele, still a topic of conversation. It looks like they will ban away the Cherno. They don't want to deal with it, and I think probably a smart call.
And to add to the Chernobog conversation, still the only god right now with a 100% pick ban rate in the Road to Worlds phase. Over the course of the, I believe, 62 games we've now had on record, Chernobog has been in either a pick or a ban every single one of those. The next highest after that has been Yemoja, and then Athena following immediately after, seeing I think about 93.5% and 92% on those 2. But won't be seeing them play this game. Instead, a little bit match the ban column for the Eldritch Hounds, who have taken away the top 3 gods at the moment. But it does offer the Jade Dragons the Amaterasu, and this is something that Nika has played many a times already this phase, has looked good on just about every single one of those games, and it's just a solid first pick for the Dragons to start things out.
Immediately countered with a pick that I've been loving from Ducky, that
Oh,
Hercules. As far as I'm concerned, one of the top solo laners at the moment that you can go towards just because of that pressure and that ease of execution late game. You just wait for someone to hit one pull, and that could be the go button. Start your fight. Get some Dharmic Pillars in the back as well. Gonna be a strong top 2 there for the Eldritch Hounds. But do the Jade Dragons try and counter and pick a support here, or do they just wait and say, hey, we already know what this Ganesh is going to do. We can prioritize elsewhere. The Dragons in particular are a team that it's hard to really track their draft order, you know? There's some teams where I'm like, they have to grab mid lane here. They absolutely have to. There's no way they're going to sit back. But sometimes they're like, okay, we got to get Mike's pick as early as possible. And other times we're like, you know what, Mike, take a back. See, we're going to wait and see exactly how the rest of this draft goes before we decide if we need to grab our support. The fact that the Ganesh has already been grabbed, though, means you could certainly try and grab a support here and try not to get banned out. Because duo lane pressure has been a point of contention so far this set. A lot of the action that Oathhh was able to find in game number 2 came through just trying to farm Mike and vote.
I think some of that may be a credit to what supports are left open when it does get there for the Jade Dragons. Is Ares available? Yes. Snap lock the Ares. Is Yemoja up? Yes. Go ahead and grab that. Same with the Athena kind of mentality.
Same
Other
with
than
Afro,
that,
yeah.
Well, I meant for a top number 1 pick. Top 3 can be a little bit more flexible in that case, which it will be Olorun Afro, so a magical duo for the Jade Dragons. Which Mike has been looking a bit better on the selection in recent games. Has been able to finally find a win with this pick, but into what's currently drafted up, Amaterasu and Olorun alongside it, feels like you're lacking a bit of that immediate initiation, that quick CC accessible to jump in there. And one of the things that we always bring up as a conversation, Charlie, is maybe that lack of the hard carry so far for the Jade Dragons and for Mike to attach to.
Yeah, so far the Olorun will do a little bit of justice early game, but yeah, late game you're going to want a little bit of extra damage, a little bit of hard carry potential, a little bit more at least, which could be what LASBRA tries to go to in the bottom 2. With that though, the Susano locked in early here for the Eldritch Hounds. A pick that more often than not goes towards the jungle. There are some assassins that have that ability to go mid. I don't usually attribute that Susano to it, but in this case I think Oathhh probably takes this one and just tries to look towards, once again, that duo pressure. I mean, Olorun can be a sitting duck at times if given a correct placement of a Typhoon, or if you just have your beads that, you know, get out of that sanctified field. Olorun does need a little bit of extra help. Even with Afro alive, could be scary.
Susano coupled with Rom for the Eldritch Hounds. Taking a look at the bans though, the Morgan and Pele removing one of those potential hard carries for the Dragons mid laner. And on the opposite end, Baba Yaga and Soul banned away by the Dragons. So with the Hunter, the dual lane round out for the Hounds, the question is the Susano gonna go to BennyQ? Is it gonna go to Oathhh? Reasonably for me that it probably goes over to Oathhh. That's been one of his hard carry assassins out of the jungle. So where do the Jade Dragons round their composition off? Now, we have seen Aphrodite go mid with this team before. Have seen it go in the support role as well. So we'll see if that does end up landing with Mike or with Dardez. Daji locked in. Gives you maybe not a hard carry for a late game, but definitely gives you something that you can apply some extra pressure and some major threat on beads with.
Yeah, I wouldn't be upset about, you know, Afro kissing to a Daji and just running through the jungle late game trying to find a 1v1 or a 2v2, right? I think that is the exact kind of pick that the Jade Dragons were after. You've got good targets for that ultimate. Susano and Ganesha are going to have to find some other forms of CC immunity besides beads if they want to always have an answer for this Powell out. And Rama as well, just a very nice, relatively safe hard carry you can throw into the duo lane. No problem. I'm going to not touch that for a second. Yeah, I was going to say, I can analyze an Anubis till the cows come home, but it's just a matchup I think Anubis was good into, not particularly. The Discordia, however, a little bit different. Does provide some pretty solid CC. You want to give your passive over to someone who is going to get active early, get that passive, get the extra damage, and be able to carry with it. And from what I see, either Oathhh or Ducky could take that pretty convincingly, right? The Hercules likes to box early, wouldn't mind getting some extra damage, and Oathhh with a Discordia passive is a scary thought. But the Jade Dragons have a composition here that I don't think they want to sit by early game, right? I think they were a little bit upset that they weren't able to do anything early, and this composition tells me, hey, we're not doing that anymore, right? We are going to try to meet them head on with that early pressure.
And speaking to that early pressure for the Jade Dragons, kind of flip opposite side here. The Eldritch Hounds, is this a composition that can sort of match that early fighting, or is this one that the Hounds have drafted to try and just sit back, kind of passively wait a little bit longer, maybe get to that mid-late game before they get active?
Well, I think that the Eldritch Hounds are going to come out swinging regardless of composition, just because that's the way they want to play. But it's not going to be easy in duo lane in particular, right? Rama and Ganesh are not bringing much to the table as far as a team fight goes, but Oathhh could certainly sit in solo. That is a possibility for sure. I mean, Ducky on the Hercules is going to open some doors. He's going to hit a pull eventually, and if Oathhh is close enough, that could be the go button. That could be the idea to try and dive. The only issue there is, where's LASBRA, right? Do we know where Daji is before I dive this tower? Do we know where Daji is before I use my ultimate? Because if LASBRA shows up after the gank or in the middle of the gank like he's so apt to do, it could just, blow the whole thing wide open. So you just got to make sure you're knowing exactly where these junglers are, ward up, and take very precise fights. You can't just, hope that there's no one here, we're going in. And that's probably not what they would do anyways.
Now, we've seen a lot of not mages going to the mid lane as of recent. We've seen some hunters, we've seen some assassins. What does Hachiman as a mid lane hunter, in this case what I would assume for the Jade Dragons, offer versus maybe some of the other hunters that are available in the pool?
Well, as far as Hachiman versus Olorun, I think that they both prefer a longer lane, just because Olorun wants to use that Sanctified field, he can get out of trouble, but Hachi is much safer. So if I had to choose, I would definitely just throw Olorun in mid, but if Hachi's in mid, then it does have a good ability to try and, chase down, right? You can say, oh, Discordia dash, let's go in. I'm mounted archery, we're going to go. You've got range, incredible range, where you're going to be able to outrange just about anyone sitting in mid besides like a Thoth, right? Your ranged auto attacks can just poke people out. So trying to keep BennyQ at bay and say, hey, we're not letting this Discordia get close to the wave. We're not letting any poke come through. We're just going to be a nuisance. But they could go either way at that point.
Can the Jade Dragons run this one down early, find the lead that they need, and take the lead in the set? Or will the Eldritch Hounds continue the momentum from Game 2? Let's jump right into Game number 3.
That's right, it's time to put their best foot forward here in Game 3. Dragons, Hounds, Myth, Gore, and Vile, who are going to run through this one. And overall, Mifflin, I've got to pick your brain on the vibe check for returning to Aphrodite, because it's one that has been simultaneously kind and evil to so many different people in the league.
Yeah, man.
Oh, wow. Chat doesn't believe in him.
I am of the wholehearted, single-minded, hate-filled belief that Aphrodite just does not belong in competitive SMITE, man. I hate this pick. I hate it so much, man. And you know what? I don't hate it more than anywhere else than I do when Mike's playing it. I'm opening myself up to so much criticism right now. Chat's probably ripping me apart.
Post-game thread.
Mifflin's so biased. And the Jade Dragons, if they win this, he's biased and dumb, but like, it just has not been a consistent win condition. It's not a consistent beads burner. There are not a lot of consistent bead burner on the Jade Dragons, barring LASBRA. So LASBRA's going to have to do a whole lot of getting through the CC so that Nika can get things done. Best case you're going to have is Mike's keeping Vote alive, so it's good counter dive, but the AoE of the Eldritch Hounds is pretty decent. So single target counter dive can only get you so far. We'll see. It's so binary, my view of Jade Dragons and how they play. And it all begins and ends with LASBRA. If they have a good early game, I could care less what Mike's playing. If LASBRA's getting involved and gets 2 kills pre-10 and has a lead or is stealing jungle camps left and right, awesome. But I just don't think a lot of it's going to come from the Aphrodite.
I feel like you just described LASBRA teams for the last, 4 years. We've seen this year, 9, 8, and Season 7. All of them. Very much ride or die on how he performs in the jungle. I know Trelly was saying on the desk that imagines that this is the one that doesn't want to sit around and wait. A team comp for the Dragons needs to get active, and maybe needs to do it pretty quickly. LASBRA, the key to a majority of that. On the Daji, And I keep expecting maybe that. I even mentioned this to Chuck between games, right? The coach for the Hounds, where I was just, I sat through game 2, waiting for the other shooter drop. Like I felt like there was an anticipation constantly there of just waiting for when are the Dragons going to show up that never came. And I'm a little worried that anticipation kind of has risen and ridden its wave into game 3 here, which is waiting for the Dragons. And at least personally, I'm a little nervous that it's not actually going to get started for them. And Mifflin, the only reason it would make me nervous is because then it opens up such a wide field for the Hounds to just have an open world to play with.
And the Hounds have a composition that, given some time, should be able to look real good in the team fight. Anytime you've got a Ganesh on your side, his AoE, as well as the AoE of Typhoon, massive Golden Apple, there's a lot of ways to force out some of the relics here for the Eldritch Hounds. LASBRA should be able to win out on that auto-attack trade, but with Ducky rotating through, becomes a little bit more dicey. Nika, slowly working through his own wave, might just be too late to defend his own blue buff, unwilling. Or the Jade Dragons to take a fight there. That's surprising. You really do have a strong point in Daji, and Susanoo's not all that threatening until he's got the ultimate. Regardless, it's the Eldritch Hounds. First invade, and it goes their way.
We have the Dragons pushing up, unable to secure the purple, but they got a lot of damage onto both Neil and Coast. So it was very impressive, and like you said, Vote hitting hard. And Mike, I think, very applicably using the Aphrodite, not just to enable Vote to continue to play that aggressive, but more importantly, you only get one real good form of CC as Afro. It's kind of the point you were making earlier. You've got the Kiss. It's got to do something in some of these moments. And so at least setting up more damage for Vote is going to be the minimum. Also going to be missing out, looks like a purple buff split, but specifically Vote gets purple. Mike just hangs out in wave. Nothing too crazy. But it is level 5 for Vote, so Sanctified Field's online. We've seen the junglers in both games at this point. Usually that first shield buff is a pretty massive rotation, whether it was for Oathhh or LASBRA. This time around, we don't see any of that. And instead, it's just a little bit of a patience game. And like you, I think, mentioned, Mifflin, and maybe more writing on what you had said, Oathhh doesn't necessarily need to be looking to get active right now.
He should be doing the opposite. Oathhh doesn't have beads, doesn't have a CC immune ultimate, and he's got a Daji on the other side. I'm thinking if LASBRA and Dardez are playing together and Palau ever connects with the Susanoo, it should likely just be Oathh's life. So maybe you play an avoidant play style on this Susanoo. Just ignore LASBRA, try and play your own game on the opposite side of the map. If LASBRA's ganking left, Oathh's on right, and then vice versa. Because for now, I mean, Oathhh is the easiest target on the Eldritch Hounds to knock down. Keep your eyes on LASBRA. I would think LASBRA would try to be hunting him. Maybe another blue buff invade in the cards here, but here it is once more. Oathhh on right, LASBRA on left.
And there was propensity to deal some damage to Nika. Unable to get the full lockdown, but it's more the blue buff. That's the real focus, right? You want the steal, you want the experience. And I don't think you're going to be finding much resistance from the Dragons in an instant like this.
I would really think the Dragons would love to take this fight, too. I mean, defending that blue buff is not impossible. Nika's got good damage already just because Amaterasu, the combo would have been there. Dazzling Offensive, gonna find value. Instead, playing on the other side, NeilMah on the chopping block and eviscerated.
Wow.
Yeah, here's the thing, man. Sanctified Fields, you can just not work through it. Pass a little bit too aggressively through that purple buff on his own. Pays the iron price. NeilMah has beads, too, so would have been a little bit more difficult if LASBRA were forced to go into his own ultimate, but it wasn't the case. And so NeilMah maintains the relic at the cost of his own life.
I'm still impressed just by the sheer damage output that we saw right there. Like, it almost looked like the Dharmic Pillars Neil dropped hurt him because of the way that the Dragons were just able to burn through the entirety of his health bar.
Yeah, you got tricked by Hebo jungle last game. You forgot junglers can hit real hard. They really can.
I'm so used to LASBRA just watching menacingly from the backline.
Yeah, you better not step any further forward. I'll crushing wave you. Spoiler, it didn't happen. Sorry if you missed the last game. Jade Dragons strike first this time around. Put themselves in a decent position going forward. And you gotta keep that pressure up somewhere. So LASBRA clearly eyes for the dual lane, wants to facilitate Vote, wants to keep VaporishCoast down. It's a good way to do it already. 2 levels for the Olorun. Good luck.
Well, now
He's
Yeah, So not going to get as aggressive as maybe he could have. Vote otherwise was in an awful spot to be in. There were 3 of the Hounds that could have chased him down. If Oathhh has had enough for 1 pull in, it could have been enough. Vote, no Sanctified Fields, did have the beads, so maybe a little bit of wiggle room. But again, that's a big what-if scenario. LASBRA unable to get the dash onto BennyQ. And so damage comes out of the nail. Real quick, real easy, real smooth first blood, which is the same things I was saying about Oathh's last game. And so the Dragons maybe trying to replicate what the Hounds did and just kind of have a slow choke out that forces the Hounds to unfortunately for them, bleed out by 1,000 cuts.
That was one of the highest value leaps we've ever seen. Benny gets blink from LASBRA just by leaping, basically. LASBRA tries to get in range for the Trickster Spirit. Even had he closed gap, I'm thinking Benny's just fine because he still has those beads available. Just wanted to take the fight while Golden Apple is down, I think. Blue buff invade once more. Eldritch Hounds on the right-hand side. This time NeilMah joining up. But presence from the Jade Dragons, barring LASBRA. Able to defend it. Nika getting the help that he needed to finally get himself the second blue buff of the game. 8 minutes in. All the while, LASBRA clears out a wave in mid, gets a little bit of solo farm for himself, and now can join Vote on the aggression in left.
And aggression is there. Snipes gonna ring true. Shots 1 and 2 are there, and the apple finds the pop. That's necessary. Vote bites off more than he can chew. And then the purple buff still secured by the Hounds as well. You do get a kill back. And that's LASBRA leading 1, but you lose Dardez in mid because of Oathhh. So things falling apart there for the Dragons. Vote and Dardez going down is a massive loss and some huge pickups for the Hounds.
It's such a strange pace from the Jade Dragons. Vote is very ahead in the duo, but ahead enough to take the fight 2v1, not exactly. We saw how that one pans out. And then afterward, BennyQ reinitiating with LASBRA staring him down. Takes way too much damage way too quickly, loses his own life, but all the while it's Oathhh taking the fight in mid. Dardez knocked down there too. It's a strange pace throughout the early, but with both teams making small mistakes here or there, finding small advantages, does keep us right around even. Maybe largest disparity on map in support.
Well, we caught the tail end of it, but I want to see the whole thing looking back towards what Oathhh was able to do here, especially because Dardez, just not much you can do in this scenario. I mean, the chase down is there. Maybe you didn't expect it. But I don't think you get much cleaner than that, at least for Oathhh, right? Maybe there's a small window where you can kill him 3 feet sooner, right? But realistically, that's a standard gank from a Susanoo.
Yeah, got the beads off Dardez, and Dardez without ultimate just could not escape that situation. So good play from Oathhh, realizing that without the ability to hop on the horse, not a whole lot of ways for him to get out of there. Dardez pays the price. Now 80 seconds still on that CC immunity. Does at least have the ultimate up this time around, so if Oathhh does try to circle back, won't have it nearly as easy. Good pressure from the Jade Dragons. Nets them a little bit more neutral farm. LASBRA really just does not want to play on the right side of the map. I'm surprised that we haven't seen too much of that jungle skirmishing. Maybe it's a good job by Oathhh avoiding LASBRA, or maybe LASBRA just uninterested in chasing him down.
Well, LASBRA comes in out of nowhere. It's Mike who finds the kill for Oathhh. And LASBRA looking for a little more.
Man,
has the power out. Does not need it there. Hits just too hard. Pulls Neil under the tower. And maybe keeps him in a good distance away. Beacon's going to be coming up. Still about a minute before that's even there. But a great double kill. And a good couple of kills for the Dragons needed by the jungler.
Could be gold here. Still dead for 2 seconds on Oathhh. 10 for Benny. NeilMah doesn't have ultimate. You're 4 stacked on the left. There it is. Pulled out now. You want LASBRA in the pit, though. He's a lot of the DPS.
He's not there yet. Doesn't have Pele. In fact, you're missing a lot of ults here. If you're the Dragons, up to the sky come the snipes. The shots are there. The Gold Fury ripped right out from underneath the Dragons, and it's done by Coast, who's a mile away. A very clean, easy steal for the Hounds.
Yeah, I mean, the Jade Dragons tried to wait out DPS, maybe not realizing that 2 shots would have just been enough, and it was. VaporishCoast takes it away with that Astral Barrage. even then, it was a slow uptake from the Jade Dragons. Purple buff invade before Fury feels like you could have probably just done Fury first and allowed that purple to go over to the Hounds. Instead, it's purple buff in trade for gold. Eldritch Hounds clearly happy with that trade. I'd take that every single day of the week. And now, once more, right back to even. Every single time the Jade Dragons find some sort of advantage, a pick in mid, LASBRA getting involved. Just the Eldritch Hounds find something else to offset it. I mean, every single time those charts dip, they immediately are rebounded back. Experience the only thing solidly in control by the Jade Dragons. That'll do them some good throughout the early game, especially as we start to crest that level 12 point for a lot of these players, specifically Mike now. Access to second relic, has Breastplate of Valor, and NeilMah really struggling to keep up.
Yeah, Neil, I mean, look, it's the duo lane together, right? Just now, Coast hits 12, but it was a 2-level separation. And it was 9 to 12 in support. Neil needing, like you said, to find whatever scraps he can. And it feels like a very NeilMah style, though, right? Where the team can do well, things can go even. He'll fall behind, but usually at the risk or pace of setting somebody else up for success. Let's see if he can keep that going here on the Ganesh. Couple of Dharmic Pillars, mostly used defensively so far this game. Of course, it's LASBRA that I have the most interest in because he's had so much damage, so much presence on board. And now it's at a 2v1. Nika smacking down Ducky. A little help, but that one gets dropped almost instantly. And Mifflin, it really does feel like a lot of the Dragons' success, not to take away from the Hounds, but a lot of their failures has also been the Dragons' calling as well. Now, Pyromancer pulled by the Hounds. Damage set up. Nika's looking for it. Dharmic Pillar separate things. You've got LASBRA coming in. You need to be able to find the last hit up onto the Powwow. The change should be good enough. Pull Benny in, and that's the last hit over to the solo laner for the Dragons. Dardez somehow survives right now. And he might have stayed a little bit too close. One shot, one kill. Coast finds exactly what you need out of the snipes. Makes this one 1-for-1 mid for mid. But now the Hounds on the front foot, step forward. Don't seem like they have too much to offer here. LASBRA's cooldown's going to be coming back soon. So the carries disappear, scatter to the winds. Pyromancer remains sitting in his pit. Maybe Ducky bit off more than he can chew. I lied, he's Hercules. So he just walks out of there.
Yeah, he is so tanky. He's actually returned a lot more damage than he's taken. Pyromancer pulled. Sanctified Field should just secure it. Jade Dragons able to grab this one. NeilMah slightly too late on throwing out those Dharmic Pillars. I believe it does affect the pre-fire time. Sanctified Fields, that is, slows it down a bit. So NeilMah not quite able to make contact with the objective. The Jade Dragons will put a Runic Bomb in the pocket of Nika. But what I saw there was Ducky tanking up 3 targets for far, far too long. And anytime I see that and it's a Hercules, I immediately look towards anti-heal and where it's going to come from. Not seeing a whole lot of it just yet from the Jade Dragons. Not seeing a whole lot of great applicators of it either. And a Brawler's Beatstick for LASBRA will work out. Maybe a Contagion here or there, but you haven't really got a Divine Ruin user. Mike's gone towards it Luxury 6 item in the past. If that's going to be the case again, it's going to be a good long while until he's got that one. So, delayed in the ability to actually deal with the Eldritch Hound Soul Laner. And then, otherwise, there are other answers. You don't have to just get rid of the healing. You could kill him before the heal happens. How do you do that? Sunder comes to mind. No Sunder option here for the Jade Dragons either. It's going to be very, very difficult once Ducky's a little bit more active in these team fights.
And that was already the case. Again, last game, by the time Ducky started getting involved, Oathhh was already in a comfortable lead. This time around, though, it's LASBRA who's got majority of the kills in the jungle. Has a small level lead over what Oathhh has been able to put up. 16 minutes into this game, and Mifflin, it is 2,000 gold separating them, not even the full 2K, as it bounces back and forth between a couple of waves. The 4,600 experience, though, much like you'd said earlier, maybe matters a lot more than that, right? 2,300 gold, 16 minutes is a nice lead, but that experience, and specifically, again, sitting in the support role, making a huge difference. Mike, who's been able to actively impact this game, while Neil still doesn't have a second relic.
Yeah, Neil's struggling to find that farm. I mean,
He just needs level 12.
He's been sitting 9 to 11 for a good long while. Coast caught the tower.
God.
Where does HP go?
Well, right now it's up in the air with him. I don't know that it's going to last long once he lands. LASBRA goes in. The blink,
Good
the
dash.
silence. What a great job by Neil to make sure that Vote can stay alive. He's channeling the back. Looks like Nika's looping around. Should be able to find him. Gets the stop and might be able to find that kill. Just needs one more hit, and it's the ult that locks it down. Now Oathhh collapsed in. Dardez rotates. Over damage is looking good for the Dragons as they dive into the tier 1. Palau comes out. BennyQ primary target for LASBRA, and he's going to find him just like that.
Really?
An easy pickup for him, and Vote somehow still juking all this. Knocked back. Should be a kill, you have to think, and it is. Ducky able to find one. But is it going to cost him his life? He's tanky. He's got a tier 2. And he's got enough tools in his kit that the Dragons actually don't want to take this fight even with the number advantage.
Man, the Jade Dragons just walk into the tower, walk into the tier 2, play between towers. Eldritch Hounds slow on the uptake, can't get there in time. And the Dragons leverage a sustain from Aphrodite to stay just outside of those kill thresholds. Thought maybe we'd see a little bit more from Benny in the fight, but Golden Apple whiffing wide to start off the engagement, set the tone, and Benny from there decides, okay, well maybe I could peel out for Coast. Good luck stopping Nika when he's got his eyes on you and you're that low, so finds his target, and Benny, because he's played so deep into the tier 1, wasn't there to help out the rest of his team in the 3v4 that the Jade Dragons inflicted in the tier 2 tower. And so, split engagement for the Eldritch Hounds, even in favorable territory, because they couldn't all agree on the target, lose out on the team fight entirely. Fortunately, Ducky at least answers with 1, but 1 for 4. I mean, I'm no mathematician, all right? And I would never, ever try and disrespect that noble profession. But I think, in my humble opinion, pretty good trade.
Yeah, I think there might be some mathematicians out there that agree with you, Mifflin. The others, well, they probably would too, honestly. Mathematicians are usually straightforward with some math.
Yeah, here's the thing about math.
When they get
there is a
theoretical.
right answer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
always. They got imaginary numbers, though. You got to imagine that causes some troubles.
Yeah, they're sadists for sure.
Dragons, oh my god, no way! Did they just
just
get
an
that?
auto?
Just an auto, just a stray shot from Dardez.
What is going on?
And then they get the primal as well. I mean, you get both of those? Oh my god. Unfortunate for the Hounds. And now Mifflin, we haven't touched on it in a little bit, but after that kill, after these objectives, you've got 6,000 gold in the pocket right now if you're the Dragons. You're pushing even further, and it feels like the Hounds just can't catch a break.
+1 gifted to the Jade Dragons. They gave her the fire in the previous game. This time the Pyromancer gifted by the Hounds. They're just trading them back and forth. Now tier 1 tower under duress, and Eldritch Hounds don't have a whole lot to say about it. Can't blame them. Playing into a deficit like this, that tower, mincemeat, easy pickings. The Jade Dragons, I mean, take a look at the chart. I bet it's just a massive dip in their favor. Yeah, that'll do it.
7,000 as they get the tier 1 in mid. And Mifflin, I think I was waiting, I said in anticipation earlier, for when that other shoe was going to drop. I think we've gotten to see it now. We've seen what the Dragons can do. Getting a little more hands-on. 9 total kills, 8 affected by Mike, 8 affected by LASBRA. So we know where the presence and the foremost control is coming from for him. But I also have to give him shout-outs because I feel like the rotations this game. We've seen a couple moments where things came up shy and maybe left us scratching our heads. But there have been a ton of little moments where it's just like, oh, that fight happens, and it goes incredibly well, like the tier 1 fight over on left, because Nika comes in a little bit later and goes for the spot where no other dragon is, trying to find Coast on his back as opposed to anybody else, and just joining the fight. And little things like that have made just a massive splash in favor of the Dragons.
And big thing is, we've got a massive jungler impact from the Jade Dragons this time around, too. The 4-0-4. Just real good from LASBRA. Gets things started early, puts his lanes in a really good position. Votes KD, maybe not the most pretty at 1-2-2, but the 2-level lead, I think, tells a different story, and that's afforded to him by early rotations from LASBRA towards the duo lane pre-5 minutes. And that's the impact that Daji brings that we just did not see from Hebo there in Game 2. This was a fumble from the Jade Dragons previously. This time around, though, gold lead so massive, Take a miracle for the Hounds to steal here.
Well, they're going to hang out over here. They try. They're just a little bit late. Unfortunately for them, Coast, the steal extraordinaire, not available for him on that side of the map. Did have his ult, though. He's going to be split pushing, trying to knock down, it looks like, the tier 2 in left. And with this minion wave and the amount of damage he has, maybe he could have committed to it, but you've got Daji in the jungle and Ama in your face. So an appropriate fallback. Meanwhile, the thing that you were highlighting and talking about, Fire Giant, the big guy on the board, that goes over to the Dragons. All 5 of them get it.
Can you kill him?
Well, they're going to try. Ducky, isolated, surrounded by 3, and they get him to about half health to showcase that they could, given a little more time, actually take care of this Hercules. You're just going to need a little more help, or a little more space to work with. Meanwhile, they're playing methodically, right? Go through the jungle, strip what buffs you can, and focus on the big permanent objectives.
Man, I'm looking at Neil's build, or lack thereof, and I'm starting to get a little bit concerned for his ability to frontline in this team fight. There is no frontline in the team fight because there is no team fight. The Jade Dragons step into tier 2, and in just doing so, intimidating enough and enough damage that they just knock it down. And here's the thing about all those neutral objectives and how they were synced up. You got Fire Giant power play for a good long while, Pyromancer, Gold Fury, maybe another tier 2 on left, and this gold lead balloons even further out of control. Eldritch Hounds, we're so early in the game now that gold is still massively impactful. We're still waiting on starter items and 6 slots from majority of the Hounds, whereas on the Jade Dragons, once they head back to base with so much gold in pocket, able to finish up the majority of their builds. Nika just going to solo this one out. It's not the fastest thing, but it's going to work.
Honestly, I thought somebody was going to show up. I saw a couple of the Hounds in the jungle, and I thought surely Nika's going to drop this at some point, and it's not going to be a talking point. Instead, he solos it, like you said. It takes a little while.
Yeah, Death Embrace is good.
But he stays there, gets the job done, and more importantly, gets them a Fury to give a small advantage. Now it looks like a grouping over towards left. Titans Unleashed, they're going to be running down mid. Hounds on the defense, looking to try and hold on. Not to the tier 2, that gets shredded in an instant. But instead, to thwart any Phoenix pushes there might be. And with that, they're going to have to pivot their entirety of their defense towards mid.
Titan's going to go down quick. Jade Dragons still have a minute left on the Fire Giant power play. Maybe could keep up some aggression here. I'd like to see them at least pepper in some damage for some relics before the Fire Giant. You don't really need to take down the burn. You still have a lot of gold in pocket for a few key members of the Jade Dragons, so low committal engagement. Burn relics makes it easier to grab the Fire Giant in the near future. That's probably the easier call for the Dragons.
Well, the setup, Titan leads the way into the mid-Phoenix. Sanctified Fields get
do
dropped
it.
and vote.
All right.
It's just going to knock that one down. Darming Pillars separate a lot, but you had mentioned it earlier. What good as Neil going to provide for his team right now? Items missing in his
We're
build.
still going.
Like a kid who lost both front teeth. Now getting aggressive. The Phoenix, oh my god, just deleted. And that one was without a Sanctified Fields. Ordered Titan gets driven back. 4 towers standing for the Dragons, but 2 Phoenixes gone on the Hounds. Fire Giant wearing off in just a few seconds. Mifflin, I dare say that one was wildly successful for the Dragons.
That is one of the highest impact FGs we've seen so far this phase. Just immediately strips the entirety of the map. Every neutral objective, every tower, and just about every single Phoenix as well. I mean, that is as good as it gets, barring closing out the game legitimately. And this gold lead that you're looking at, 25, 26 minutes in, yeah, that's all impact gold. Every single bit of it, every single cent, every golden drachma that the Jade Dragons have got for themselves has gone towards something that's going to give them a massive advantage in this next team fight. Spirit Robe for Nika, so now he's pretty tanky. Magi's for LASBRA, so CC's not going to be there. Benny, one shot in his tier 2, starting to work his way towards Phoenix, but I don't think anybody's stopping Nika on his warpath. +1 gifted, that's a killing spree.
You've got Afro healing. Ult used by Mike to get Nika out of there. But you just bought time because here comes Vote. Sanctified Fields dropped. Separating, spreading some space. Shots from Coast, not enough. Neil deleted. Coast Aegis buys time, but it is not enough. 3 disappear from the Hounds, and it was chosen by Nika. This fight was created simply by the solo laner, and it is enough to create the space needed to win Game 2. The Dragons put their best step forward, and now are on set point.
Yo, my B Mike didn't know ball, didn't know your game. Aphrodite support, that's big. I'm giving it to LASBRA. I'm giving it to LASBRA. That game is. That's a lot of LASBRA happening throughout the early. Puts them in all those good positions. Look, Jade Dragons, I think, have clearly found the style that works for them. Every single Jade Dragons win has come off the back of strong early game, transitioned into quick death ball. Yeah. Have Nika rotate out, play around the objectives. I'm done. I'm done looking at Jade Dragon scaling compositions. I just don't see a whole lot of merit in it when you're so clearly good at this style of Smite.
But you've got something that works for you. You got to go back to it. And there, again, we kind of mentioned it, but you described it as get LASBRA on the board quick, get him active in the game, and then suddenly it changes everything.
Bolts. That was true on every team, every LASBRA team. You said it.
Just trace his career.
That's right.
That's where his success, that's where his wins have been, and we'll have to see if they can keep that up. They're up 2-1. Well, will Game 4 go? We'll find out right after this break.
town. I'm on the edge, I ain't coming down. I get too high, I'm afraid of the ground. I'm young and I'm paid to play with these sounds. Ignoring the call, she shutting that gown. Started at the top, and I'm taking it down off the champagne. Took a break from the brown on a rampage. I've been giving it brown. Shawty been solid some time now. I'm aligned for the wine, dine, and I'm with it. Look where we started and look where we at. I can see where we headed, but I can't see me finish. 3 years ago, I was down on my last. Was stuck at the crib, I couldn't get out of my bed. Then I realized it's all in my head, and I can't go back to the past, yeah. Except now I'm moving, put all in the music for more like a movement is brewing. I cannot picture us losing. I'm sharp when I shoot it, the world is my tutor. She wanna lay block in public, but know that I'm published, we settle for safety. Not in the street, but I'm on the same muscle, that schedule been driving her crazy. They talk like they know me, but know that they bluffing unless it's somebody that pays me. Keep minding your business, the money been printing, my nigga just gotta go get it. I'm in the zone through the winter. I'm trying to see Rome, see Venice. I'm at the summit, I'm thumbing my budget, my nigga, it's nothing, just part of my image. I need a minute. I know they live it, admit it, I'm teed up. Little baby, she a teaser. Tell her to follow the leader. I put that weight on my shoulders, so let's run up the It's lit. I've been on 10. I'm active again. Yeah. Sliding that thing. Tell them to step back, cause I'm out of their range. I'm batting again. Yeah, I'm active again. Yeah. The jaded, they tangled in feelings. I'm on a wave, I know that they hate it. Praises to high, ain't nobody really. I'm gifted, won't trade it for nothing, I'm in it. I get deposits, so I keep it cautious. No cash at the crib, everything been legit. I keep it solid, I know they gon' talk when I get it. They claim they're part of this, but I'm dolo with it. I'm chasing the riches, the riders, the Hail Mary to the Benjamins. Niggas is mad, they cynical. They hate in your heart, waste your energy. They want what we on, they envy, don't pay it no mind. Too focused on enemy. My soul too pure to have enemies, so I hope you can find you some minute peace. I need a minute. I know they live it, admit it, I'm teed up. Lil' baby, she a teaser. Tell her to follow the leader. I put that weight on my shoulders, so let's run up the check in my D's, yeah. Really not nobody real, it feel like the stars align and you can see, yeah. Just look at the drip, it's lit. I've been on 10. I'm active again. Yeah. Sliding that thing. Tell them to step back, cause I'm out of their range. I'm batting again. Yeah, I'm active again. Yeah.
Gotta get the cake. Okay, this ain't what you used to. Always with the new. This ain't what you used to. I do me, do you. I do me, do you. This ain't what you used to. 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 This ain't what you. No, this ain't what you used to. Switching from the bikes to a new coupe. You know I keep some new shoes. Keep it simple, not like you. All night, get right. Know you know the price. Know you know the name, no games. I need all my money now. Not playing, man. This ain't what you used to. I might fly to LA. This cold weather ain't for me. Hit the bank, run your way. What you used to? And I'm grinding to the top. I can't let it slip away, so I gotta get the pay. Okay, this ain't what you used to. Always with the new. This ain't what you used to. I do me, do you. I do me, do you. This ain't what you used to. 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 This ain't what you. Calls keep coming in, for the win, get it in. This ain't what you used to. Swear you get on my nerves. Try hit my line, get curved. This ain't what you used to. Round, round, swerve. Everybody here knows the word. This ain't what you used to. Know you know the drill. Oathhh and now I see the rail. This ain't what you used to. I get it in for my kids. Stack those chips and I get that check. Not what you used to. You see how I live, work my biz. I'm too far from the rest, not what you used to. Okay, this ain't what you used to. Always with the new. This ain't what you used to. I do me, do you. I do me, do you.
Well, whenever the SMITE Pro League isn't going on, we tend to have pros here in the studio or recording all kinds of extra stuff behind the scenes. And if you want to see all of that great content, then go over to our YouTube channel, SMITE Pro. That's youtube.com/SMITE Pro. You can see all of the great behind-the-scenes content with our pros. You can check out all kinds of tier lists, some of the new shows that we have going on, our recaps. And if you still have missed out on the awesome Jake video, that is another big one that's over onto the channel. So make sure you go check out youtube.com/SMITE Pro for all of our great SPL content that's not here on the broadcast, but it's usually either on Thursdays or record on the in-between segments. Game number 3 J-Mac, got Trelly joining me here to help me break this one down, because this one was a lot of that early aggression you were asking for out of the Jade Dragons. Get LASBRA started up on this dodgy, get things going. But also, I do have to highlight Mike on the Aphrodite. I believe goes undying that game for himself. But in particular, it was the one team fight behind the Tier 1 tower inside the jungle, the big 5v5 scuffle that was there. Mike had great usage of his cooldowns during that fight to keep Vote alive. And in fact, Vote stayed alive way longer than he should have, considering how many people were around. And Mike was able to really keep his team thriving during these fights and be able to continue pushing that lead.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the Aphrodite is a pick that if you're able to actually make use of it and keep one particular carry or majority of your carries alive, it gets so much value. And this was exactly what I was asking for from the Jade Dragons. Not necessarily the Aphrodite, but the early game aggression from LASBRA, and that is exactly what we saw. This dodgy got off to a great start and just continued throughout the game to find value. And once Nika realized, hey, the team's ahead, he's like, hey, I can make some impactful rotations too, right? We are winning. I can get out of this lane, and we can start fighting those objective fights. And that is the big change-up that I am happy to see, because it was the complete opposite of what we saw in game number 2, right? There wasn't any early aggression from the Hebo, which is what LASBRA was piloting. This dodgy, night and day difference, and we finally got to see some pretty good value from the Aphrodite as well, a pick that, as the casters highlighted, have been pretty hit or miss, and in this case, it was a hit because the rest of the team was able to benefit from that early pressure.
Yeah, a resounding hit for the Jade Dragons across the board. PBM coupling up with Nika at times just to make sure that he can keep up the chase on a BennyQ or whoever else might stand forward. Vote on this Olorun looked really strong this game. Great early start. Again, staying alive for a very long time, whether it be from Mike's sustain, his own sustain, relic usage, and that sanctified field just made it so difficult for the Eldritch Hounds to really be able to lock down individual targets, especially during these longer and kind of more winded out style of team fights. An undying game for 3 of the members of the Dragons, Nika, LASBRA, and PBM, all without a death this time through. A couple for both Dardez and Vote, but at the end of the day, it was just the fact that there was a bit too much sustain during these fights, a bit too much CC from the Dragons. The Eldritch Hounds really couldn't get anything rolling too much during this matchup. Still got a shout out of performance from Ducky on the Hercules. At points felt like the unkillable pillar for the Eldritch Hounds, but unfortunate for him and the rest of the squad, and in particular NeilMah. Again, another game where Neil is just being starved of farm and really isn't able to get his build online and be that tanky frontline that he needs to.
Yep, having 2 tanky frontliners is more often than not better than 1, so in this case, yeah, Ducky didn't die, but it was not enough here for the Eldritch Hounds. They were able to bounce back after their first loss to see if they're able to do so in game number 4. And the first thing you got to do is knock LASBRA off that pressure, right? It's not easy to take away all pressure, but at the very least, if he's going to get a god like Daji that can, really get active in the early, you got to make sure that Oathhh has that same ability. I think that he had that same ability, but was not able to facilitate it, this time around. So maybe the second answer is getting pressure on a BennyQ as well. That 2v2 up against Dardez and LASBRA could be where the Eldritch Hounds try and focus their strength to make sure that, Dardez is not able to get ahead as well.
And the Eldritch Hounds stem the bleeding a bit, be able to fight back against the Jade Dragons. Pushes to game 5, or does it end here? We'll start in the picks and bans for game 4 to see what adaptations do get made for the Eldritch Hounds. I think you're right to say targeting out LASBRA a little bit. Make sure to keep him away from an early pressure pick, which is what allowed the Dragons to win out game 3. To a similar vein, where the Hounds were able to kind of steamroll through game number 2, and they picked something along that same vein for Oathhh by grabbing that Bakasura in that 5th spot for themselves. But as the bans begin out, it seems almost just, tradition at this point. If you're going against the Dragons, you're probably going to just be banning the Morrigan. Don't want to let Dardez have that pick over there in the mid lane spot. Alongside that will be the Olorun after a great performance by Vote, and just the general strength of the pick. The Eldritch Hound's going to take that one off the table.
Yep, so far, pretty normal. Chernobog, no way the Jade Dragons are letting that one through if they are not first pick. And the Yemoja has become very popular so far in this set in particular. I think most sets still popular, but once Mike had a great game number 1, that god has not been, top of the priority list to be let through. anytime soon. With the Eldritch Hounds, I'm kind of curious what they're looking for in this first pick spot. I thought it was Athena, but then they started banning Athena in that third pick, even when they had the option to grab it. So maybe Athena is not something they're valuing too hard. Maybe they're just looking for, you know, something for Oathhh. Considering that BennyQ still does like to go to some of these assassins, I'm surprised that, you know, the Pele, for example, something like the Pele the set isn't more highly prioritized as well. The Hounds have their option. I really do think that the Athena is still something that they should be looking towards. It looks like they might change it up a bit. Yeah, the Pele will be the call. Now the Jade Dragons have to decide, are we okay with letting that pick through? And they are. Remember, the Eldritch Hounds usually have been grabbing something like the Ama. It's been pretty popular to grab in this spot, but with Athena open, you can't let that one slide.
Yeah, Athena has been a fantastic option just for really any support at this point. And probably a reason as to why that we have been seeing her as one of the top picked and banned gods in the game. I believe top 3 right now, alongside Yemoja and Chernobog. But
oh man,
for one of the first times in a while, we do see the Ares left open. So the Amaterasu Ares is the immediate response back to the Athena, and feels a little strange to see both these two gods up here, at least for the support role, just because of how often they have been banned away, Charlie.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I completely forgot about Ares because I just assumed he was banned. Ares has been banned this entire set, but finally ends up getting through in exchange for the Athena, which has still been extremely prominent in a lot of these matchups so far. What was the issue with Neil in the past couple of games? He hasn't been getting farm, right? Well, you don't need too much farm with Athena. You really do just need a dash taunt and hope your teammate has the follow-ups. More often than not, if they don't follow up off that kill, you're going to die anyway. So it doesn't matter how tanky you are, as long as you're at the forefront of the fight, able to set up for the squad. Throw Camazotz and Anhur into the mix. Plenty of safety and good amount of follow-up to those taunts already locked in here for the top 3. Whereas the Jade Dragons, they've got Ares, which doesn't guarantee you lane pressure, but it doesn't it though? Like it's pretty much lane pressure at that point because of how much clear the flames will get you early against the buff camps. Then of course you can just start chaining once you get to lane. Because of that, I don't think the Jade Dragons needed to prioritize an ADC pick here. You already have Ares. You have essentially guaranteed yourself some solid lane pressure. Wait and see if the other towns are going to go for any bans and just lock in the fact that you've got that pressure already.
Though now lacking a solo laner, the Jade Dragons wisely will start their ban column with solo lane gods. Hades and Hercules both banned away from Ducky. We'll have to see where he goes now that Hades and Ama all picked up at this point. But I wonder where this Camazotz will actually land for the Eldritch Hounds. Can go in the jungle, followed by Oathhh. Could go to BennyQ in the mid lane. We've seen that god flex to both of those spots. If we're digging back a little bit further in SMITE's history, still could technically go to solo lane, but maybe less so, at least in that department. Eldritch Hounds, they'll ban away Soul with threat of potential magic ADC still over that way, and Jingwei, which has been a safe pick for Vote to go back to time and time again. Though Vote has very oftentimes just said, okay, well, if the top meta ADCs are banned away, you can just default over to Rom, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is his #1 most played god in that role. If it's not, then it's the Jingwei immediately behind it. So Jade Dragons probably feeling comfortable coming out of this ban phase, feeling like they may have won this one already.
So far looking good. I do want to see a little bit more magical damage on the side of the Eldritch Hounds before really cemented in that decision. But because the Olorun, the Soul, and the Freya are all taken away, might be slim pickings for some of these magical ADCs, that is, as far as both of these teams go. You already have the Anhur, which could be just some kill potential as well as, you know, trying to find some 1v1s if given the opportunity. But when I think of Vote, I don't think of too much scrapping. Usually it's a lot of, I'm going to sit back in this lane, not do anything, and prioritize farm. Cern has the ability to do a little bit of both. Isn't the safest ADC in the world, but certainly does have the ability to just sort of push you back with damage, use that ultimate to sort of peel for himself, and, you know, stay safe underneath the tower. Throw an Ares into the mix, and that's a pretty scary level 2.
Jade Dragons do grab that Cern. Eldritch Hounds hovering Morgan Le Fay and Thor. These locked in.
Morgan Le Fay.
For BennyQ, Morgan Le Fay, Thor. Probably probably going over towards Ducky considering how much he's been playing it, though could still go to Oathhh. If Oathhh is feeling like it's a Thor day, maybe give the Camazotz to Ducky, but just given the history with the team and even with these 2 assassins, definitely feels like this one might be slanting a bit more towards Ducky. I wonder what Dardez had on the mind, though.
I think he wanted Morgan Le Fay, given by that face. Like,
it's like, oh, come on.
Yeah, it really did seem he was like, man, they really picked my Morgan Le Fay.
Just go Baba.
That's what I read from the facial expression. Yeah, but it's Dardez. You know, he's probably thinking.
Yeah, I was just gonna pull up to see if Dardez is even really a Baba Yaga player. Let's see.
He's thinking of like Hera or something, or like.
He doesn't have a single Baba Yaga game.
Yeah, why would he? He also said that he would never play Raijin, and Raijin's overrated, then had a pop-up performance on Raijin like the next day. So Dardez can play whatever he wants, as far as I'm concerned, but was probably looking towards the Morgan Le Fay. That'd be my guess, given by his face cam. I don't think he was too happy about that lock-in. Or maybe it's just annoying to face Morgan Le Fay, which is also true. She's got very good range, very good self-peel. You're probably not fighting her too much because you don't want to get in range to get poked out. So if you see that range, what is your immediate answer to it? I still think Agni's strong, despite the fact that no one's been looking towards him, probably because of all these assassins. We willed it, Jade.
Yes,
we
here.
did it. That's so easy for us.
We didn't have to wait a week.
Was it game 1 we said it?
I think it was game 1 we said it, and then we said we'll probably have to wait a week before it happens. No, we just had to wait a few games.
We're actually pretty nuts for that.
That's easy for
us. If you guys missed game 1, we said all the magical ADCs have been played except for Chronos, and then we willed it into existence. We said, you know what? Chronos is going to get played, and it did. Probably in mid lane. But honestly, knowing the fact that it's Vote and Dardez,
oh man,
they could very easily switch up and just take the Cern mid, and Dardez could take it. They've done that as well.
They could just swap those ones up.
Yep.
I'll actually try and see if I can pull these numbers up. Dardez does have 17 games of Chronos played, and Vote has 11. So they have both played it, not a lot, but enough to warrant that it could go to either of them. I think the Cernunnos is in that same category, probably more for Vote than it has been for Dardez. But now that we've gotten a look at both these two teams, let's actually dive in and kind of talk about this Chronos now, because we've mentioned how Chronos, maybe the least magical ADC, like the least hunter of the 3 now, given the way that his build path has kind of changed.
Right.
It went from being that full attack speed, just melt through towers kind of thing, to I'm going to be a mage, build poly, and still melt towers because my poly shots are doing like 700-800 damage. So how does this Chronos now kind of fit into this Jade Dragons composition?
I can tell you that if I'm playing Chronos, I'm going Book of Thoth, Deso, Poly, Blink. Like not at level 1, like level 12. I'm getting Blink.
That's a pretty good level 1 for you.
Yeah, I'm going level 12. I will have Blink. That's you use him as a burst assassin. In that case, doesn't mean he's the best at doing it, but he also has incredible tower push, great tank shred. The issue, of course, he's good at a lot of things. What he's bad at is the survivability. Sometimes you get killed, you get bursted, you get CC'd before rewind even gets off. And if you're, just imagine any other mage in a team fight where you didn't get your ult off. You don't feel like you did enough, right? Chronos has a fair bit in his abilities, and then the rewind lets him do all that again. But if you don't get to do it all again, you lose it's a big chunk of your kit. So that's his weakness. He usually gets focused out with burst or with CC, so he can't rewind in the middle of a fight. And you got to make sure you're positioning correctly, because you already mentioned it, the fact that Dardez and Vote have both played Chronos. They both already know that. This is not going to be a surprise to them if they have to, rewind before they take a lot of damage. So that's kind of the reason, but I'm excited to see how they pilot it.
Yeah, I think probably even to also talk about what is against this Chronos that could be that potential threat. You have Camazotz, great burst damage as an assassin. Thor, going from the solo lane, probably not going to be as dangerous. The CC lockdown more than anything to try and prevent that. But also the damage that Morgan Le Fay has. Early, probably not as much. Late game, tons of burst damage that way. So we'll have to see how this Chronos gets piloted by the Jade Dragons. Which lane does it go in? Do we get to a Game 5? We'll find out all those answers and more in Game 4.
Thanks so much, J-Mac and Trelly. And what could be the last time you come down to myself, Gore, and Mifflin. Of course, with
like
Vile.
The last time?
I said could be.
Like ever?
Oh, well, no. Well, for today.
This is a crazy way to give me my 2 weeks, boss. That's insane.
You know I have no power here. I make schedules, and that is it.
Nice. I make poor content, so you got me beat.
Depending on who you ask, people might have the two of us swapped there.
Oh. I don't
Although
make
I don't
schedules,
think you make
though.
schedules, yeah. But they don't think you make poor content either.
Thank you. That gasp actually hurt me. Glad we got that out of the way early.
So I'm going to ask you a question.
Is it about Chronos?
Well, yes. But it's got a little more lead up than that, which is mainly you had said you were tired of Jade Dragons comps that scale.
Uh-huh.
And so they got Ama.
Yep.
Rat.
Great.
Kern.
Yep.
Ares.
Awesome.
Nailed it there. Then they locked in Chronos, and they threw it in mid. So where does that fit in?
Well, considering we actually don't see a whole lot of action from mid laners until like level 15 anyway, I don't particularly hate it. The Jade Dragons games have been slanted long, so it's not as if it's really not going to have time to scale up. I think the more eloquently stated version of my point previously was I hate when LASBRA plays scaling picks.
Yeah, that's a good, yeah.
If LASBRA's on something early game and he can just get things done on his own, awesome. And then if someone's benefiting by scaling into the late game from that, double awesome, right? So is Chronos going to be that pick? Is he that guy? Does he have that damage? Is he that strong? Is it still 2015 and it's, hey, man, we made it 25 minutes in with a Chronos, so we just win? Yes.
LASBRA, it's the question of can you get active? Will you get active? Yes. Like you said, gets in and gets the job done. Takes down Oathhh for first blood in mid. And even better, gets an assist over to the Chronos, who will be scaling ever so slowly. But this is exactly what you
Hebo.
need. Yeah.
They put him on. Why would you ever, man? Daji, Rat, Thor, I don't care, man. Just anything that can get involved early because LASBRA simplifies the game for you. He'll do it if you allow him. I think this is the best look for the Jade Dragons. Off to a fast start in the center of the map. Massive lead now between jungle. That is one of the most crushing feelings when jungler dies, loses his speed buff, and then is already behind his direct lane opponent. It's pretty difficult for junglers to just close up the farm difference in playing passively. Feels like if you want to catch back up, you're going to have to kill someone eventually. And Oath's going to be good at that on Camazotz, but delayed a bit now. And making sure that Rat gets his level 5 even faster, scary stuff. You don't want LASBRA ticking a 5 before NeilMah and Coaster there shows up in your lane. All of a sudden, that global presence feels real bad. Also, it seems whenever LASBRA pulls a lead, he is just the back camp bandit / speed buff bandit. Oh, no, he's going to do it again. No way. No way. No, dude.
What's even better is rocking, first off, the costumed Ratatoskr skin.
Dude.
He's so small.
Fool me once.
Having a big impact.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 2 times, Oathhh can't put the blame on him anymore. Like, this is the exact way Oathhh lost both of his speed buffs last time.
And what I'm curious is this is going to be both, right? Right now I see Ares playing aggressive. And yeah, with a dash like that and the positioning he's got.
Himself, no, he's going to the other one right now. It's happening now.
He's going to. So they're going to meet, presumably.
Does LASBRA hit 5 off this?
Get there quick enough. Does not hit 5. Blinks forward from Oathhh just to see the speed buff has, in fact, been taken away.
Not again, not again, not again. Dude, that is insane,
it's like
man.
a 50s horror story. You're walking through the jungle. To your right, the speed buff already stolen.
Man, horror was weak in the 50s.
Well, kind of.
I guess the scariest thing back then was like, what, Bram Stoker?
Are you not scared of seeing your speed buff get stolen from you?
I'm not scared of it so much as I am wildly infuriated. Like, it's a poor emotional response that I can't control.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing, really, how angry it makes me. So embarrassed and angry, not scared.
Okay. So maybe horror story is not the right way to go. Neil burned down, and guess who's there? It's LASBRA to get the last hit. A lot of the work done by VaporishCoast, but the jungler helping elevate things to the next level. Uses his ult to close the gap.
He's not going to steal this.
But he is going to have enough presence, apparently, to make them drop it. Maybe scared was the right emotional response. As you know what, Mifflin, he does get those left side mid camps. And does continue to have control on the early game.
You know, who was it in an interview recently when we had asked them, like, how do you feel about the support matchup or ADC matchup? He said, hey, let's be honest, it's all jungle diff at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
I think that was Mike.
That feels like a Mike answer.
That feels like a Mike answer for sure. Never has Mike seemed more right than right now, man, because the differences in these early games from the Jade Dragons, and I know I'm harping on it a lot, but really it is the primary thing separating this match from the loss the Jade Dragons had taken earlier, is just the presence from LASBRA. Everything that has happened has been LASBRA originated, be it the speed buff invades that controls the rotation path of Oathhh to make sure that the Jade Dragons are allowed to play aggressive in the duo lane, or the early first blood kill on second wave in mid, or the kill secure on left. It's LASBRA all the way down. Keep him on picks like this, Dragons.
He's in a spot. Ambush Ducky. Throws the acorns into the wall a little late after the hammer came out. I was wondering if he was going to go for the speed buff steal again. Does not go for that. They force the ult away from Ducky. And they managed to find control over in right. And more specifically, ruin Ducky's opportunities all around the blue buff for now. Looks like they're just going to be splitting a little bit of experience overall. Oathhh trying to play catch-up. Only 6-5, right? Oathhh not too far behind. But enough that you're really starting to feel it, especially as LASBRA continues to pick up neutral farm wherever he can find it.
Yeah, will peek his head around that red buff, realize it's no longer there, so should also realize speed's not an option, but won't stop him from pathing between the towers. No one will be able to stop him from doing it. Able to avoid that poke as well. So LASBRA just being a menace once more in the jungle while he starts to work his way towards his own side of the map. Collect a bit of his own farm at that. We'll see some of that level lead even further pushed as LASBRA does clear out his own camps. Not a whole lot left for Oathhh to farm up without negatively affecting his laners, and splitting farm with Benny when LASBRA isn't is only putting Dardez even further ahead. 9-8. Chronos to Morgan Le Fay, and Chronos scaling's real good. Chronos with Book of Thoth scaling even better. Chronos scaling with an early game lead, fast and good. That's scary stuff. 2 levels now? I'm thinking Oathhh needs to find his farm anywhere but mid.
He's going to go, unfortunately, right after that, towards mid. See if he can find some of the farm. I'm keeping my eyes on LASBRA, though. Right now, active. Spots out Oathhh. Isn't going to do too much about it, but Blink could come through. The stun that could be there. Follow through from the Chronos. Maybe questionable at this moment. Level 10 for Dardez. Someone that we haven't talked too much about, and I presume won't be talking as much about for another, what'd you say, in 15 minutes? So realistically, or level 15, maybe 5 levels.
Give him 2 more items.
Yeah, before we really get to see him. Oathhh stunned out. Up into the bat out of hell. Mike's rotated in. Did not have to use the ult, and there's no beads for Oathhh, so that might be an easy pull target in the future. The small openings, the Dragons might be able to kick the doors down to and find advantages out of.
Could be. Mike zones out NeilMah to confirm that left side camp for LASBRA. So a little bit of neutral farm once more over to the Jade Dragons. And a buff invade. Ducky not confident in his ability to take the 1v1 up against Nika. Berserker Shield, a difference maker there. So much attack speed, so much burst potential. So double invade now for the Jade Dragons. And even more neutral farm as they grab that right-hand side. Dardez soloing out his own buffs. This farm split, very efficient from the Chaos team. All the while, continued pressure. Benny's got to play cautious here. But as does LASBRA. Oathh's nearby, and Oathhh is behind 2 levels, but still certainly has enough damage that he can deal with a 70% HP rat. Oathhh needs to find somewhere he can get involved, man. Can't hover mid anymore because Benny's suffering. Rotation to left might help, but he's busy farming.
There's double stun coming out from LASBRA. Dash away, and then a smack down. Gets rid of Coast. You've got some control onto NeilMah, but the dash from the Athena going to get him out of there. LASBRA too low for the chase. And so it's going to be a very simple get in, get out. 3rd kill for the jungler.
Into an invade.
Into a purple buff invade. Nice and smooth so far in the first 9 minutes for the Dragons. And it's got him Mifflin 4,000 gold 9 minutes in.
And that's pre-objectives. And we could start talking about objectives now. You generally want to wait at least until 2nd item for your Chronos, but Chronos auto attacks are really good because it scales off power just a bit better than everybody else's thanks to that 2nd ability, the Accelerate. So Gold Fury will go down very quickly. Something we had talked about briefly was some of the changes to bolster defense. He's like a soft Fafnir Coerce. I'm thinking Gold Fury goes down even faster with that. Jade Dragons just need one pick on the left-hand side of the map or in mid, and I'm thinking they're transitioning towards objective pretty easily. I don't even know that you need to find the pick. Even just forcing the fight, this gold lead's so significant and so early that any fight's starting to seem like a good one.
Well, Mike taunted in by Neil. Chains, maybe preventing that from turning into anything else. Beacon's going to be in 2 minutes. The pace of this one, it always surprises me. For some reason, we hit 10 minutes in games like this, and it feels like the Beacon should have come and gone at this point. Instead, they're going to turn their eyes towards the Gold Fury, which could come and go just like that. You wait for the second item on your Chronos, it autos, hit hard, and you get a Gold Fury. Extend this lead even further. 5,000. 10.5 in. That is a ton of gold.
And experience is even worse,
oh my
man.
God.
Experience is
7,200?
much, much worse. A lot of that's in the jungle. A lot of that's in mid. The majority of it's in duo lane, though. 2 levels in support and ADC. Any fight on the map's a good fight for the Jade Dragons. Dive a tower, roll through the Fire Giant. We saw a real early one earlier today. What was it, 13 minutes from the Oni Warriors? We're on that kind of pace for the Jade Dragons. Benny, fortunate that NeilMah is able to get that Defender of Olympus, but unfortunately gets pulled back by PBM. That's a combo that I believe J-Mac was talking about just yesterday. The answer is, if you can't follow her across the map, just bring her on back to you. Let's talk about structure damage, too. Chronos has got a good deal of that.
That's the one thing. We've been talking a lot, actually, about like magical carries. Like, Olorun's been heavy in the meta. He had a little bit of Set. Not Set. My Set would have come up. Soul, the other 3-letter S name in SMITE. Chronos, though, was just never, he was just never on the list, right? I mean, even if you were looking towards Freya, right? She's been up at the top. Chronos never gets on there. But when he does, it's in moments like this that you can really shine the light on what's good about him. Which, like you said, is mainly the auto attacks, right? Like, his ability's pretty decent, pretty helpful. Channel time on his ult definitely hurts. But when you can just stand there and auto your life away, there's nothing that can stand in your way. Towers, gods, they all fall down.
6-slotted Chronos, late game, level 20, with Accelerate on the proper option. Nobody's dealing with towers faster than you. Especially if you like to go down the Polynomicon path. It's like Polyproc plus 3 more auto attacks and Phoenixes are gone. It's just getting Chronos to that point of the game, which is difficult. Because his early game fight is so poor, because he's so susceptible to getting jumped on. That's why we don't generally see him. But if LASBRA is going to absolutely run the show throughout the early game, I don't think the Eldritch Hounds get to make the decision. You think Oathhh sitting there, can't wait to go jump on Dardez? No, Oathh's saying, man, sure hope my speed buff's there. And that's the entirety of his thought process right now. Which is why, again, I just love seeing LASBRA on picks like this, where you can set the pace so early on. And it's starting to reflect all the way across the map. Nobody's able to rotate over and bail out Ducky, so Nika's been camped here the entire time. Dardez still free farming in mid. Duo lanes just benefiting.
Oh my God.
Oathhh can't do nothing about it. I think that's Defender of Olympus too, excuse me, no. Still fighting in mid. Jade Dragons, what'd I say, every fight? Good fight.
Nika 1v2'd.
Right.
Almost killed Oathhh.
Yep.
Forced both of them to fall back.
Correct.
And still took the blue buff. Like he just bullied them.
Yeah.
That was the SMITE equivalent of getting shoved into a locker.
That's right. Shaking them upside down, get all the change from their pockets too. Tier 2 tower in mid, or what's left of it, immediately knocked down.
Now he's taking their peanut butter and jelly sandwich, bro. That's in the lunchbox.
He reopened the locker to hit him again.
Fighting Oathhh, Neil is locked down, surrounded. And there's nothing you can do. Vote can't even get to be a part of this because they're killing him too quickly. Tier 2 in mid, 14 minutes in, gone on the side of the Hounds. The Dragons are running at a breakneck speed right now. And the Hounds,
dude,
they didn't even get the memo. They haven't started.
Well, he's just going to solo it. Meanwhile, fight deep in the enemy jungle. Dunk from Ducky off the mark, already down to half. Hasn't made contact with Dardez, so I think this fight essentially lost already for the Eldritch Hounds. Benny, it was good, man. Nice beads, nice Aegis, might maintain his life, but next time around won't have him.
Finally, some pressure on the Dardez. He's had to use that rewind. It's not up yet. Now Oathh goes in. This could be a much-needed kill, and he finds it. But you brought everybody back in. Nika wants this fight. The Tier 2 tower,
Neil's level 8?
maybe the numbers game is going to make a big difference for him. Neil is level 8. It has been a rough time this game for the Eldritch Hounds. Mifflin, we are 9,000 gold. 15 minutes in, no fire, 1 fury, no pyros. So it has been all permanent objective and kills.
Yeah, facts no printer, bro. Look, pyro, group up, do it. Gold Fury, go ahead. Fire
That's
Giant,
yours.
wouldn't hate to see the Jade Dragons go ahead and pull it now as well. Things are looking real bad, and I don't often get the opportunity to say this pre like 25 minutes, 99% odds, Jade Dragons here. I mean, this is going to be a very difficult comeback for the Eldritch Hounds. We're relying on Oathh to get, first off, some items. Secondly, stack the items he already has. Goes for Soul Eater in second slot. He's sitting on 50 stacks. Gonna be a while till he's benefiting from that. Ducky doesn't exactly have a whole lot of damage just yet. Benny has been just dove and is 2 levels down. No second relic from NeilMah, probably for another 5 minutes at this pace. Things are looking mighty rough here.
As a dog might say.
I like this, though. Make something happen. Ducky, up to the sky.
Well, what is he going to try and get happen? Dunk down onto Vote. Beats Aegis, used by the carry for the Dragons. Dunk down from LASBRA, met with a leap, and they are going to be able to get the kill onto the carry. Dart is blocked by Neil. And so Coast still alive, but now you've got everyone coming in. Blink forward, and the damage is there. It's Coast, it's Neil. And soon it might just be Ducky. The chase is on. You got a Morgan Le Fay in the jungle coming to join and meet you. Benny separates the fight a little bit. It seems like, yeah, the Dragons are going to say, cool, we actually have something that's worth more than killing you. And they're going to turn their eyes towards the Fury in the jungle.
All the while, Oathh pushing down mid. Should be able to grab the Tier 1 tower.
Taking a while.
Open up the map a little bit, put a little bit more farm in his pocket, catch back up to LASBRA. Good stuff. The Eldritch Hounds, the decision-making of Ducky to just go ahead and say, look, I'm going to all in on the left-hand side, pray that we catch someone isolated. Perfect. The only fights the Eldritch Hounds are winning are fights where they are heavily advantaged in numbers. So catching the Jade Dragons off guard, best way back in. Taking 1-for-1 trades, best way back in. Anytime the Eldritch Hounds are at least even in the engagement, they're getting more. The kills are worth more. You're getting more golden experience for every individual that you knock down. The Jade Dragons, on the other hand, their win condition is get to the objectives, play as 5, don't allow that to happen, and seems they figured it out.
Right now it's getting fired. Ducky's going up in the sky. The fight's coming to them. Let's listen in on the Dragons as they take it.
I'm dead. Oh my god.
I have a CC'd. I can put bomb down.
Check out, check out.
And no 2 down.
That's MILF alt. Let's go beacon. Go beacon.
Well, sometimes, Myth, the fight fizzles out instantly. And in that case, it's because they lose the FG the minute the dunk comes down from Ducky.
Did you hear Vote? Just, I'm dead. No, you're not, bro. Ducky's got no items, man. You have a level on that guy. You're just fine. Your team's surrounded you. Mike just gave you bolster defense. It's maxed. You're going to be all right. Pessimistic ADC for the Jade Dragons. Even in spite of a Fire Giant steal over to the Eldritch Hounds.
It'd be a 2012 like Facebook Smite meme would be, oh, pessimistic ADC.
I mean, it really should have been. If you want to be sad, be like, oh man, Fire Giant steal, right?
Yeah,
like that's the big one.
He didn't even die though.
My man wanted to. My man was concerned about the life.
All right, now, very similar to something we actually saw earlier. Fire Giant stolen by the Hounds. Aggression still there from the Dragons. Mike up into the no escape, has the pull, taking a lot of damage though, needs some help from his team. They come in, but are they a little too late? They can't save Mike. What can they pick up? Coast is at least answer number 1. Dardez swinging for the fences here.
Ooh, it's hard.
They've got the damage, but they don't have the chase fully. No, Dardez actually looping around the back of the Tier 2 and right. Nika dives it. Nika takes a lot of damage in the process. Kill goes over to BennyQ. Now it's a 4v3. Vote is low. Vote doesn't have any help here. Has to dash to his team, but they're so deep. At this point, it's just the Dragons marching in one by one to die to the Hounds. And suddenly, that Fire Giant steal becomes a lot more. Rewind used by Dardez, trying to stay alive. CC hits. Oh my god, he chunks, but he just does not have the time or the space to work with here. The Dragons with a massive throw on right.
Are you feeling it, Gore? I think the Jade Dragons fans starting to get a bit of a cold sweat down their back here. This is what they do, man. These insane odds in the early. squandered by small mistakes here or there. In the Fire Giant, it's lack of confirm on objective. On the right side fight, I think it's still a good fight for the Dragons to take, but maybe a bit slow on execution. Dardez goes for the rope around. All the while, Vote isolated, and the Eldritch Hounds say, well, if we're going to get sandwiched, we'll just go ahead and choose one way out. Best way out's through good aggression. Run through Vote, knock him down. Dardez finally gets involved in the fight, but too little, too late. As the Eldritch Hounds now starting to close up a bit of that gap. What was 99% odds just earlier, much lower now. We're getting closer to 70-30. Still favored Dragons just because of how much gold they were able to accumulate up until this point. But that is a massive, massive throw from the Dragons. And it's back-to-back. Fire Giant stolen, group up, lose a fight you shouldn't. All over the course of about 1.5 minutes. The Eldritch Hounds, second lease on this game.
Still lose a tier 2 in that. And still lose a majority of what their defense has been. But like you said, suddenly, in a spicier position. Showcase, yes, you can win these fights. You can control the way these things have been going. If you're Ducky, you can't really do that much damage to Nika. And so you've got a little bit of wiggle room to go for. Oni Fury, very simple, easy pickup for the Dragons. Mifflin, 30 seconds left on the Fire Giant. Not too much the Hounds can do with it. Maybe this tier 1 on right.
Maybe. Certainly now, with Nika headed back to base. Nobody was rotating over to defend with him, so would have just been throwing away his life to stick around. Tier 1 tower. Easy pickup. You back up now, you do. Concerned perhaps with the counter rotation from the Jade Dragons. But they're pushing elsewhere and have now revealed themselves on the left-hand side. Maybe it could have been an opportunity for the Hounds to continue their siege had they had that information just a bit sooner. Fire Giant wearing off pretty soon, and it's off. Jade Dragons will still have advantage going into the next dance. And they have so much burn potential that I think the Jade Dragons have a few options. Either let the Eldritch Hounds into the Fire Giant pit with you, take the team fight, which is a pretty decent option considering you've got a late game Chronos on your side, 5-slotted, starter item upgraded. Or set up the wall, just have Nika be that zoner. You can even have LASBRA join up with them and trust that PBM, Dardez, and Vote have the DPS to deal with Fire Giant, and they do. It'll go down pretty quickly. We'll see how it's addressed. Eldritch Hounds on the left side of the map. If LASBRA can just prevent some backs here, this is a simple Fire Giant.
It's going to be spawning in a second. Coast might be the first on the block, and stun is good. LASBRA might look for a little bit more. Has Defender of Olympus coming his way, makes it up into the tree.
That's fire.
And he's stalling the backs, like you said, holding onto it. Dardez over here. Not sure what he's going to try to accomplish. Maybe a defense if they come for Phoenix. But like you said, fire open and a free cost, technically I guess at the cost of 1 blink on LASBRA and 1 ult from LASBRA. But it gets it to him. And again, with only 1 tower standing on the side of the Hounds, we're starting to look towards Phoenix defenses for the Order team. And Mifflin, how well can they do it? I mean, they've been at a deficit for a majority of this, but we're getting to the point where some of these items, most of the builds are kind of finished or at least equal across the board. They're not as far behind as they once were.
No, it looks much better. There's threat behind the taunts. That's the main thing. Previously, NeilMah was finding 2 3-man taunts, and the Jade Dragons say, awesome, I don't have to aim for the next second. Now it's, oh goodness, I hope Benny isn't nearby to follow up, or we're getting slammed by Desert Fury. A lot of damage output from the Eldritch Hounds. Clear targets for the Jade Dragons are jump on to Benny. He's going to be the one doing the majority of keeping the waves out of those Phoenix ranges. But the Eldritch Hounds also need to concern themselves with the speed with which the Phoenixes will go down. It is a Polynomicon build for Dardez. He's got Fire Giant, he's got Red Buff, he's healthy, he's got Ultimate Beads, and he's even picked up a Blink for himself. So, ability to close gap and just eviscerate a bird, all-time high for the Jade Dragons.
The Hounds currently setting up the defense at their Phoenix line, trying to figure out where they will make their stand, and admittedly Mifflin halfway, if they can make their stand. Mike goes in, let's listen in with the Hounds as they try to defend.
Just defend from the Chronos, careful mid.
Rattle.
They're going in right.
Okay. They don't have Ares ult.
Make them, Benny.
I do a lot of damage. That's her ult.
Hey, we all
nice.
I'm going back mid.
That's her ult.
Yeah, go back
mid.
Yeah.
3 seconds on
Nice. Dude, they have. That's all they're
They're gonna play Titans.
And honestly, Mifflin, what you get to hear there is really good comms, specifically not just, hey, you know, force beads, force ults, force whatever you can get, but also really kind of controlling the Dragons. They got shoved in a box there and just couldn't find the break they needed to really open the base.
Yeah, you hear it. That's all they're engaged. There's no more threat here. The Jade Dragons are going to back up. They're going to play the Titans. And it's a good read from the Eldritch Hounds to be able to maintain both of their Phoenixes. Heard a lot from NeilMah there, telling you exactly where to stand. D mid, D right. Good stuff. Good communication and well-placed abilities from the Eldritch Hounds. Keep the base healthy. But the Jade Dragons have a good long while to play with on this power play. You can go ahead, collect their Titan, group up with it, and all the while get some of that engage back. Nika already has the Dazzling Offensive. PBM will likely have his ultimate very shortly too. And looking at the relics, it's really only LASBRA suffering for now. Mike's going to have a little bit of harder time closing gap with his blink on cooldown, but that 90-second beads timer might make it difficult for LASBRA to find an opportunity to get aggressive. He'll go in, he'll find his stun, sure, he'll even shred the defense. But maybe he doesn't survive like he should.
Yeah.
Tier 2 tower, quick and easy. Stick with the Titan. Got a minute left on this fire.
Not a lot of time to work with when you're trying to get into the Phoenix, but the Titan's going to help do some of the heavy lifting. That's going to open them to walking in here. Again, no beads for a minute here for LASBRA. Has to use the ult, and Oathhh wins that 1v1 in spades, but now LASBRA coming in, needs some help. Nika's low, Mike. Goes for the pull, up, down from Ducky. And it's again a separated fight, but it is the Dragons who are losing this one. BennyQ surges, forward kills off Vote. Taunt is good to kill Mike, and they should be able to chase him down one by one. Nika's going to get the back. No problem. Dardez, no rewind, no life, no time to go. The Chaos Titan gets into the Titan room, gets some damage out there, but it cannot make up for a 0 for 3. Hounds tie up the kills 9-9, and Mifflin, they fight their way, claw their way back into this game.
I just can't imagine how nervous the Jade Dragons fans are right now. This has been historically the point of the game the Jade Dragons have struggled at most, the ability to actually close it out. Sure, they do break that left side Phoenix, and at a good time at that, should be able to help them out with that passive wave pressure as the Fire Giant respawns. With the Eldritch Hounds have extended the game once more. What was a more even game, as described by us just a few minutes ago, is essentially now an even game as far as I'm concerned. 7,000 gold, 30 minutes in. It exists, but it's not that big of a deal. It's mostly going to be relics. Maybe you're sitting on a tier 2 instead of a true 6 slot on the Eldritch Hounds, but damage output, relics for the most part, going to be off cooldown by the time Fire Giant Dance starts up in earnest. Eldritch Hounds going to have their best look at a neutral territory fight. And I think the biggest difference was the interaction between LASBRA and Oathhh. Oathhh has had a very rough go of it so far this game, having a difficult time finding his impact. Now knowing that he can take that 1v1 up against LASBRA, remove the split push potential, put things a little bit further in his favor, it's going to be a massive boon to the Eldritch Hounds.
Relics important for the Dragons. Fire Giant not only here 2 minutes before it's enhanced, but a minute before Vote has beads, 30 seconds for Dardez. Similar timers for BennyQ and Coast to have to deal with. So the carries in an awkward spot, and the fight's in an awkward spot. 3v3 on right and a 2v2 in mid. It looks like the 2v2 is going to get picked up, at least slightly. Nika tries to force the fight, as it's solo and jungle versus solo and jungle. Dragons, by all accounts, should have control of the pit. And Mifflin vision control right now actually is giving at least a defensive edge over to the Hounds with how many wards they've got kind of covering their spread. But like you mentioned, this is going to be the part that is just harder to deal with. Send Ducky to deal with a wave, hope he can teleport in time for a fight. Know that Thor specifically has a great ult. Dragons start up the Fire Giant. Hounds, TBD how they respond. Neil goes in, looks for taunt, pulls in Mike.
Slow.
Damage is good. Fire Giant goes down, goes to the Dragons, but Mike is going to be what they trade. Now teleport in and up into the sky. Dunk from Ducky doesn't connect. It doesn't force the beads out of Vote. Stun finds the beads instead on Ducky.
Good
Dardez
ult.
swinging heavily. Vote has to beads, has to Aegis, has to run, but the wall from Ducky does exactly what you need. You've lost your duo lane now if you're the Dragons. Look at Nika running down mid, has a minion wave, won't be able to get a Phoenix. Forces some defensive backs from the Hounds. And you have to say mixed success here for the Dragons. Considering how this fight has gone, they're probably just happy to have somebody, a tower killer like Dardez, with the Fire Giant.
How long has it been now since the Jade Dragons have won out on a team fight? It's hit and run tactics. It seems like the Jade Dragons have completely disregarded PvP. We see it on the Phoenixes. Get in the Phoenix, kill the bird. What are we going to do? Run away. Return some damage or maybe slow down that Phoenix Siege, and all of a sudden you're poking out the Eldritch Hounds and you don't lose out on 3 or 4 of your lives to take down a structure. On Fire Giant, it's get the objective, run away. Well, maybe Nika split pushes a little bit in mid. We'll try and distract him. Group up as 5, play together. Nika can create space, and all of a sudden Vote doesn't have to be essentially completely left alone in the back line. Maybe Mike doesn't have to be the only frontliner zoning the Eldritch Hounds, trying to keep them out of the Fire Giant pit. You have a little bit better odds in the team fight. You had double Runic Bomb in play. Maybe you don't have to be as nervous about your positioning on Dardez playing inside the Fire Giant pit to secure if you've got 2,000 true damage there that could turn the tide in your favor. The Jade Dragons are playing split to the wins. The last few team fights, that's exactly why the Hounds have won out. It's LASBRA split off on his own, and Oathhh forces out the ultimate defensively. On Fire Giant, it's Nika hunting down whoever's straggling in mid. It's nobody. He's hunting ghosts in mid up against the Eldritch Hounds. And now I'm starting to lose confidence in the Jade Dragons' ability to actually leverage this Fire Giant. They struggled with 5 and a Titan push. Now it's just Fire Giant on 3 into a more even team fight because of itemization. Now starting to shift back to a neutral state. Eldritch Hounds is a much better and easier base defense than last time around.
Unfortunately for the Dragons, I mean, Fire Giant steal. That was the beginning of what has been an otherwise catastrophic fall for them. Success, like you said, what was it, 99% odds? And we got to say that before 15 minutes. It's now...
It was 10K at 15.
32 minutes in. They still got the gold in their pockets, but they don't have much else in terms of advantage. Double Runic Bomb. That's going to be Nika who's holding on to both of those. Damage kind of trading out between him and Oathhh. Drops both bombs. No defuse from Oathhh. And that's going to get some good damage out there. But it does not get the Phoenix itself. Just gets it low. Maybe opens up an opportunity. LASBRA's dancing around between mid and right. Dardez focused on mid. And it'll be the duo lane. In the duo lane. Trying to put pressure on left. Phoenixes are the main goal. Fire Giant on 3 for another 45. Mifflin, I'm going to be honest, though. It feels like they're running straight into a brick wall right now. And if anything, I'm worried that this split is going to end up favoring the Hounds. Only because the Dragons just have not found their way in.
No, having a really hard time applying fast CC. They don't have anything like a Confound that could just get the fight started immediately. Mike takes way too much damage from VaporishCoast. All the while, though, Nika keeps up his pressure on right. Duncan from Ducky separates LASBRA, but Phoenix survives again.
Nika has to try and get out of here as best as possible. Neil rotates over to right, creates a numbers advantage.
Wow.
Oh, very close, but not quite able to find the push. Fire Giant disappears from the Dragons. It'll be back in a minute on the board. Miff, it'll be enhanced. And I'm going to be honest, if you had asked me 15 minutes in if we would even see an enhanced Fire Giant, I would have said no. So the Dragons, I mean, you know, we talk about what? Meteoric rises.
Catastrophic falls.
Catastrophic falls. I mean, they found the peak of the mountain 15 minutes ago and slipped on the way down. It just feels like the Hounds on the other side, though. I mean, we're talking Phoenix defenses left and right, kills. They've been able to find, not only just find, but take the kill lead. They've gotten some objectives in the meantime. They haven't found the Fire Giant since they got that first steal, but they've opened up the conversation for a Game 5 that I thought was shut 20 minutes ago.
I mean, the Eldritch Hounds now, best look at a neutral territory fight. All Phoenix is back and available. This could be a pick on a Nika as well. No, they'll let go of the chase. Benny, VaporishCoast needed to apply that damage, even if NeilMah had found the taunt. Wouldn't be able to have done the damage on his own. Eldritch Hounds now showing presence in the Fire Giant pit as a 5-man unit. The Jade Dragons. No, gone are the days of just pull it. Gone are the days of all fights are good fights. All of a sudden, it's the Eldritch Hounds who are playing with a little bit more momentum. Keep my eyes on them. They don't have the same ability, the Eldritch Hounds that is, as the Jade Dragons who just burn the objective. They've got decent confirmation. They've got okay objective burn, but you would need to at least find 1 or 2 picks on the Jade Dragons. Maybe on a vote. Dardez would be a great one to start off on before you're really confident in your ability to look at the neutral. So EFG dance. First actual dance of the game so far as the Eldritch Hounds on the hunt.
Now LASBRA, when we talk about this gold lead, popped a 500 pot and a 3K pot. Nika gets
Just
his
gone.
life popped just like that. You don't even have time to recoup. Mike goes up, has the ult, does not pull anybody. Instead gets shredded. Frontline from the Dragons, deleted in an instant. And now we're talking about steal potential around this Fire Giant. LASBRA getting zoned out right now by Ducky. And the other two nowhere to be found. Mifflin. This EFG is going to the Hounds and they get it off the back of 2 kills, and now lead the Dragons. They still got some base to tear through, but they are in control of this game.
The Eldritch Hounds, I mean, this is a historic throw from the Jade Dragons at this point. The Eldritch Hounds, as you said, firmly in control, have plenty of time to play with. EFG knocked down the right side bird. LASBRA on split push duty. What's he gonna do? He's gonna get stopped by Ducky. All he has to do is prevent the back. Ducky gives up the chase. Right side bird taken. Tier 2 in mid. That'll go quick too. Eldritch Hounds, man. All they had to do was hang in there, and the Jade Dragons, off a few critical mistakes, a few fumbles around the Phoenixes.
They've done half the work for them.
I mean, it's insane. It really is crazy. I'm at a loss for words. I was certain, absolutely certain, at the 10-minute mark that we were looking at a game 4 for the Jade Dragons. And now, all of a sudden, anxiety's spiking for the Dragons fans and myself because it just shouldn't have happened.
Duo lanes combined 0-8 right now. Vote's not been able to get active. Mike's not been able to do too much even when he goes up into the no escape. Has affected 8 out of 9 kills, so Mike credit where it is, where it's due.
Yeah, those kills all happened 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, there hasn't been one in a while. Man, I'm kind of with you here. I don't know.
The Jade Dragons have not shown us how they can win a team fight. We haven't seen them win a team fight.
They've shown us a whole lot of how they can't, though.
We have plenty of data on the
a lot
can'ts.
of footage on what they cannot do to win this game.
We've seen them kill objectives. They can certainly do that, but as far as what a good team fight looks like with this composition, it just has not happened. And LASBRA, who was controlling the game throughout the early, I mean, mans fell off come late game, sitting at near the bottom of the damage charts, only beating out NeilMah, losing to his own support here.
And NeilMah, who, by the way, was like 4 levels down until
he
Mike
was level
hit 20.
8 at like 15.
Yeah.
It was not good. All of a sudden, I think I might just be confident in the Eldritch Hounds, and I haven't even really given any thought to their siege potential. But the Jade Dragons have just shown me nothing in the team fight.
No, it's been eclipsing him. Mike goes in. He wants a pull. He's not going to find one, but they need the damage. The front line goes in, and they're trying to separate him. Up into the sky goes LASBRA. Dunked down from both him and Ducky. But the damage is all Hounds right now. The separation's working out pretty well for them. Oathhh finds Nika, and the chase goes a little too deep. Shut down onto Oathhh. Goes over to Dardez. A much-needed kill. And a 1-for-1 to save the Phoenix for the Dragons. LASBRA deep. Damage onto Coast. Locked up by a pillar, couple of autos, and that gets the job done. Ducky's low, Vote chases. Might end up being too much. 2-for-1 now. And a Phoenix defense for the Dragons.
Oathhh makes a good decision to trade out his life there on the dive. Does open up exactly this. Phoenix goes down quickly. Taunts would be a death sentence. Grabs Vote, but goes too far. Ducky's got the stun. He caught the dash.
Vote. Man, he manages to get out of there.
Mid Phoenix gone.
Yeah, the auto. Look, the damage that they're doing to structures right now is absolutely insane from the Hounds. and they take out left and mid in the blink of an eye. Right was already gone. They've got fire minions in their advantage. They're going into the Titan room, and they think that they might just have what they need to do it, and they do from a miraculous turnaround or maybe a catastrophic throw. We're going Game 5 as the Hounds take this one.
Yo, shouts Betty Smite. I'm sure he's going to be able to pull a YouTube video out of this one. I could see it in all caps. Wildest throw of all time. 99% odds fumbled. 10K in 10 minutes, not enough. Jade Dragons cannot siege. This is ridiculous. And even looking at the composition, you would think siege would be a strong point of your team with a fire giant, 6-slotted Chronos that came at an expedited pace. They paid for faster shipping there. LASBRA spoon-fed them 10K in 10. What more could you want? You cannot look at that game in any objective manner and say draft diff. You can't say anything because the Jade Dragons won out so handily, so quickly. All they did was fumble. I'm not even willing to say that that's the Hounds playing perfectly to catch this comeback. The Fire Giant steal, of course,
that's
insane.
A good start.
That's the good start. That's the Eldritch Hounds doing it proactively, but a lot of it was gifted by the Dragons.
You don't win this game off that Fire Giant. You don't even fully win this game off the Fire Giant and then the throw on the right side. But it helped immensely get you back into it, and then suddenly you get to do it again and again and again. And then the Hounds get to stand on top. We're going to Game 5 here. And I think, much like you have said, Dragons fans may be tugging on the collar a little bit.
They're used to it by now.
Yeah, a little nervous. But yeah, if Game 5 and Dragons go hand in hand, I guess we'll find out what happens right after this.
on your nose, but it's clear. How my baby's running this a block, cause you fear what you do to you if you get dirty hands and veneer. What you do, what she is, little boy, I tell you this. If baby wants sit, she can sit. If baby says lit, it's lit. Got your bank account and that cute. If she said it loud, it's the truth. If baby wanna ride, she can ride. If baby needs some time, she got time. Got your bank account and that cute. She can make it count, how about you? She would put you in the bag, wouldn't even need a planet. If she wanted, she a magnet. They should let her name a planet. Everything she drop like Corona, viral, make the world start over like a owner. She ain't about to set, but they really wanna throne her. Listen, she like bass, she like Hover. Self-employed, moving paper better than some Billy Boy. Made a choice on the regular, she bring a milli home. Click my phone, get my ass up, get a dinner going. Watch she out there, making sure that you all know. Baby wants sit, she can sit. If baby says lit, it's lit. Got your bank account and that cute. If she said it loud, it's the truth. If baby wanna ride, she can ride. Baby needs some time, she got time. Got your bank account and that cute. She can make it count, how about you? She be always making money, if it's raining, if it's sunny. She make time to call me honey every day. Drop a couple bands on the click, they need pay. Then a couple more on the tip, baby saves. Daddy's just the everyday, imagine holiday. If I get the 50 cents, she get me holidays. Signing with to fly, if you meet her, know it's true. So if she ever asks you, you know that baby wants sit, she can sit. If baby says lit, it's lit. Got your bank account and that cute. If she said it loud, it's the truth. If baby wanna ride, she can ride. Baby needs some time, she got time. Got your bank account and that cute. She can make it count, how about you?
Well, what a better way to end our Sunday than with a Game 5 here between the Dragons and the Hounds. J-Mac, this is Trelly joining me here on the desk. And Trelly, this one was all Dragons for about the first 20 minutes of the game. As mentioned, 10,000 gold lead by about the 15 to 20 minute mark. Stolen Fire Giant by the Hounds kind of slows things down. But then, I think, described it best by the guys over on the cast, a nice little kind of gift-wrap game for the Dragons over to the Eldritch Hounds, because the Eldritch Hounds are able to persevere, win out on these fights around these Phoenixes, around these towers, and beat out the Dragons to take us to Game 5.
I mean, yeah, and it's hard to take – I'm not going to take that credit away from the Eldritch Hounds because they certainly defended well, right? It wasn't like they did nothing and just got handed the win. They did defend well and sort of stall out the game. Stealing fire helps, you know, making sure that these big power spikes don't go to the Jade Dragons. But, man, this seemed – by all accounts, like a difficult, lame game to lose for the Jade Dragons. They had late game Chronos. They had a massive lead. They had double ADC. They had Ama for objectives. You know, like all of those usually add up to a pretty easy time actually getting these birds down, getting the base fully broken. But that was not the case. It was a lot of split team fights. It was a lot of not being able to finish kills. There's a lot of splitting up that I noticed. The Jade Dragons were not grouped properly. Possibly because they were trying to retreat. Maybe their team didn't function as well in the traditional 5v5 sense. But I think with the leads you have, as long as you're grouped, as long as you're focusing down the correct targets, it's difficult to end up in this position. It's a tough loss for the Jade Dragons. We've talked a bit about how the siege has been the issue, but none really shows that more than this game.
You have like one of the best gods in the game to siege. You throw a Poly on a Chronos, you pop that second ability, you walk into Phoenix, and you're hitting it for 800 damage.
Yep.
But true. Even that was not enough for the Jade Dragons. Even the very hefty gold lead they had at the beginning of the game, it was not enough for the Jade Dragons. The Eldritch Hounds' defense, their ability to walk up to these objectives, steal one fire away, and then hold the fort at the Phoenixes, keeps them alive, push them to a win in Game 4, and now brings us to game number 5. So, Charlie, I guess the ultimate question I have for you, for the Jade Dragons, is if you're given the tools for a siege and you still can't siege, what do you do beyond there? Like what more do the Jade Dragons need to do, given the lead they had and the tools in their on their belt? What more can they do for game 5 to try and guarantee their win?
Well, there is a strategy when you can't do fire, where you just, you try and fight instead of siege, but that requires the Eldritch Hounds sort of leaving base. So bait into a jungle fight, but if we're on the road to Worlds, okay? You're not getting to Worlds without the ability to siege. So this is the time to work on it. I think you get that early lead again, you try your best at sieging again, and you work out those issues, because just looking for jungle fights is not going to cut it against the top teams in the world.
Well, what better practice for the Dragons than one more game 5? I think that's now their 3rd set out of 4 where they've gone the complete distance up against their opposition. Though this time, the first one where it wasn't a 2-0 lead, a 1-1 and a 2-2 tie things up for them. Jade Dragons start with a Freya and Thor ban, recognizing the prowess that both Oathhh and specifically Ducky in that last game have on that pick. The Dragons banded away. Eldritch Hounds keep up their ban towards Dardez, taking the Morrigan off the board, along with Olorun, to ensure that Vote doesn't have a comfortable time in the duo lane. So then where do we see the Jade Dragons prioritize their final ban? If Athena or Yemoja, at least to me, are the ideal first pick for one of them, probably ban something in its place, maybe ban Chernobog here, let the Eldritch Hounds ban what they don't want to play, or maybe the Eldritch Hounds in that case could just leave both of them open and take whichever one is left over.
Mind games for both teams. Jade Dragons are deciding that right now. Do we want to leave all 3? Is there one that we'd prefer? Should we ban away? None of them are just ban away 1. Looks like ban away 1 is the call. Athena is no more. So now Chernobog, Yemoja, both available. The Eldritch Hounds have to decide, is the Chernobog too ridiculous to be let through? Is the Yemoja too ridiculous to be let through? Or do we leave them both open and take the other? In this case, I feel like the Jade Dragons would rather grab Yemoja, but maybe that's just false. I know every other team in the league might prefer the Chernobog, but in this case, that Yemoja gave the Jade Dragons the easiest game 1 they could ask for, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if they value that just a bit more, whereas other teams, of course, would just take the Chernobog. But the Eldritch Hounds may come to the conclusion that, hey, one of these is too valuable to be let through, and we're just not going to let it slide. And the Jade Dragons get whatever they want, and then the Eldritch Hounds have to decide Amaterasu and what. That's usually the top pick in that slot. But the Jade Dragons don't have to make their choice, and the Eldritch Hounds are thinking about this one long and hard.
And there's just so many things as well.
Yep.
I mean, Pele's left open. Set, while maybe not at the forefront of everyone's mind, is still an option. Camazotz can pop in there if you need an assassin, so will be Pele. So now the decision to be made. What do the Jade Dragons value the most right here? Is it you want Chernobog immediately, grab that for your team, all's good? Is it Yemoja? Is it Amaterasu? Because the only downside of this decision now for the Dragons is whatever one you take, you are almost guaranteeing that the other 2 go to the Hounds.
I would be willing to bet whatever they take, which is probably the Yemoja, but could be the Chernobog, immediately gets countered by, okay, we're grabbing Ama and whichever one you didn't take. That would be my guess. Doesn't necessarily have to be true. I think that the Hercules is still up there with a strong solo pick. The Thor was taken away, so that's not going to be in the contest. We'll have to see. The Jade Dragons are deciding right now which one is it. Cherno, Yemoja. I wouldn't be surprised if they're Googling coin flip right now and just going for it.
Random.org coin flip.
Yep, they went Cherno. Let's see it. Will it be the Yemoja into the Ama, or is Neil saying, you fools, I never wanted Yemoja. I was baiting you the whole time. You can have it yourself. You can have the Yemoja. Don't think that is the choice they will make.
I don't think I want to give Yemoja Chernobog to the Dragons. That's probably not a winning formula. So the Eldritch Hounds will take the one of the three, or I guess of the two, Chernobog and Yemoja that got left over, along with the Amaterasu. Soul comes back, though, with both the Magic ADCs banned away in Freya and Olorun. And now a Horus to go along with it. Haven't been seeing
Love that.
a whole lot of Horus, but still has some of that flexibility. Could go solo, could go into support. But Mike does like playing these aggressive picks. Pair that with the Soul. You got some great 2v2 boxing in the early game.
Yeah, and you asked me how the Jade Dragons could fix their siege. I said, just fight elsewhere or, just keep attempting these sieges till they work. There was a secret third option there, and it is take the Horus ult, go to the skies with a wave of minions, and now you're playing mind games. Which Phoenix are we drop shipping? We're going to one of the three. You got to defend one. And if you can't predict correctly, we're going to get it for free. This pick may just help alleviate that stress of trying to siege. You got double ADC Horus. You can just go to a Phoenix with a full wave if you use it correctly.
It's silly me for not realizing that was the third multiple choice answer for the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, I didn't realize
was
it
the
either.
Horus. Apparently it was an option you could check it and it had a blank and then you could just fill it in after. The Jade Dragons fill in that blank with Horus. Anhur on the opposite side for the Eldritch Hounds in a swift second phase of bans. Ratatoskr Daji against the Dragons. Morgan Le Fay, Baba Yaga against the Hounds. Now, the Hounds, and for BennyQ, he's been going to the Discordia a little bit more so than he has other picks like the Merlin. But BennyQ also does have still a pretty wide range of gods that he's already played just this phase alone. Agni, Kleedna, Discordia kind of come to the forefront immediately. Has played Hades. Not going to think that he's going to go immediately to it. But we'll have to see. Camazotz does get selected. Oathhh has played this one already once this set. We'll see if that one goes to him once more. Or if this one does manage to land into BennyQ's pocket, see if he pilots that for the first time. So now for the Jade Dragons, you've got your carries, you've got your support. What is it for LASBRA that you'd like to see to kind of round out this Dragons comp?
Man, well, you gotta look towards what's banned. Thor, Daji, Rat, Pele, Camazotz taken off the table. And I don't want him to go back to the Hebo. So that's a fair bit of the gods already gone. You've got great CC with Horus. You've got great CC with Serb. I'm going to be honest, my mind was running and I was not going to say Erlong Shen, so I won't take credit for that one. But it is more CC for the team. The Erlong Shen has been surprisingly on the up and coming. A lot of different junglers are going towards this Erlong. And I'm wondering if LASBRA is going to build the sort of tanky Erlong Shen where you're more playing setup, or is he just going to go full hard carry, full auto attack damage? Because almost no one is building that way. I've seen one tank item Erlong, I've seen 4 tank items Erlong, but no one's just going full hard carry, all auto attack damage, Kins, full shred Erlong Shen.
Will be the first time we see, at least this phase, for LASBRA to take the Erlong Shen. Remember, Dardez did play it once before, but it was into an assassin matchup.
Yeah.
Probably won't be seeing that this time, given the Chernobog and the Soul are also both already locked in. But, I mean, looking at least this phase's history with the Erlong Shen, if my math serves me correctly, I believe it's 9 games played, 7 wins for the gods. So it has been on the rise in the win column for a lot of players. On the opposite end, mentioned earlier, Agni, and something that you were even calling for just earlier in the set.
Yep.
The final pick for the Eldritch Hounds. What is it for this Agni and for BennyQ that really kind of brings this composition together?
I mean, knock up immunity into 3 of the characters on the Jade Dragons. You don't have to worry about a lot of the CC that they're offering while you're channeling that dash. As well as range. Keep them at bay. Erlong Shen likes to start Blink. Put you in combat with Noxious Fumes from a distance. Stun, dash away, keep your distance. I think Agni is very slept on in the moment when not into those assassin matchups, right? I understand when you're looking down the barrel of a Set or of a Pele, Agni isn't looking the best, right? You dash away, you get chased down, and you just die. But up against something here like an ADC, you can keep your distance, you can just send out damage and make sure to keep CC and keep them at bay. Agni does bring a lot to the table if he's got tanky frontliners, which the other Hounds have had trouble keeping NeilMah in particular tanky. He has been falling a bit behind. Last game, able to be very tanky. That's the kind of game that the other Hounds need here to take game number 5.
I think farm has been the hardest thing for NeilMah to come by for this team.
Yep.
Even if they're winning or losing, NeilMah is usually at bare minimum 1, maybe even 2 levels behind his opposition. So finding some farm early in the duo lane, make sure that NeilMah can get those items online. I think it's been Thieves' Breastplate has kind of just been his go-to start at the time, which does offer some good tank stats once you have them both fully stacked up and you have that glyph, but it's taken NeilMah a while to get to that point. So see if the Eldritch Hounds can kind of expedite some of that duo pressure that way. So for Oathhh, on the Eldritch Hounds, is that where you'd like to see him maybe put his pressure in lane, is to try and get this duo ahead? Or would you like to see Oathhh maybe go towards another spot on the map?
I mean, it's definitely possible. When you say get ahead, doesn't necessarily mean you're finding ganks, right? You can just invade shield buff on cooldown and try and look towards purple buffs, and that can get your team ahead as well. It's just a bit difficult with how much CC the Horus is going to have. Soul brings pretty good pressure and lane clear, so I don't mind Oathhh sitting in duo lane, but finding consistent kills may be difficult. That is still okay as long as you're able to get the farm and get your team ahead. Get NeilMah some of that much needed tank stats that we were just talking about, because if you're investing that much gold into Breastplate, Relic 1, Relic 2, where's your tank stats? It takes a bit to get online.
Well, we'll have to see. Is this going to be a Game 5 win, a first set win for the Eldritch Hounds? Are the Dragons going to be able to bounce back? Let's jump down to the all-important game number 5.
It all comes down to this, and what will be for the last time this set. It's Gore, it's Myth, it's Vile, and it is the Dragons and the Hounds. And Myth, I'm going to be honest, I don't know where to start. For 15 minutes of the last game, we were certain, and everything we knew, including our history of SMITE, like all that knowledge poured into that game being a Dragons win. And that got thrown out the window. So now I'm questioning everything I see, and I don't even know how quickly or what we see, and if it will become the right thing, right? If it will stick for as long as we need it to. But we have to do the due diligence. So I'll ask Erlong Shin on LASBRA. This is where it all starts. Is LASBRA going to be able to have as great of a performance to shepherd his team into another lead like he did last game?
Oh, man. I'm so busy thinking so much further ahead. Like, can he get the lead on Erlong Shen? Answer's yes, right? Of course. Yeah. Certainly capable of doing it.
I'm glad you're thinking ahead. I'm still stuck at the, 16-minute mark in last game.
Right. I'm just thinking whether or not the same lead's enough. Like, that's where my head's at. Like, 10K and 10, is that good? Like, is that's where I'm at right now. Is 10,000 gold at 10 minutes, is that good? Question mark. And, legitimately, though. Well, I'm not doing the hazer. Is that good? I'm being dead serious. I don't know if it's good anymore. Because clearly it's not enough. We'll have to see. I'm sorry. I'm still reeling. I said it earlier. I feel like we're in a what-if timeline right now. Like, this is a special episode of your favorite Saturday morning cartoon that, the lost tapes, Game 5 that never really happened. That's where I'm at. I feel like I'm living a fiction that we're here right now, 1 minute into Game 5. What was the question? Can LASBRA do it? Can he get early game lead?
Yeah.
Yeah, he can.
And you know what? I think you answered it, because it's, even if he does, is it worth it for the rest of his team? Look, man, I'm gonna hold out hope for both of these squads. Neil, I'm excited to see him on Yemoja. Mike, early rotation over towards mid. Damage good between him and Dardez onto Oathhh. Forces a jump over the wall. But there's a blink, and that should be the disengage that gets Oathhh out of there. Actually, with the shield buff coming up, it seems like the fight might continue. Erlong has rotated over. LASBRA with his Corgi. Going to start to get aggressive. Level 3 for everybody involved, save for Mike. But Myth, it's a lot of menacing eyes and glares. Not a lot of action stepping up. Now we finally get it. Shield buff goes over onto Oathhh. Dragons chase down a little bit, but one good Riptide gets the Hounds just the distance they need. So a lot of posturing and pomp and circumstance, but no actual kills.
I think that does give over a small lead to Vote, because he didn't have to split any waves with Mike, who made that early rotation over towards that left side mid camp. So that should put some solo farm in the pocket of the Soul. And that's another piece of the pressure, I think, for the Jade Dragons. It's not just Erlong Shen that can get things rolling early. Soul just so good at this point in the game because of her boxing potential. so good at shoving down these structures. I believe already takes out one of the bastions on the left-hand side too. Not often you get to see it happen that quickly. But it's an overcommitment, an overextension. Mike sticks around for a good long while trying to put a stopper to Oathh's pressure. It just does not come up for him.
Oathhh.
This is crazy from Oathhh.
Just returns what LASBRA's been doing. Steals the speed buff. But this time it's caught out, and that should be all they wrote. Dardez with one last auto, and the CC help from LASBRA. First blood deep in the Dragon's jungle.
And that's what having both of your speeds stolen from you on second spawn twice in a set does to a guy, right? I'm just going to jump over the wall.
I'll do it. I'll steal his speed.
I'll just take his speed. It won't be a big deal. Just right over the wall. Don't need my leap. Not worried about escaping. Not level 5. Not a problem. Answer is it certainly is a problem. Is it a massive deal? No, Oathhh should still be able to farm up pretty effectively. Giving over first blood to Dardez, though, I think maybe not ideal, but considering Benny has been farming so well up until this point, even with first blood to Dardez, still looking at a level lead there. Gold's probably relatively even, too. Just an interesting decision from the Eldritch Hounds jungler, but I think my primary takeaway from Game 4 is just that the early game just probably doesn't matter a whole lot anymore.
That's what you were saying, like, is it that big a deal? And I thought you were going to say, no, nothing's a big deal in this set because we just saw that you can go down 10,000 gold.
Yeah, I said it in fewer words.
Yeah,
I have some ambiguity to it.
Yeah. You know what? Let's talk about, I guess, something unambiguous, right? The item choice for Dardez, Aussie, early on. And we've seen Aussie like sprinkled every now and then in some of these builds, but we've been seeing a lot of Transcendence in mid or Devourer's Gauntlets, like some stacking item.
Atalanta's has been coming back a bit.
Do you like the Aussie?
I mean, do I like Aussie as an item? Yes. Do I like Aussie in this matchup? Not particularly. I mean, it's going to give you really heavy boxing potential, but a lot of the dive from the Eldritch Hounds, when you're going for kill secure, is going to remove them from the playfield, right? Benny's playing at a range that you're probably not going to be able to auto-attack him in the 1v1 too often. And Oathhh, if he's diving onto Dardez, is going to drop him low with abilities, dump his entire base kit, and then go into bat out of hell, and you're sitting there with Aussie proc like, well, what am I healing off of? Sacrifice a little bit of power, I suppose. And we'll see how the rest of the build pans out, because it's also a Death Toll mid laner instead of like an arrow where you can like transition into crit, or the cow that's going to have some lifesteal on it anyway. It's a very different build from Dardez.
Well, Oathhh
should be alright this time.
He's going for part 2, steals that buff away. Body blocks, lockdown's good. Does have ult.
It's an early ult.
He's going to use that. LASBRA chases him down. Dardez is there, but then there's the blink. So a heavy investment to disengage. Maybe leads LASBRA to water in the form of Ducky, who's going for an invade. That blue buff secured by the Dragons. So Oathhh steals the speed, uses a lot to get out. But ultimately, Mifflin, that's all she wrote.
It is. All the while, though, this is now Oathhh creating the same pressure that LASBRA had in the last game. Not the same level in that he hasn't got as many kills, any at all, to be exact, but even in just invading, distracting LASBRA, eating up resources, taking away the 9 turns blessing, removes the Jade Dragons' ability to leverage that 1,000 gold lead that they've already established for themselves. If LASBRA isn't starting to fight, I don't see a fight starting, so I think worthwhile for Oathhh, who's playing for scaling. He's thinking to himself, okay, well, Benny's stacking up Book of Thoth. We're still waiting on Devourer's Gauntlets. Thieves isn't exactly there just yet. Not a whole reason for me to fight throughout the early. Might as well just go ahead and see how many resources I can burn. He's doing a good job of it.
Now, shield buff. That's where the fight's going to be. Looks like it's going to be a little bit of a skirmish, but secured by Vote and the Dragons. Oathhh, Neil, and Coast were in the area. I thought maybe the fight would get a little more aggressive. And now the Dragons trying to step up to a little bit more. They go for the blue buff invade and are successful in stripping that one away, forcing Ducky to feel a little more awkward in lane. And Miffy goes back. What did you say? And I think it was at the beginning of Game 4, where Mike quote of, "Who are we kidding? It's just going to be decided by the jungle death." I think I said the quote wrong, but you get the point. And the point is, Oathhh, LASBRA, they're the ones to keep your eyes on right now because they have been the make or break deal in this set. And I think at this point it is, you know, one step away. One good play from Oathhh, one good play from LASBRA, huge taunt. That's all they need to just really kick the door down and shift things in this game.
Yeah, we'll see. Oathh's going to have a harder time, I think. Dardez so safe on the Chernobog, not exactly an easy target to jump onto for a low CC jungler. No CC jungler, I should say. It's just the slow from Vampiric Bats. Vote as well with the sap rate, gets to ignore the slow and then also have an Aegis built into his kit. Rotations over towards Nika never feel great because soul laners are so difficult to kill and can back up towards his own bastion with the heal. So I think Oathh's decision of, look, my ganks aren't looking great. My team fight will be fine because I'll have massive damage and safety, but not exactly capable of actually hitting pay dirt on kills in the laning phase. The decision he comes to is, okay, well, what can I do? Where do I find my pressure? Playing in the enemy jungle, playing aggressively, and then just kiting around the Jade Dragons. I think a very good adaptation from him. And I think we get an even further look at the ideology here from the Eldritch Hounds. It's going to be a stacking item in second slot from Oathhh. We saw it last time around too. He did it from behind, so might just be that this is the autopilot build on Camazotz. It's on the Jade Dragons to make use while the Eldritch Hounds are weak, and Gold Fury, decent place to do it.
Pulled by the Dragons, and in their control, in their hands, walk forward, goes for the ult, but the Dragons secure the Fury. And Mifflin with first blood plus the Fury, they've started to pile on the gold. Not quite as heavily or as quickly as last game, maybe for good reason. But it is 2,000, 9.5 in, and a very comfortable build to where we saw them get to the point where, in theory, you could do no wrong. We saw you could still do wrong. But they want to maintain this.
Took a lot of wrong, though. So if the Jade Dragons can find themselves in a similar position, would be very happy about it. Look at the builds from LASBRA and Dardez, both going down that Executioner tree. Should be pretty easy to get some of those passives stacked up, shredding away those defense. Usually you only see just the one, though, because it's not going to be double procking. You're not going to have double Executioner shred on any one target. I wonder, does LASBRA now shift his build into all utility? And if that's the case, if you're not getting that much attack speed, is it worthwhile going heavy Executioner? Dardez could pick up the Ferocious. Curious to see. Interested. Not often you see that so early as well. Regardless, won't be happening too often just yet. Seems like it's the Eldritch Hounds playing a bit more aggressively in the laning phase now that Benny has got that Divine Ruin and Book of Thoth fully stacked up. You can see just fishing for damage wherever he can, playing outside the range of Dardez, applying that poke from a distance, trying to soften up those targets, make it easier for Oathhh to get involved. Oathhh does exactly that, tries, but Mike acting as an iron wall there will prevent him from getting too much done. And considering the Fury's already off the map, it's not as if even in a teamfight win, the Eldritch Hounds will be able to get too much done either way. And so it's a stalemate for the next few minutes until maybe some of these buffs spawn up. The Jade Dragons have not shied away from invades just yet. And with a lead, I don't imagine they start.
I like seeing the amount of pressure they're putting on. I was worried, Mifflin, if I'm being honest, that after the way Game 4 went, the Dragons mentally would be struggling to try and step back into this game. So right now, I think seeing them not only maintain the lead, but maintain the pace and control of this game, the rhythm that the game is being played at.
It's crazy, you're right.
It's actually nice to see that they kind of recognize, you know what, we goofed up, that's on us, and had that full reset button coming into this game as opposed to just spiraling out of control.
I mean, I only watched the game and it mental boomed me, so good on the Jade Dragons to keep their head in there. Stygian Beacon spawned up and in control of the Order side. Eldritch Hounds not going to be stepping up to this one now with Oathhh so far away. And so the first one will go to the Dragons again. Love what Mike's doing on this Cerberus. Just says, hey, I am pretty tanky, I am a support, but also this is generally a solo lane pick and has really good damage scaling on just leveling the abilities. Has been playing very aggressively here. Operates pretty similarly to something like Guan Yu, where you just want to close gap, do the Talu Assault, you're doing the exact same thing with the Ghastly Breath. So playing a very aggressive role. And into all the sustain the Eldritch Hounds have got, Mike's going to be allowed to do that pretty consistently. Healing from NeilMah is healing for Mike. Healing from Oathhh is healing for Mike. Ducky, healing for Mike. Which means Mike's going to spend a lot of time in the backline come team fight time.
And so far, he's trying to chase him down whenever he gets the opportunity. Even now, looking for BennyQ, turns things around. He's taking the fight to Mike. He's going to have a little bit of health. Oathhh coming around the corner. Will be able to isolate Mike and Dardez, but a leap from one and a tower just near the other creates some space. LASBRA around the corner of the green buff, comes in, looks for a taunt, leaped away, and Oathhh dodges that one without having to worry about a heavy investment. And the Dragons, unfortunately unable to find anything. Same for the Hounds. It stays 1-0, 13.5 in.
And Oathhh does tick over to level 12 from those mid camps, so we headed back to base to pick up his beads. Now, even should the taunt connect, won't stick to him, at least not the first time. This time around, though, I think the issue the Jade Dragons ran into last time in Game 4 was, what's our simple engage? What's our simple initiation? We even heard it in the listen-in with the Eldritch Hounds on that first attempt at Phoenix Siege. Oh, they're out of engage. We're good. Yeah. They're going to go play with Titan. Should the Jade Dragons be able to keep this lead and this pace, I feel like their initiation has gotten a lot better. You've got Nika with a single target, can lock down one for a long time. Set up for Dardez and Vote to deal the damage. Speaking of the damage, here it is.
LASBRA and Dardez work together on that one. Teleport from Ducky. Oathhh comes in. LASBRA is getting low. A couple autos. That's all you need. BennyQ with an explosive hit takes him down, and now Dardez dash into the wall, and the dash out creates enough space to get away. No beacon's going to be coming in with Ducky teleporting over. You think this is either a full play for a Fury or the Primal as it spawns in, and it will be the Hounds opting for that. They clear off LASBRA. They knock away Dardez. Now Mike's giving him a little bit of trouble. Unable to get a steal. And the Pyromancer goes the way of the Hounds, and the gold Mifflin gets brought back within 1,000.
It's real close now on the Eldritch Hounds. Again, playing with that momentum. Feels like they have just so much more control in these fights. Those rotations, Ducky, of course, that teleport. Just great to punish that overstep from the Jade Dragons. LASBRA really wanted to put the pressure on Benny after he sees both those relics go down. But having burnt those relics already, the Jade Dragons confident in their ability to just go ahead and pull the Fury. Benny gonna be first on the scene here. Has a lot of damage, but not enough to steal, but plenty to find the kill. LASBRA eliminated.
My God.
I mean, he's just trying to burn the objective. Needs to stick close to auto attack, but gotta think maybe Mike could have been tanking that one up instead. Allow LASBRA to back up a bit. Eldritch Hounds don't get the objective, but the kill is still pretty worthwhile.
It's a massive one at that, right? LASBRA, all this time, no farm.
2 levels down.
It's creating a pretty big gap in favor of Oathhh. And like you said earlier, Oathhh doesn't even have any kills to his name. He's not the one getting it done. Instead, it's been BennyQ, both of them, for the Hounds. And that Agni has provided a lot so far, even though they've lost both of the Furies. Small reset for the Dragons. Now, that's, what, almost 2,000, a little over 2,000 gold lead. Shrinks down to 700, 600. So you're going to have to keep things a little more consistent over the next few minutes to try and corral back the lead that you had before. The Hounds, however, Mifflin, the pace that they're setting, right? Beacon fights, they're ready to go for it. Ducky rotating in, he's absolutely down for it. Well, they're not many big, open fights to go for. Keeping my eye on the solo lane, actually doubly so right now. LASBRA's going in. Looked like he wanted a little more for the fight. Has the taunt, but can you really commit to an Amaterasu is the question. It just doesn't seem like he wants to.
Answer's no. You really can't. Not when she's double dipping on defense against both LASBRA and Nika. Ducky actually very tanky on that right-hand side of the map. If anyone's going to deal any notable damage to him now, it would have to be Vote. Eldritch Hounds present for this Stygian Beacon. Benny controlling a lot of the space here. You can already see the damage stacking up on those bombs. Nika, though, could turn it in their favor.
He's got the presence. And the Beacon getting slowly undone from the Hound's cap, and now picked up should be a pretty simple control for the Dragons. And they've got this one right where they want it. Captured up, and it goes their way. One more, and we get the Titans. For now, Mifflin, it's a little bit of pressure, and Coast is the one finding it. Tier 1 in left goes down. Tier 1 in right as well, gone. So the Dragons losing out on some of their map.
Yeah, not often you see the Soul be the one stuck in the tower and losing it this early on. Say early, it's already 18 minutes. Time's flying in Game 5. I'm keeping my eyes on Ducky. He has not made too many rotations, barring that one teleport towards mid, whereas Nika's been a little bit more happy to just walk on over, get involved in the fight. That has left Ducky now in an advantage position, having stripped away the tower. Doesn't need to hang out in lane nearly as often, and puts himself 2 levels up on his direct lane opponent. Now with an aura item to him, real close to level 20. Ducky's going to finish up that starter probably within the next 2 or so minutes here. Meaning that there won't be a whole lot of reason to stick around in the lane. I just got whiplash. I had no idea Vote was all the way on the right-hand side. Maybe you want to play faster on the Pyro, but if Dardez is headed back to base, it's just crazy that he's here.
Well, Ducky finds 2 in the jungle. So maybe it's not going to be pressure in mid. Instead, it's pressure on the Pyromancer. Hounds pick that one up. Double bombed for Oathhh. Presumably going to hold on to those for a little bit. Might be able to use one on this tier 1 if you really think you need it. But they're just splitting some damage. Hounds don't quite have enough to knock into it. Ducky's looped around the back. Maybe he didn't get the memo. Doesn't seem like the rest of the team wants to go in. But as long as Ducky's back there, they have that option to be able to play aggressively whenever they want, however they want. Oathhh goes off to the side, clears up the oracles. Pillar, good from Coast. Engage from Nika onto Neil. Gets a little bit of poke. Ducky comes into the back. Separates a little bit. It's all about the tier 1 tower. Bomb was used by Oathhh. And it's going to be at least get not only a small amount of gold in the pocket for the Hounds, but control of mid lane.
Reinitiation from Ducky makes contact with Nika, but it's just prodding to see how much the Jade Dragons are willing to fight. Gold Fury's got to be the target, pulled now by NeilMah and VaporishCoast while there's a small skirmish in mid. Enough of a distraction to reset the objective. Right back to the dance. Got to be careful, though, on the Eldritch Hounds. Jade Dragons are grouped significantly, and with the double hunter build, or composition, I should say, physical and magical, we'll go through that gold very quick.
Well, Fury, it's going to be a toss-up. Hounds walk in, and they just take it. The River's Rebuke, it's great, but it's not going to lock him down. Phantom Shell gets the disbursement that the Dragons need to separate him, but the lock-in, the Riptide, and the CC chase down Mike surely is going to die here, but no, the leap is just enough to get him away. No blood is spilled, but the Fury goes to the Hounds, and Mifflin, we were talking about the Dragons' 2,000 lead 10 minutes ago. Now we could talk about the Hounds' 4,000 lead as they continue finding these wins.
And all the while, it's Ducky again just pushing out on right. So that's a good-looking fight and objective steal from the Hounds in a 4v5, missing their primary initiator, all off the back of NeilMah. Man, the ultimate placement, perfect. There was a good response from Mike. Phantom Shell does get used, but doesn't matter. He knows exactly where you're walking through the walls at. NeilMah just throws up. The Riptide says, good luck. Phantom Shell's not going to stop this from happening. Pulls them all right back in. Locks down the Jade Dragons for a while. BennyQ is too far to follow up. Instead, tries to throw some damage towards the sides of the fight. And then the Hounds realize, wait, hold on. Why are we even chasing? There's really not a whole lot of reason to do so. Already expended so many of our resources. Ducky's not even here. So a small reset. I wonder now, if the Eldritch Hounds, having already taken every tier 1 tower from the Jade Dragons, where do you put the pressure? Tier 2, I mean, that's not exactly easy. But you know LASBRA is relatively low on mana, and you've got the flank.
And you're going for the fight. Vote already knocked out of this one. Has to go back and heal. Nika surrounded and killed off the Hounds.
Is that fire?
I mean, there's not even a massive fight around it. They just go in and kill him. Now they get to back up, and like you said, it's fire. I have to imagine this one's going to be mostly controlled. Doesn't seem like the Dragons have any interest in trying to contest it. And Mifflin, what feels like maybe we'd see the giant collision of these teams. It's a surgical, precise strike from the Hounds. A fire giant for the Hounds. 5,000 gold lead, you guessed it, for the Hounds. And then a grouping on right They're going to run down, try to knock down a tier 2, see what the Dragons can try to find in response, if they can find anything good in response, because the Hounds right now have all 6 towers left standing and have control of this game in their hands.
It's a big if. The Jade Dragons won't be given a lot of time to push out on left. Soul stops her back. Chernobog stops hers. So 3 members of the Jade Dragons on left. But the Eldritch Hounds do not keep up their pressure. They will not be stepping in towards that Phoenix. Still a worthwhile trade, even if they could have grabbed more. But they don't have the bird's eye view we do. And so tier 1 for tier 2, reset, spend the gold from the 1 fight, pick up some of your starter items. Sacrificial Shroud for BennyQ. Going to lose a little bit of HP on every ability used, but going to do a lot of damage with those abilities. I'm thinking the Eldritch Hounds in a very good position from here. Knock down a few more tier 2s. You'll have the timing of Pyromancer. You'll grab Primal Fury on the way out. And if you can find a kill, and it seems like kills are rolling now for the Eldritch Hounds. They've got the damage to shut down Nika, which means they've got the damage to shut down anybody on the Jade Dragons. Might just be looking at a Phoenix.
Ducky finds Dardez. Is uninterested in the red buff instead. Was potentially looking for the fight. We've seen what an Ama can do. Nika last game.
LASBRA's not here.
To be unhinged. LASBRA, like you said, not here. Numbers advantage to the Hounds. Fire Giant advantage to the Hounds.
Gonna keep going.
Gold advantage to the Hounds, and they're going to start, like you said, maybe a little bit of a siege as they take this fight. I'd love to jump in, listen to their comms.
I'm low. I'm low.
Yeah, we got it.
Back up.
Out. Slow.
Careful. I can hold this.
He's out.
Nice.
Stay together.
Early.
Circle.
Oh, maybe.
Come back together.
Back off.
With hoops and Amy. Should be free.
Stay together. They're gonna have
Go.
Now, Mifflin, I'm going to tell you, I was able to parse some of that, but the fight's actually still going. LASBRA comes in, they jump in, and no, it might turn around. LASBRA taken low, killed off by Ducky. This is maybe what the Hounds wanted.
Look at Dardez.
Goes down, that's not what you need. Benny
He's
has
in the
to
fire.
stay alive, and you do a lot. What a great dash, what a great flame wave, and suddenly the fight keeps on going. Nika next on the chopping block. Bomb's not going to be there. Chase is on. Benny once more. Benny finds more. Now it's Mike v3. Has Benny locked down, but does not have the follow-through. You lose 2, you get the Phoenix, and man, what a fire giant from the Hounds.
Man, the Dragons just chase it out, stick around a little too long. Even in finding a few trades, it's not as if there's a whole lot of time left on that fire giant power play regardless. There's not a lot left for the Eldritch Hounds to do with it. I mean, you could back up, grab the Primal Fury still. That is best case scenario for the Hounds. But you wanted to say something about the comms?
Oh, man, could you make out a lot of what was going on in there?
No, I got one thing loud and clear.
Coast, yeah. Well, hold on. I'm going to give him credit. I got 2 things. It started with, I got ult. And
then it ended with an exclamatory big victory, little celebration.
Yeah. Felt good. He popped off.
Man. A lot of cooks in the kitchen, though, with the Eldritch Hounds. I don't know how anything's getting through there. These guys clearly riding high on energy right now. And how could they not be? I mean, this is a wild Game 5. And they're in the driver's seat solidly. This will put their gold lead in that 5-digit range.
Are we going to have to add 2 1s on the things for Dragons to be scared of?
Maybe.
You can't, 2 O's, you've got to feel nervous. 2 1s, you got to feel nervous. They got to start losing at the beginning of the set, boy. Like, they want to take control.
Maybe 0-1's the formula.
0-1, yeah. Go down 0-1. 0-2, maybe. Actually, maybe to like just make things like be the reverse sweepers that you've encountered in your life.
Yeah, be the reverse sweep you want to see in the world.
That's probably not a good life lesson.
No, going down 0-2 never a good idea. Let me tell you. Fire Giant.
Oh man.
It's spawning up, Gore. Eldritch Hounds, they've got the defensive position. But the Jade Dragons have done a good job pushing out those mid waves, and they'll leverage the aggression from Dardez on the left-hand side. I think Dardez could just go ahead, stick around on left, keep pushing. Don't even slow it down. You could jump into a shadow. Instead, going to take his time here. Fire Giant hasn't spawned yet. Slow rolling there from Dardez.
Well, Nika goes in. Doesn't do a whole lot with it, just encountered. Dardez won't be here for a little bit, but has ult, so can show up whenever necessary. Fire Giant started. Not too low yet.
It's good ult.
60, 50, and falling right now in terms of health. 25, 25, 10, and then done.
Oh, is
The
Nika
Hounds
dead?
are
Is
able to
Vote
find
dead?
that vote. Chase out Oathhh, waits out the Aegis. Just one more dash. No, doesn't have the damage. Leap is going to find it, but now you're in a fight with LASBRA. Can you find it? Do you have help? You have help, and that's all you need. A little bit of zone control. The dual lane's already gone. The jungler has been zoned away. Ducky wants this kill, but you're mid-Phoenix. It's about to come back. You got Fire Minions. You got Dardez back in the base. If LASBRA goes down here, it's going to be a 2v4, maybe 2v5 teleport is available for Ducky. If they've got a ward, they can get him there. Mid-Phoenix goes down. Fire Minions here for the Hounds. And on the precipice of defeat, this team marches into the Titan room, deals the damage necessary, and wins this set over the Dragons.
Jade Dragons fans, man, that is a heartbreaking loss. That was preceded by a heartbreaking loss. I mean, it's a hard time to be a Dragon guy. Great time to be an Eldritch Hounds fans. Congratulations to them. Got every single team fight this game. Felt like to me the Jade Dragons were never quite on the same page on how they wanted to play the engagement. We saw a little bit of it there with Dardez. Do I keep pushing? Do I start moving back towards the fight? Do I want to ult in? Goes up to the sky and lands back down because the fight was already lost. Nika so often starts up the engagement. Guys, I got a target. It's just me. I've been stunned. I'm dead. Tough stuff for the Jade Dragons who lose the thread there in Game 5. Eldritch Hounds, they win the day.
Meanwhile, Ducky got to do pretty much whatever he wanted on that Amaterasu after a certain while. He just, okay, cool, I'm going to chase you down.
Didn't rotate to any early fights.
Good luck trying to kill me. And just did not have anything thrown back his way. A great performance there from the Hounds. And Mifflin, after Game 1 and Game 3, it felt very much like, okay, this team's going to get kind of crushed out slowly. But Game 2, right? They slowly get the lead. I think the way we had kind of described it when we were talking about it was it felt like one of these teams started to lose and then said, okay, I'm done playing the game. And then slowly we saw that kind of elevate and separate. And then you get one big turnaround. One big turnaround into another big turnaround into yet another big turnaround in Game 4. But it stacks on top of itself. Now the Hounds get a win. And it shakes things up, I'm sure, not just standings-wise, but today and entertainment value. We get a nice 5-game set, and the Hounds win this one, but that's it for myself and Miff. The Dusk will take this one and break it down.
Yeah, set at the top of this game, and I'll say it now. Great way to end our Sunday on a Game 5 and a win for the Eldritch Hounds, their first one here at the phase. And Trelly, normally I'm not one to try and point fingers to a single individual in this, but it's something that you and I both noticed in the tail end of that game. For what felt like the last 10 to 15 minutes of that game, LASBRA did not get a single point of in-hand damage to anybody on the Hounds, and he did not finish stacking gooseberries, which means that effectively 3 of his items, I guess 4 if you count the recipe, were essentially useless to him.
0 Executioner, 0 Kin, 0 Toxic Blade, which again, LASBRA is such a driving force for this squad, but if you're not getting any of that auto attack damage off, what's even the point of the Erlang Shen, right? Like, you're so much better to play a god that is just able to, poke or do any sort of tick damage. It seemed like the Jade Dragons wanted just infinite setup. They had CC from Nika, CC from LASBRA, and CC from PBM, but they just weren't getting enough of that value. I truly do think that if you're not building this Erlang Shen, that tanky style that, I guess Sino is starting to go, and even that, I don't think is that great. But if it's full shred or nothing, I think you got to look towards other picks. That's just from what I've seen. I can tell that these junglers are still liking the Erlang for some reason, but in this case, I think didn't end up working out. Oathhh was able to poke so much damage and stay so safe because, you got Bat Out of Hell, you have poke damage, you have safety, whereas Erlang Shen doesn't really provide that.
Yeah, not a whole lot of value coming from LASBRA as far as the damage concern goes through. Did get some nice taunts, got some great pins throughout some of these fights, but a taunt that doesn't do damage and a pin that's hitting for maybe 200 isn't really going to add that same level of value. I believe this is the fight right here where LASBRA went from 0 to 68 stacks of gooseberries, which means he did 680 damage with basic attacks, and after picking up those 3 items that really work well with basic attacks, means that he got essentially, we'll call it, maybe like 5-6 procs of kin size that entire game. And if you're going for an Erlong Shen to build that kind of path, that's just not going to cut it at the end of one. So I think this is one where the Dragons really need to sit back and look and see what really went wrong. Where was the extra initiation that came through? Because you have Mike, you have Nika. Those are two great ones to get in there. LASBRA's great to flank towards these backliners, but the Jade Dragons on the whole just could not get it done this game. The Eldritch Hounds pulled through, pushed themselves to the late game. They get their damage values online. And really, Benny on this Agni, I think, was one of the star factors in this game.
And that's something I was calling for. I said, earlier on, this Agni can be very solid into these auto attackers because you can control space. You can say, get away from me. You have stuns. And BennyQ showed that. Plenty of damage coming from that Agni. I was a big fan of that pick.
BennyQ did really good. The entirety of the Eldritch Hounds able to pull through, especially from the depths of Game 4, bring it back to win that one. And now we're out here in Game number 5. And who better to talk to right now than the man who's finally back here in the studio with the rest of the team, VaporishCoast, here with the Eldritch Hounds post-game interview.
That's right, I got Coast here, and first and foremost, it's your first win of this phase as far as sets go. So I'm just kind of curious, how are you feeling?
Yeah, the first 2 weeks obviously rough. I think we played the top 3 teams, but quite similar right now. And this week of scrims was kind of rough as well, so it's really nice to get a win, hopefully lift morale, and everyone's feeling good. So.
But we gotta talk about rough though, because game 1, game 3, very Dragons heavy. Game 4 starts very Dragons heavy. When did it click for you and the team that game 4 was a game that you could win?
So we steal the fire giant, we're still 12k down. We get to probably 8k down, and then it's when they go to siege, it's after the fighting left, we killed 3 of them, and they wasted relics a bit, so we were able to get tempo of that, take a fight at FG, and I don't know. I think that is a bit mental boom, after you start the 4 lead like that. You had panicies.
Things, they fell apart, and it fell apart, I want to say quickly, but from 15 minutes to 30. That's really, you guys got to do the same thing they did for the first 15, right? Just build a lead. So you get this, like you said, you kind of been playing a lot of tough teams, but I know for the Hounds that we saw in Phase 1, right? Very, very talented team. You guys did a lot. Now that you've got some more time with Neil under your belt and things like that, do you see what kind of performance in the future for this squad?
Yeah, there's still a lot of work to do, but I think games today, Game 5 especially, it showed what we've been working on. We have the individual skill, I think, to be any team, but we have to be more disciplined and play better as a team. And I think we struggled now in the last 2 weeks, but this week I think our comms were a lot better, giving up things were a lot better. I think we just played really well.
I do have to ask just one more, because it does relate to comms, and it does really maybe a little bit to discipline, and it also throws Neil under the bus, so it's a little funny. Has he learned to distinguish between you and Ducky a little bit better in the last couple of weeks?
I'd like to think so, but in scrims sometimes, he plays a few picks and he's just messing up bolts, so I let him know, don't worry, but I think maybe by Worlds we'll be there.
Yeah, we'll get him there, right? The training's still in session. We'll get him there, man. Congratulations on your win. Thanks for your time. I'll let you go celebrate with the team, and we'll kick it back to the desk.
Congrats one more time to the Eldritch Hounds on a big first set win for themselves, and all it takes is one. Now you can start that upward trend, see if you can pick up a couple more of those big wins for themselves, but finding a Game 5 win, not an easy one against the Jade Dragons, and able to find that one for the Eldritch Hounds. We can take a look at the schedule for the week, because that's all that we have for gameplay for the SPL for this week here in week number 3. It all started back on Friday, 3-0 for the Oni Warriors over the Camelot Kings, 3-2 for the Ferrymen over the Dragons. Coming to Saturday, 3-0 Leviathans over Kings, and a 3-1 for the Ferrymen defeating the Ravens. And we started out today with a quick 3-0 for the Warriors over the Gladiators, and now a 3-2 for the Eldritch Hounds to wrap up week 3 of the Road to Worlds here in the SPL. And now we can see how that all affects the standings. Well, for the Ferrymen, they remain on top 4-0 in their division, but with a win for the Eldritch Hounds now over the Jade Dragons, does put them at not only the higher win percent, because it's one less set from the Hounds between them and the Dragons, but also just the now head-to-head goes in favor of the Eldritch Hounds, puts them in that 3rd seed. Opposite side, now the Gilded Gladiators, the only team who have yet to find themselves a set win so far in the first 3 weeks of play. And the Oni Warriors, with their dominant win, remain at the top at 4-1 on the Chaos Division. It's almost starting to look like the Chaos Division from Phase 1 here, Charlie, with a dominant leaderboard at the very top for the Oni Warriors, and then everybody else just kind of behind on that side.
Yep, but the Ravens and the Kings are on this side. Now, I remember seeing the old bracket in that way, but still interesting stuff. Like I told you, love seeing the fact that the Ferrymen are still undefeated. Not because I love the Ferrymen, but because I love seeing teams that are undefeated. It makes it so much more pressure for every single loss. The Hounds no longer have to worry about getting a win in that column. They were able to do that as well. So 2 big things to be looking out for, especially leading into the next week. I'm going to repeat it. Road to Worlds, man. We're still in it as we speak, which means every matchup is just so important.
Well, we'll see what the remaining matchups are for the Ferrymen as we look at the schedule for Week 4 to see do they have that chance to be able to keep up that record for themselves. We do have the Hounds and Leviathans, Kings and Ravens on Friday. Ferrymen, their only opposition will be the Gladiators Saturday, and the Hounds and Kings to round out that day. And then on Sunday, Jade Dragons back with the Leviathans and the Oni Warriors and Highland Ravens to see if we'll still hold an undefeated Styx Ferrymen. Can the Gilded Gladiators find an upset? If their first win of the phase comes against the #1 seed, would be a massive boon to the mentals for the team. I don't think it necessarily hurts the mental of the Ferrymen. Maybe it even relieves a bit of that pressure of the, oh, do we need to stay undefeated? Because I'm sure while a lot of players have said, being undefeated is cool, but like once you get that first loss, you no longer feel that real pressure anymore.
No, we hold on to undefeated for as long as possible. There's no way it could ever happen. But it should be an exciting set to look forward to. As you said, there's a lot on the line for the Glads, whereas the Ferrymen, maybe they're not too worried about being undefeated as much as they are for holding top seed, which 1 loss might not even change.
So we'll have to see if the Ferrymen can remain undefeated going through week #4. But before we can get to week 4, we've got to close things out to today. So thank you so much for watching SPL here in week #3. On behalf of myself, Charlie, all the casters, for everyone behind the scenes, thanks for watching. Make sure you stay tuned in for the SCC coming up right after. Otherwise, we'll see you next week for the SPL.